Song. What are you talking about?
Lu Jinyan suddenly lifted his eyelids. His dark eyes, like cold stars, quickly filled with red veins. An endless pain and sourness seemed to swallow his soul. Seeing his eyes filled with red mist, Song Tang's heart trembled uncontrollably. But in matters of feelings, the worst thing is to be uncertain or to cling on loosely. Since she decided to cut ties completely, she wouldn't turn back. She took a deep breath, suppressing her unwanted emotions, and spoke as coldly as possible. I said I like him. If he's angry, I will feel sad. Lu Jinyan, from now on, we are just ordinary neighbors, nothing more. She liked that man very much. Lu Jinyan's eyes darkened with a surge of blood, as if turning into a pain-filled. He knew that if he kept asking, it would only hurt him more and make him more embarrassed, but his deep reluctance made him ask hoarsely, do you like Captain Gao, Fu Wenjing, or none of your business? Lu Jinyan mentioned two people, but Song Tang had no romantic feelings for either of them. But he wasn't anyone special to her, so she didn't need to explain. She wasn't petty either. She had never asked for her gifts back before. But thinking about the embarrassing thing he made her do, she was furious and kept a cold face, saying, I've already returned everything you gave me. If you still have the things I gave you, my future partner won't be happy. Lu Jinyan, please tidy up. When I return from my rural performance, please return my things. Or just give them to Brother Lu San, and he can give them to me. Song. Lu Jinyan's face lost all color. He was usually so tough and cold, but now his heart ached so much that he felt helpless. It wasn't that he liked taking advantage of others, but he simply didn't want to return the things she gave him. For the first time in his life, he fell for a girl and didn't want to let her go easily. But his feelings caused her trouble. His presence made her unhappy. Now, she has someone she truly cares for. It seems he can only wish her well and support her from afar. Even if it hurts him deeply, he must let her go. Lu Jinyan, return my things quickly, so I won't look down on you. Song Tang was afraid her heart might soften, so she quickly turned around and walked into the arts troupe without looking back. Lu Jinyan didn't chase after her. If his efforts could bring her happiness, he would do everything he could to get closer to her. But if his closeness only made her dislike or avoid him, he couldn't bear to see her unhappy. His lips trembled painfully, but in the end, he slowly turned around, like a walking corpse, got into his car, and stepped on the gas pedal fully. Tang, I have something for you. Almost as soon as Song Tang entered the arts troupe, Lu Shiau rode up on his bike. He quickly handed her a carefully prepared cloth bag, saying, I bought some good food and medicine. Take care of yourself in the countryside. Song Tang didn't open the bag Lu Shiau gave her. But she knew it was heavy, and she was sure he had prepared plenty of food and supplies. Her heart felt warm. Seeing Lu Shiau smile so brightly, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. She didn't want to have more contact with Lu Jinyan, but she sincerely considered Lu Shiau a close friend with a pure heart. When someone is kind to her, she always wants to be even better to that person. She hopes Lu Shiau will be happy and healthy forever. But in that old story, Lu Xiao's ending was not good. It subtly mentioned that Lu Shiau liked a girl, but it didn't specify who she was. Lu Shiau was just a minor villain, and his ending was briefly touched upon. His ending was only 2 sentences. In an accident, he died in the winter of his 19th year, completely missing. He never got to be with the girl he loved. This year, Lu Shiau is already 19. The tragic deaths of Jang May, Lin He, were triggered by Jang May. Knowing the cause, they still have a chance to prevent or change the outcome, maybe for a better ending. But a vague, overlooked accident is really hard to prevent. She is very afraid that Lu Shiau won't survive this winter. Tang, when you come back, let's have a barbecue again. I'll save some turtle-shaped snacks to grill for you. Lu Shiau has always been easygoing and didn't notice Song Tang's unusual behavior. He is naturally talkative. Now that he will be apart from his good friend for several days, he keeps talking non-stop. You must be careful of others' intentions. When you go to the countryside, Make sure to stay safe and don't go alone. Basically, stay close to the main group and take good care of yourself. Hearing Lu Shiau's words, Song Tang's eyes couldn't help but turn red and teary. This rural visit and performance didn't include everyone from the dance team. Jang May and Qing Qianshan, the vice captain of the choir, led the team. Most of the members chosen from the dance and choir teams were friends with Mengwan, so she had to be extra cautious. She wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her. She was just worried that Lu Shiau wouldn't live a long life. She hugged the bag he gave her and softly told him, "Third brother Lu, ride slowly. Be careful and take good care of yourself." I know. Used to seeing her good friends every day, Lu Shiau felt very reluctant to be apart from Song Tang for several days. He thought it was embarrassing that he, a grown man, was blushing so much. He quickly turned his bike around, waved goodbye to Song Tang, and left. As soon as he sat on his bike, he saw Wan Qinghuan not far away. The girl had most of a date flower pastry in her mouth, her eyes wide and cheeks puffed out, looking just like a little hamster. Lu Shiau's face instantly turned red. How could there be such an adorable girl in the world? His heart was pounding strangely. Without paying attention, he accidentally bumped his bike into a nearby electric pole. Song Tang was very speechless. She didn't expect him to suddenly crash into the electric pole. She had just told him to ride slowly and be careful, and now he had hit the pole. Lu Shiau felt very embarrassed. Blushing, he waved at Song Tang again and hurriedly rode away like he was escaping. Song Tang watched him go far away before she and Wan Qinghuan started joking and laughing as they headed to the rehearsal room. How can Song Tang be so shameless? Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and others gathered around Mengwan. Earlier, they were a bit far from Song Tang and Lu Jinyan and didn't hear what they said, and they couldn't see their expressions clearly. But they clearly saw Song Tang get off Lu Jinyan's car, and after saying goodbye, they parted ways. Last time at the cafeteria, Song Tang and Lu Jinyan had an awkward breakup. Feng Yingying and the others thought Lu Jinyan looked down on her, so she didn't dare to keep bothering him. Who would have thought that she was so thick-skinned, still clinging to him and asking him to take her to work? She knew full well that Captain Lu was Mingming's fiancé, yet she still clung to him and wouldn't let go. Does she not realize that being a mistress is immoral? Listening to Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and others, Mengwan's beautiful, proud face looked a little displeased. She looked down on Seqing Yao, this humble adopted daughter. She had never cared to associate with Seqing Yao before. But after seeing what happened today, she vaguely realized that Seqing Yao was telling the truth, that Song Tang had shamelessly flirted with Lu Jinyan. She really hated people who overestimate themselves and try to compete with her. She had long considered Lu Jinyan her possession, and Song Tang's behavior made her feel disgusted. But Mengwan, who was used to being noble and aloof, didn't bother to hysterically scold or belittle Song Tang. She simply looked down and said, "Being a mistress is shameful. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't want to be a mistress." Chen Tian and Xian nodded in agreement. They believed Meng was so beautiful, noble, and proud. How could she possibly be the kind of person who would be a homewrecker? As for Song Tang, who tried so hard to Mingming's fiancé, she was simply shameless. Feng Yingying was even more furious. "I'm going to call Commander Qin right now. If Song Tang keeps bullying Meng, when Commander Qin finds out, he will definitely stand up for Meng." Feng Yingying said this, and hurriedly called Qin Cheng. Mengwan didn't stop her. She still held her head high, her graceful neck elegant, standing tall and stunningly beautiful. She and Qin Cheng had grown up together, and she knew him better than anyone. Qin Cheng was lazy and unruly, but he was very ruthless. As long as he could make her happy, he wouldn't hesitate to hit a woman or even commit worse acts. She also knew that the last time Song Tang was hit by a motorcycle and nearly assaulted by two men, it was definitely Qin Cheng's doing. This time, she and Song Tang went to the countryside. The rural area was sparse and wide, a perfect place for Qin Cheng to cruelly punish Song Tang. With Qin Cheng's loyalty to her and his ruthless nature, Song Tang wouldn't survive this without injury. But the call was made by Feng Yingying. She neither instigated nor approved. So, no matter how badly Song Tang was treated, it had nothing to do with Gu Mengwan. Feng Yingying didn't use the military phone to call Qin Cheng. She quietly went to a public phone booth to call him. There was a personal reason behind her call.
Her family was quite average.
Not long ago, she finally entered into a relationship with someone from a decent family background. Who would have thought that one afternoon, her boyfriend came to pick her up from work and, upon seeing Song Tang, he suddenly couldn't walk straight. His eyes went blank, and his pupils seemed glued to Song Tang's face. He even clearly swallowed hard, as if he was trying to hold back saliva. That evening, during dinner, he asked her about the girl he saw that afternoon. Clearly, her boyfriend thought Song Tang was very pretty. In fact, he, who liked beautiful girls, even developed feelings for Song Tang. Song Tang's shamelessness not only attracted Dream's fiancé, but also caught her boyfriend's interest. During this countryside visit and performance, she was determined to make sure Song Tang would never come back. After returning home, Lu Jinyan took out a small wooden box he had carefully kept in the wardrobe. All the things Song Tang had given him were locked inside this box, making them easy to organize. He couldn't help but take out the seal she had given him, lovingly rubbing it. He understood why the handwriting on the seal was different from the one she gave Lin He. She was afraid he would recognize her and dislike her. Thinking about his harsh attitude toward her in the past, his heart ached as if countless needles had pierced it. The pain was so intense that even breathing became a torment. She had given him dried cherries, which he hadn't finished eating. Like the big white rabbit milk candies she gave him, he initially thought the cherries were very sweet. Now they tasted bitter and harsh. He still couldn't be sure who the man she liked was. But one thing he was certain of, she didn't like him, Lu Jinyan. His attempts to get closer only made her feel annoyed and distressed. His feelings for her only added pressure and trouble. Her hatred for him was so obvious that he couldn't even deceive himself. Song. Lu Jinyan trembled as he tightly grasped the seal, tears flowing from his words. His lips trembled painfully for a long time, but finally, he closed his eyes and whispered hoarsely, "I'll let go. You must be happy, safe, and joyful." Lu Jinyan wanted to put the seal back into the wooden box to return everything to Song Tang and stop affecting her life. But the small seal was so light that he couldn't lift his hand, let alone put it back. His beautiful eyes quickly turned red with pain. He wished she would look at him just once. Even if she stood still, he would walk 100 steps alone to reach her. But she already has someone she loves. She only wants to be with her partner, get married, and grow old together. His persistence makes her unhappy. He cannot make her unhappy. Lu Jinyan, with tears in his eyes, turned his face away. In the end, he used all his strength to place the seal into the wooden box. His heart felt so much pain. As night deepened, his mind remained painfully clear. He only managed to fall into a faint sleep near dawn. He dreamed again of his past life with Song Tang. In previous dreams, she was either dancing for him and he lost control, pressing her down, or she tried to leave him and he pulled her back, biting her lips fiercely, making it hard for her to stand. This time, the dream was not romantic or tender. Instead, the general's residence was plain and mournful, like a funeral. When he entered the morning hall, he realized it was his own funeral. From the crying of the people at the general's house, he understood what was happening. His elite soldiers had been ambushed by the enemy and were delayed, unable to get help. Everyone in the capital said he had died in battle, his body never found. The coffin in the hall was empty, because no one had found his body. He saw Song Tang. In his previous dreams, she was bright and lively. But now, her face was almost the same color as her mourning clothes, pale white. Her eyes were swollen and red, clearly crying for a long time. She still held onto the corner of the coffin, calling out for the general, crying uncontrollably. Seeing her tears, Lu Jinyan's heart felt like it was about to break. He stepped forward, wanting to wipe her tears, but this was just a dream, something that happened in his past life. He could never touch her again. Corrupt officials betrayed him, colluding with enemies. The once glorious and proud general's residence fell apart overnight. He watched as his empty coffin was smashed into a pile of wood chips. The servants at the residence scattered and fled. Only she stubbornly held onto his spirit tablet, as if waiting for him to return. But her spirit tablet was taken away maliciously and shattered into pieces. She tried to retrieve it, but those people had swords and knives. She was thrown to the ground, her palm cut by the sharp, broken wood. Suddenly, someone drew a sword. Song. Don't hurt her. Jinyan was so anxious he almost went crazy. But he couldn't control this dream. He couldn't carefully wipe the blood from her palm, nor could he drive away the malicious people from the general's residence. The swords in their hands didn't cut her. Instead, after seeing her face clearly, they developed lustful thoughts. She clearly realized this too, hurriedly stood up, staggered, and rushed outside the ancestral hall. She was skilled at dancing freely, her body agile, and because she was very familiar with the layout of the general's residence, she temporarily managed to shake off those men. There was a secret passage in the residence. She quickly ran into their room, flipped a switch, and escaped through the secret passage. He let out a small sigh of relief. He thought she could escape danger. But just after she left the secret passage, those men chased after her with torches. Still running? Jinyan is already dead, and the general's residence is in ruins. You, a weak woman, can't escape from us. Young lady, serve us well, and maybe we'll be pleased and let you live a wealthy and peaceful life. Tang's face was deathly pale, but on her bloodless face, there was no panic, no pleading, and she didn't beg for mercy. It seemed she was determined to face death. Seeing her resolute look, Jinyan's brow furrowed sharply. His heart was filled with indescribable panic and anxiety. He saw her bite her lip tightly and clutch her skirt as she ran forward. She reached the mountain. Those men chased after her relentlessly. Young lady, let your brother take good care of you. The night was dark, and the mountain was full of grass and trees. She didn't know what she tripped over, stumbling and falling to the ground in a mess. The men, with wicked smiles, surrounded her. Come, let your brother help you take off your clothes. The leading man reached out to grab her, but he didn't manage to touch her. A long sword pierced sharply into his back. He turned around in disbelief and saw a man dressed in a black python robe, noble and commanding, riding a fine horse approaching. His expression quickly changed from shock to fear. He stammered and begged for mercy. "TT. Crown Prince, please. Spare me." He was badly wounded. Before he finished begging, he fell to the ground in a mess, completely breathless. At this moment, Jinyan also saw the man on the horse. The man was handsome and noble, exuding an aura of superiority, clearly of high status. Thinking about the man who just died painfully, Jinyan knew that the man riding a fine horse approaching him was the crown prince of the current dynasty. However, for some reason, the prince's face seemed shrouded in fog, and he could never see his true face clearly. The remaining men also recognized that the approaching figure was the crown prince. They no longer dared to mock Tang. Instead, they panicked and scrambled to escape. None of them managed to leave alive. Behind the prince, his guards drew their long bows, and they screamed as they fell to the ground. Tang. Jinyan heard the prince's voice. It was very strange. He could only sense that the prince's voice was cold and sharp, but he couldn't distinguish its specific tone, nor could he tell who it sounded like. Return to the Eastern Palace with me. Jinyan is dead. No one but me can protect you. I can forgive you for following him, and I can forgive your disobedience. Go back with me. I can give you a proper status. As he spoke, he held out his hand arrogantly towards Tang. He sat lazily on his horse, noble and aloof. He was very cunning, used to controlling everything. But at this moment, the usually proud and invincible man's fingertips trembled noticeably. Clearly, deep inside, He was afraid that Song Tang would refuse him. Song Tang did not speak immediately. She slowly got up from the ground, raised her face to look at him. Under the moonlight, her stunning face was even brighter than the moon, graceful and unmatched. However, her once smiling, beautiful face no longer held any hope or longing for this world. Her once sparkling, enchanting eyes now had no light at all. It was as if she was now only a walking corpse. Her body still remained, but her soul had long since vanished into nothingness. Song Tang, do you really like Lu Jinyan that much? Seeing Song Tang's indifferent expression, the crown prince suddenly became furious. His anger and murderous intent burst out, as if he wanted to turn the world into a graveyard filled with corpses. No matter how much you like him, he is now just a dead man, with no complete body. If you want to live, you can only please me, satisfy me, and be my companion. I'll count to 3. Come to me, or else. Before he finished speaking, Song Tang suddenly sneered mockingly. Her beauty was so overwhelming that even her cold smile was breathtaking, stunning the world and toppling all living beings. But the general is dead, and I never thought of living anymore. Qin, you are a lunatic. I, Song Tang, will never please a madman in my next life. It was still very strange. Song Tang clearly said 3 words, but Lu Jinyan just couldn't hear the last 2 words Qin said. After Song Tang finished speaking, she quickly rushed forward. The crown prince was furious. As a noble person, he couldn't accept her repeatedly disobeying him. But soon, his anger was replaced by an indescribable panic. Ahead was a deep cliff, and Song Tang was standing at the edge. Song. Seeing this, Lu Jinyan was almost going crazy. He didn't expect her to stand so close to the cliff. He desperately tried to hold her, hoping she wouldn't do something foolish, but even as his heart pounded wildly, he couldn't reach her. Her face showed a rare, genuine smile. She looked in an unknown direction, smiling lightly and sweetly. He heard her say, "General, I never lie. I promise to be with you forever, and I won't deceive you. General, I came to find you." Suddenly, she leapt off the cliff.
No.
Lu Jinyan heard 2 heart-wrenching screams. The crown prince spat out blood in his panic. He dismounted quickly, trying to stop Song Tang from doing something stupid, but he was too late. He saw himself in a past life, wearing blood-stained armor, riding swiftly on a horse. Then, his vision was consumed by blood, and he felt unbearable pain. In that past life, he didn't die at the border or perish completely. He came back alive. But Song Tang was dead. He suddenly found himself unable to let go. He has never been someone to go back on his word. Normally, once he decided to let go, he wouldn't keep bothering. But the rising fear and unease in his heart made it impossible for him to be a stranger to her. He didn't trust her being close to anyone else. Only by personally protecting and guarding her could his heart find redemption. Lu Jinyan was used to waking up early. But last night, after midnight, he was haunted by a nightmare. When he looked at his watch, he realized it was almost noon. His growing anxiety made him unable to delay even a second longer. He desperately wanted to see Song Tang. Even if she liked someone else, he still wanted to see her. He quickly tidied himself up, found out where she was performing in a nearby village, took the car keys, and drove straight there. The dance team and choir also traveled by car to the countryside. They left on Monday morning and arrived in the afternoon. The performance was very successful, and the villagers responded very warmly. Song Tang knew that Jang May was deliberately targeting her. This time, several members of the dance and choir teams, including Gu Mengwan and Feng Yingying, were close friends of hers. She also knew that Feng Yingying and others would definitely try to play tricks on her, so she was very cautious. On the way, Feng Yingying and Qin Tian tried to scheme against her several times, but in the end, they all ended up suffering and caused quite a few funny incidents. In this village, there was a simple guest house where Song Tang and the others stayed. On Wednesday morning, everyone had to move to another village for the next performance. Jiang May and Xing Qianshan, who led the team, knew everyone was very tired. After dinner, they told everyone to rest early to ensure good performance the next day. The guest house was very basic, and there was no private bathroom in the rooms. After washing up in the communal bathroom on the floor, Song Tang returned to her room. At night, she felt more comfortable sleeping in her little clothes. But staying outside, she felt unsafe wearing so little, so she dressed very warmly before sleeping. She had put some newspapers in her luggage. However, the room was too dimly lit to read them. She casually placed the newspapers aside and planned to turn off the light and sleep. Before she could switch off the light, she suddenly heard a noise from the old wooden cabinet nearby. She instinctively thought it was a mouse and was startled. Since childhood, she was most afraid of mice and snakes. She quickly hugged her luggage and wanted to go downstairs to ask if she could change rooms. Ugh, so handsome. She hadn't yet left the small room when the old dusty cabinet suddenly swung open, revealing two confident-looking men jumping out from inside. Song Tang's eyelids fluttered rapidly. She truly couldn't imagine that two men were hiding inside her old cabinet. She didn't dare delay and quickly opened the door to the next room. The neighboring room belonged to Lu Yong, a member of the choir. Lu Yong has a fair face and is quite tall, which probably gives him some authority over these two men. If they go together to find other colleagues, more people around would make them less daring to act rashly. Still trying to run? The shorter man, Hu, grinned mischievously and lunged towards Song Tang. Are you hoping someone will help you? Don't worry, tonight. Even if you shout your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Hearing Hu's words, Song Tang's unease grew stronger. She didn't stop, but hurriedly moved toward the door. The door to the next room was wide open, but it was empty inside. Even Lu Yong's belongings were gone. Further ahead was the room of Qing Qianshan, the vice-captain of the choir. Like Lu Yong's room, his door was also open and empty, clearly indicating he had already left. Mengwan comes from a well-off family. On the bus, Song Tang noticed that Feng Yingying and others helped carry her heavy bags. Now, Mengwan's room was also empty. It was obvious that the colleagues from the choir and dance team had quietly left, leaving her alone here. Song Tang knew that during this rural visit for the performance, Jang May and others would surely cause trouble. But she worked in the cultural troupe, and her superior's orders left her no choice but to obey. Before leaving, Leader Zhou and Li Chunlan repeatedly told Jiang May and Qing Qianshan to ensure the safety of the team members. She couldn't imagine that they would openly abandon her. She also couldn't believe that the 12 members of the choir and dance team, many of whom had no conflicts with her, would choose to betray her. She suspected these two men were probably hired by Jiang May, Feng Yingying, or Gu Mengwan's small group. They were determined to prevent her from returning to the capital, running so fast. The tall man, Taizhu, quickly caught up with Song Tang. He smirked mischievously, looking eager to overpower her. Song Tang's bag was filled with delicious food and several sets of clean clothes. She didn't want to lose it, but at such a moment, nothing was more important than saving her life. At the moment the iron pole lunged toward her, she still mustered all her strength and forcefully threw her bag at his face. Iron Pole didn't expect Song Tang to be willing to give up her bag. Caught off guard, she was hit hard and staggered backward. As she fell back, she bumped into Second Tiger right behind her, and they both fell to the ground. You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson later. Having suffered such a big loss, Iron Pole was furious. He kicked Song Tang's bag aside and, with a fierce face, quickly rushed downstairs. By the time he chased after her, Song Tang had already run quite a distance ahead. Iron Pole spat angrily. Thinking about the promise that person made, to give him 300 yuan after the task was done, his steps became even faster. Song Tang sprinted at full speed. But she was unfamiliar with the roads in this village, so she ran blindly forward. Plus, in this era, there were no streetlights in the countryside. It was dark and difficult to walk, and she almost tripped several times. Uncle, where is the people's commune in your village? There are bad people trying to hurt me. Could you please take me there? From afar, she saw an elderly man with white hair walking toward her. Song Tang saw him as her savior and hurriedly asked for help. In this era, there was no such thing as a village committee. The People's Commune was roughly equivalent to what later became the village committee. Song Tang knew that if she went to the People's Commune, with village officials and militia helping, she would be safe. Dad, quickly stop her. Unexpectedly, before the uncle could speak, Second Tiger shouted loudly. I recently lost 500 yuan gambling in the county town. If I don't pay back soon, those people will cut off my hands and feet. Someone paid me a deposit of 200 yuan. If I can kill this woman, they will give me another 300 yuan. Dad, stop her quickly. Our family only has 3 generations. Are you just going to watch me become disabled? That uncle perhaps still had a bit of conscience deep down. His eyes flickered with struggle. But compared to a stranger woman, his son was obviously more important. He raised his sickle and swung it towards Song Tang. She was terrified. She quickly ran to a side path. She also heard Iron Pole say to the uncle, "Rich uncle, this woman is too fast. You go to the militia team and find my cousin. Have him bring people to stop her at the village entrance." Song Tang's heart sank quickly. She originally wanted to ask the villagers for help, but she never imagined that the militia had relatives among them. Most of the villagers were related or connected, so it seemed no one could help her, and there was no way out. However, she refused to accept being humiliated and killed by these 2 men without a fight. She knew that even if she ran with all her strength, it would be useless, and she would likely fall into their hands eventually. Still, she didn't want to stop. Earlier, she was running toward a place with houses. When she realized the villagers would help the 2 men, she chose to run into the wilderness instead. Tainyo, go Dan, go over there and block her. Someone called out. Besides Uncle Yukai, another person had arrived. Clearly, Erhu, Taizhu, and Tainyo, Godan were friends. When Erhu called out, Tainyo and Godan didn't ask why they needed to block a young girl. They simply held their flashlights and hurried towards Song Tang. Song Tang couldn't help but feel hopeless. In this unfamiliar village, just Erhu and Taizhu had already caused her a lot of trouble. Now, with Uncle Yukai, Tainyo, and Godan helping, she had no way to escape. Soon, she was surrounded in a wild forest by Tainyo and others. Erhu snatched the shovel from Tainyo and struck her the head. Taizhu tightly held her shoulders, making it impossible for her to dodge. Song Tang was very afraid of pain. She didn't have the courage to face from the shovel. She hurriedly closed her eyes, expecting to be hit and bleed. But the pain she anticipated didn't come. Instead, she heard Erhu's loud, pig-like squeal and Lu Jinyan's rare voice filled with worry and tenderness. She heard him say, "Song Song, don't be afraid. I'm here." This village was very remote, hundreds of kilometers from the capital. How could Lu Jinyan possibly be here? Song Tang instinctively thought she was hallucinating. Her thick, black eyelashes trembled gently before she slowly opened her eyes. She immediately saw Erhu, crying and covering his face. Then she saw Lu Jinyan. He was still wearing a simple army green short-sleeve shirt, but his posture was tall and straight, nearly half a head taller than Erhu and the others. Standing under the moonlight, he looked like an invincible general from ancient times. Under his influence, the already confident and flamboyant Erhu and others looked even more shady. In a moment of distraction, Lu Jinyan forcefully kicked Erhu away. He then punched Taizhu's dark face, making him tilt sideways, and quickly protected Song Tang behind him. Earlier, Song Tang was really scared. Afraid of being beaten bloody by Erhu and others. Afraid of being mistreated and humiliated. Afraid of dying in this wild forest, without understanding why. Seeing Lu Jinyan, she suddenly felt less afraid. Even though she still didn't want to talk to him much, she had to admit that his appearance gave her a strange sense of safety. Lu Jinyan's presence was cold and intimidating, full of pressure. If he hadn't taken a shortcut and just happened to pass by, that shovel would have hit Song Tang's head hard, and his killing aura would have spilled out. It was like a fierce Buddha's wrath, ready to turn this forest into a river of blood. Iron Bull and Godan were so scared by his aura that they stepped back. Seeing his military green off-road vehicle, they realized his background was probably not simple. They were quite bold in the village, but many people were like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They easily picked on soft targets, but when facing someone stronger, they would become timid and shrink away. They wanted to run. Just as they were about to retreat further, they heard Air, who cursing loudly. "How dare he kick me? I'm going to fight him. Iron Bull, Godan, help me beat him up. If you can't beat him, I won't consider him my brother anymore." Iron Bull and Godan looked at each other in hesitation. They weren't sure they could fight someone as tough as Lu Jinyan. But they knew Air Hu's cousin was a militia captain, and if they offended Air Hu, they would definitely face trouble in the village later. They exchanged another look, gritted their teeth, and charged at Lu Jinyan. After Air Hu got up from the ground, he grabbed a shovel and, along with Taizhu, surrounded Lu Jinyan. He knew Lu Jinyan could fight well, so he wanted to intimidate him with his presence, hoping he would beg for mercy. He wiped the blood from his nose and threatened fiercely, "Do you know who I am?
I'm Aru.
My cousin is Captain Zhang Zhen of the militia. If you offend me, I'll make sure you regret it." Before he finished, Lu Jinyan kicked him again. Air Hu covered his nose and fell flat on the ground. The Zhang family, relying on Zhang Zhen's influence, had been acting arrogantly in the village for many years. On weekdays, Eru only acted like his older cousin at home, so even the townspeople were respectful to him. He never imagined that this time, in front of Lu Jinyan, his cousin's reputation would have no power at all. Moreover, Lu Jinyan's fighting skills were too terrifying. He hadn't even used his shovel yet, but he was already beaten so badly he couldn't get up. Holding the shovel gave him some sense of safety. After the shovel hit the ground, Era trembled as he tried to grab it. But before he could, Lu Jinyan kicked him several times, making him feel like at least 3 of his ribs were broken. He was in such pain that he twitched as if electrocuted, and for a long time, he couldn't even lift his hands, let alone grab the shovel. Seeing how badly Eru was beaten, Taizhu and the others were gasping in fear. But if they left Eru alone, Zhang Zhen, who loved to hurt Eru, would definitely not spare them. They were caught in a tough spot when they heard Zhang Zhen shout, "Eru." Seeing Zhang Zhen bring 3 militia members, Taizhu and the others suddenly felt more confident. They knew they couldn't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Zhang Zhen was famous in the area for his fighting skills, and he didn't believe that so many of them couldn't handle a young kid who didn't know his limits. Feeling more confident, Taizhu's face was no longer so pale. He roared loudly and charged at Lu Jinyan. Seeing so many people coming, Song Tang's heart tightened again. She was worried that Lu Jinyan might get hurt. But she only knew a little bit of boxing, and in front of such overwhelming strength, she couldn't help him much. All she could do was stay far away and not hold him back. It turned out that Taizhu was overconfident and underestimated Lu Jinyan's strength. His roar was loud, but his punch was too soft. Before his fist even reached Lu Jinyan kicked him away with a single kick. Tainyo and Godan weren't doing much better. They were beaten so badly by Lu Jinyan that they were crawling on the ground, and when Lu Jinyan kicked again, Tainyo rolled his eyes and fainted. The 3 militia members Zhang Zhen brought were usually quite arrogant in the village, but in front of Lu Jinyan, they were no match. They quickly found themselves unable to get up after being beaten by Lu Jinyan. At first, Zhang Zhen didn't take Lu Jinyan seriously. He thought that bringing people to beat Lu Jinyan was a one-sided act of cruelty. Who would have guessed that his good brothers would be completely helpless in front of Lu Jinyan? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Zhen's palms. But he is the leader of the militia team. If he runs away like this, what kind of respect will he still have in the village? He can't afford to lose face. Moreover, he is quite skilled and might not lose easily. Zhang Zhen secretly clenched his teeth and still drew his folding knife, stabbing fiercely at Lu Jinyan, each move sharp and aggressive. Seeing Zhang Zhen with a knife, Song Tang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Lu Jinyan. She wanted to warn him to be careful, but she was afraid that if she spoke out, it might attract Zhang Zhen's attention. If Zhang Zhen attacked her, Lu Jinyan would have to protect her, making things even more difficult. She thought for a moment and forcefully covered her mouth, hiding behind a large tree nearby. After Zhang Yukai called Zhang Zhen and others over, he didn't rush to fight Lu Jinyan. He quietly hid in a dense bush nearby. He knew Zhang Zhen was very skilled. He also thought Zhang Zhen could easily defeat Lu Jinyan. Who would have thought that not only were the militia brought by Zhang Zhen weak, but Zhang Zhen himself was now at a disadvantage, and his son was beaten so badly he cried out and fainted. His son was gambling and owed a lot of money. The person who ordered his son to do things promised to give him 500 yuan. 500 yuan. He couldn't earn that much even after working hard for years. He couldn't bear to see his son be tortured by debt collectors, losing limbs, or even his life. He had to help his son complete the task, to kill that woman. Zhang Yukai held his breath and slowly moved closer, quickly reaching behind Song Tang. The night was dark, the bushes thick, and all of Song Tang's attention was focused on the fight nearby. She didn't notice that someone was hiding in the bushes not far away. It wasn't until Zhang Yukai reached her back that she suddenly became aware of his presence. Zhang Yukai was sure that Song Tang couldn't dodge his sickle, and he couldn't help but feel a bit overconfident. He grimaced and shouted, "Die! Song Song!" Hearing the voice, Lu Jinyan's face changed completely. He rushed forward like a gust of wind, trying to kick the sickle out of Zhang Youcai's hand. But the sickle was too close to Song Tang's neck. If he kicked him properly, she would be in serious danger. He didn't dare take the risk. Without hesitation, he tightly held her in his arms and used his body to block the deadly. Lu Jinyan was much taller than Song Tang. The sickle didn't cut his neck, but stabbed into his back. Coincidentally, it was exactly where he had been previously shot. His wound hadn't healed yet, and this new stab made things even worse. Lu Jinyan suddenly smelled the strong scent of blood in his mouth. He didn't want Song Tang to worry or feel burdened, so he forcibly suppressed the bloodiness in his mouth. He quickly pulled out the sickle that was stabbed into his back and used the wooden side of the sickle to hit Zhang Youcai's head hard. Zhang Yukai staggered suddenly and fell to the ground, motionless. Zhang Zhen was also covered in injuries. He knew that even if Lu Jinyan was hurt, he was no match for him. He didn't want to suffer more losses and hurriedly thought about going back to the village to find more helpers to beat him badly. However, just as he turned around, the handle of the sickle Lu Jinyan threw hit him right on the back of the neck. He swayed slightly and collapsed to the ground. Lu Jinyan released Song Tang and then kicked him several times before he fainted. If Lu Jinyan hadn't been injured, he would definitely have tied these people up and taken them to the town or county police station to put them in jail. But he had lost a lot of blood. His head was already feeling heavy. This village was really too remote. It would take a long time to drive to the town. And when he tied them up, other villagers might come to help Hu and others. By then, he wouldn't be able to protect Song Tang. He could only remember but he had lost a lot of blood. His head was already feeling heavy. This village was really too remote. It would take a long time to drive to the town. And when he tied them up, other villagers might come to help Hu and others. By then, he wouldn't be able to protect Song Tang. Lu Jinyan almost couldn't hold back the blood in his throat. He paused for a moment before speaking, "I'm fine. Song, you get in the car first. I'll take you away from here." Song Tang also knew that this village was surrounded by mountains, and it would take a long drive to reach the town. She was very worried about Lu Jinyan's injury and wanted the village doctor to. Lu Jinyan almost couldn't hold back the blood in his throat. He paused for a moment before speaking, "I'm fine. Song, you get in the car first. I'll take you away from here." Song Tang also knew that this village was surrounded by mountains. Lu Jinyan knew there must be decent accommodations in the town. He wanted Song Tang to rest well at a guest house. However, his mind was growing more and more foggy, and his vision was becoming blurry. He knew he couldn't drive the car to the town anymore. After confirming he had driven far away from the village, and that Hu and others couldn't come over the mountains, he stopped the car beside a stream in a valley. He quickly got out and set up a tent. Sleeping in a tent outdoors was definitely not as comfortable as staying at a guest house, and he felt he had let her down again. Song. Go rest inside the tent. I will stay outside and watch over everything. When morning comes. He wanted to say that after dawn he would drive to the town, but he hadn't finished speaking when thick black fog swallowed his vision. He collapsed to the ground and remained still.
Lu Jinyan.
Song Tang's eyes filled with, I will stay outside and watch over everything. When morning comes. He wanted to say that after dawn he would drive to the town, but he hadn't finished speaking when thick black fog swallowed his vision. He collapsed to the ground and remained still.
Lu Jinyan.
Song Tang's eyes filled with tears. Just now, she was especially scared. Afraid he might never wake up again. Afraid she owed him her life. Afraid she might never see him again. She was never a timid person, but in this moment, she was afraid to even lift her hand to check his breathing. She froze in place for a moment, then tremblingly tested his nose with her fingertip. Luckily, he was still breathing. In her past life in the 21st century, summers grew hotter each year. Even in early autumn, without air conditioning, it was still unbearably hot. But in the 1970s summer, even without fans, it was bearable. On late summer nights, the breeze was cool, sometimes a little chilly if you didn't wear a jacket when going outside. Especially in the mountains, where the night wind was cold and gusty. He was injured and lying outside in the wind. He definitely couldn't handle that. Thinking this through, she summoned all her strength and slowly dragged him into the tent. She used his car keys to open the trunk. Inside the trunk, there were 2 bags. She took both bags into the tent. She knew he often camped in the mountains during training, so his bag probably had emergency supplies and medicines. She quickly opened the larger camouflage bag. Sure enough, it contained a flashlight, clothes, and some common medicines. Lu Jinyan, wake up. Turning on the flashlight, Song Tang saw that the fabric on his back was soaked with blood. Clearly, his injury was serious. She had never treated wounds before. Seeing the blood on her palm, she felt a bit overwhelmed. But he was injured saving her, and he was Lin Auntie's son. She definitely couldn't ignore his life or death. His clothes were stuck to his back. If she simply lifted his clothes, she was afraid she might hurt his wound. She saw that there were scissors in his bag. She took a deep breath, grabbed the scissors, and cut open the fabric on his back. The wound looked worse than she expected. The sickle had just cut into his previous injury, causing flesh and blood to swell, looking very shocking. Maybe the night wind blew sand into her eyes, and suddenly she felt like crying. She knew that crying wouldn't help now. She needed to quickly disinfect, stop the bleeding, and do a simple bandage on his wound. She forcefully sniffed and hurriedly found a piece of crumpled cotton with alcohol to clean his wound. After finishing, sweat beads appeared on her forehead. She was hoping he would wake up soon. She stayed by his side, very worried and scared. But he was sleeping too deeply, so deeply that even the alcohol cleaning hurt, yet he showed no sign of waking.
She also saw another bag inside the tent.
This bag was much smaller and more feminine than his usual backpack. It was the bag he prepared for her during her rural visit and performance, which she had refused to accept. In her haste earlier, she accidentally opened this bag. Under the flashlight, she clearly saw inside snacks from Daoxiang village, white rabbit candies, spicy shrimp crackers, canned food, and even sunflower seeds. The things he prepared for her were very complete and all her favorites. He had a frustrating side, but also a charming one. That's why she felt so conflicted and tangled when communicating with him. Song Tang didn't want to look anymore and hurriedly zipped up the bag. The tent was small, and since he was too tall and already took up most of it, if she lay down, she could only lie very close to him. They had already agreed not to entangle each other again, so she definitely didn't want to be skin to skin with him. She simply sat aside, watching over him. His injury was so serious that he might feel uncomfortable or want water in the middle of the night. He was hurt saving her, so she should take care of him now. Song Tang thought she wouldn't be able to sleep sitting in the tent. But before midnight, her eyelids started to fight each other. She was half asleep, leaning to the side, about to drift into sleep, when suddenly she heard his low, painful moan. Water. Without hesitation, Song Tang quickly opened his water bottle and brought it to his lips. It was her first time feeding someone water, and she was completely unskilled. After choking a little, Jinyan slowly opened his eyes. Unlike his usual sharp, deep, and cold gaze, at this moment his eyes are surprisingly gentle, as if covered by a layer of fog. Clearly, he is not fully awake now. Song? Seeing Song Tang, Jinyan pauses slightly. He feels like he must be dreaming. Song Tang hates him so much, she would rather never see him again in her life. How could she be so gentle, feeding him water and looking at him with concern? Only in dreams would she smile brightly and snuggle into his arms, acting spoiled and playful. Since it's a dream, he doesn't need to hide his strong feelings anymore. He can't help but open his arms and hold her tightly. Song, I miss you so much. Song Tang is startled by his sudden action. If she hadn't reacted quickly, the water in the kettle would have spilled. She quickly screws on the lid, puts the kettle aside, and tries to get out of his embrace. But he's already hurt badly and still so strong that she can't break free. Being so close, she clearly feels that he is very hot, as if he has a fever. Jinyan, let me go. I need to find you some medicine to reduce your fever. Jinyan seems not to understand her words. He stubbornly and affectionately keeps her in his arms, as if she is his entire world, his forever. Please let me go. Song Tang is almost out of breath from his hold. With a tone full of helplessness and frustration, she says, "You have a fever. If you don't take medicine quickly, it could cause problems." He still doesn't let go. He looks like a big, loyal dog afraid of being abandoned, with half-lowered eyes, burying his face deep in her neck, whispering softly, Song, don't ignore me. Don't leave me." Song Tang doesn't want to stay with a sick person who is acting crazy. But his voice is hoarse and painful, like tiny needles stabbing her heart, making her feel a deep, aching pain inside. She even feels tempted to indulge herself and hold him tightly. However, thinking that if his fever gets too high, he might become foolish, she puts on an angry face and scolds him. Jinyan, I'm going to find you medicine to reduce your fever. If you don't let me go and let me find the medicine, I'll really get mad. Jinyan doesn't want to let go of Song Tang. He's always been brave. But even though he's not afraid of death, whether in dreams or reality, he fears Song Tang will be angry, that she will ignore him, and that he might never be able to hold her hand again. He paused for a moment, then slowly withdrew his arms. Song Tang quickly turned around and searched his bag for fever medicine. The backpack he usually used did not have any medicine, but luckily, the bag he prepared for her had a few pills. Outside the white paper packet, there was a careful note with instructions on how to take the medicine and the dosage. The handwriting was sharp, strong, and vigorous, clearly written by him himself. Song Tang's heart trembled slightly, and her eyes inexplicably became very sore and swollen. She discreetly wiped her eyes and took 2 pills, then sternly ordered him, "Take the medicine." Song Tang's voice was soft and pleasant. Even though she tried to sound fierce, her voice had no real threat. But Captain Lu, who was usually calm and hard to approach, became especially obedient after hearing her. He took the pills without even drinking water and swallowed them directly. Song Tang looked down and happened to meet his gaze, noticing how overly obedient he looked at this moment. Jinyan had a cold, noble aura, with a strong presence. Usually, he seemed icy and unreachable, and because of his overwhelming aura, people found him very intimidating. Now, because of his high fever, a misty fog appeared in his eyes, softening his usual coldness and hardness, making him look surprisingly gentle. It was as if a fierce, aggressive wolf dog had turned into a cute Bichon Frise. Especially when she looked at his short hair close up, Song Tang suddenly felt like petting it. She quietly pinched herself to stop her wandering thoughts. Song, I've taken medicine. Lu Jinyan's dark eyes gradually showed a cautious look. I won't make you angry again, and I won't make you sad anymore. Don't like others like me, okay? Song Tang's heart couldn't stop pounding rapidly. In her past and present lives, she had never liked anyone else. The only person she ever felt a brief flutter for was him. But many of the things he said before made her very sad, and she didn't know how to continue getting along with him. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. He had tightly embraced her again and pressed his head against her neck. His body was very hot, and their breathing intertwined. Unknowingly, her face flushed from his warmth. She was flustered, trying to push him away, when she heard his voice again. Song, I'm really scared I'll never see you again. Luckily, you're okay. In that night's dream, she resolutely jumped off a towering cliff, and he lost her forever. Losing her so painfully, tangled with the scene where she almost got seriously hurt or even killed tonight, made him forget everything else. He just wanted to hold her tightly with all his strength, never letting go in this life or the next. Suddenly, he lifted his face and eagerly kissed her red lips. When she regained her senses, she also heard his voice filled with deep affection and uncertainty. Song, I want to kiss you. Song Tang's mind was burning, her face flushed. She instinctively wanted to say, no, you can't kiss me. But he was not asking for her opinion at all. His lips had already pressed against hers. He thought this was a dream come true, so his actions were especially reckless. Lu Jinyan, are you really a dog? Song Tang's breath was almost taken away by him. Before she could curse him, he deepened the kiss, leaving her completely unable to resist. The painful dream of her jumping off a cliff kept replaying in his mind. His heart was overwhelmed with intense pain and fear, like a tide swallowing him whole. Only by fiercely kissing her and refusing to let go could his broken, aching heart find a glimmer of hope. Song. Lu Jinyan kissed her more urgently, many of his movements instinctive. Song Tang felt her lips might swell from the kiss. Other parts of her body also ached from his shamelessness. She was angry and wanted to scold him, even bite him hard. But for some reason, hearing his tender yet painful voice, she couldn't be mad at him. Instead, her heart softened completely. In fact, she accidentally responded to his kiss. He was badly hurt and burning with fever, but at this moment, he keenly sensed her indulgence. His lonely, painful heart seemed to be nourished by a gentle rain, reviving with new hope. He was never a talkative person, nor did he like to chatter. But in this moment, holding her tightly, kissing her deeply, thinking of their past lives and present, he had so many things he wanted to say. His voice was deep, hoarse, with an unintentionally seductive charm. Song, I know you're still angry with me, because I was not good to you before. I deliberately kept my distance and was harsh to you. But actually, I was afraid. It's like I've been bewitched, always dreaming of you. Dreaming of having you. I didn't realize at the time that you are Tang Song. I like Tang Song and see her as my soulmate. I want to marry her and be with her forever. In my dreams, I feel attracted to you, and when I see you, my gaze uncontrollably falls on you. I hate myself for being indecisive and fickle. I am more afraid of disappointing Tang Song. So, I force myself to stay away from you and set boundaries. It turns out I only fall for you in reality because you and Tang Song are actually the same person. Song, I like you. Really. I like you so much. Song Tang's thick, curled eyelashes fluttered gently. Her heart softens completely. She always thought his harshness and telling her not to come near him were because he disliked her very much. She didn't expect that his deliberate distance was because he was uncontrollably attracted to her in real life and afraid of disappointing her, her alias Tang Song. He was still whispering softly, sincerely, repeatedly saying he liked her. Once, he was so mean to her that she was very angry. She even thought she wouldn't want to meet him again in the next life. But when she saw the sickle in Zhang Youtsai's hand coming toward her and watched him protect her without hesitation, hearing him hoarsely say he liked her, her anger faded. She was lost in her thoughts when suddenly she felt a chill on her back. He turned around abruptly and pressed her down on the soft mat of the tent, his strong, knobby hand with defined bones still. Song Tang's face instantly turned red, as if it could bleed. She almost grit her teeth and said, "Lu Jinyan, you shameless. Let go of your hand." Lu Jinyan still believed he was dreaming. He wouldn't let go of her. Moreover, his passionate kiss fell again. Feeling his actions becoming more over the top, Song Tang felt both ashamed and angry. She pushed him hard with her hands, trying to shove this troublemaker away. But her hand just happened to land on his back wound. Seeing his wound start bleeding again, she was afraid that pushing him might tear it open. For a moment, she didn't dare to act rashly. Song, never leave me." Hearing his voice full of deep anxiety and panic, her eyes filled with tears uncontrollably. She no longer tried to push him away, but instead hugged him tightly. Actually, she also had a little bit of feelings for him. Men are best at pushing their luck. Even after being seriously injured and feeling her surrender, Lu Jinyan's actions gradually became more bold. He had never liked a girl this much before. He liked her so much that he wanted to hold her close, without distinction between us and you. His kisses, starting from her red lips, quickly moved downward, worshipping her with devotion. He could not get enough of her. "Lu Jinyan, stop." Song Tang's mind was almost a complete mess from his kisses. She wanted to say, "Stop kissing me. There are some places that really shouldn't be touched." But men who taste sweetness never seem to stop easily. At a critical moment, he finally stopped reluctantly, tightening his arms little by little, trembling and holding her close with longing. Song Tang didn't want to be held like this forever. But it was late at night, and she was very sleepy. He had been too much earlier, and she was too exhausted to push him away. In the end, she fell asleep in his arms, feeling drowsy. She was used to sleeping alone in her bed. She thought that being held like this by someone else would make her sleep poorly. Surprisingly, tonight, she slept very peacefully and sweetly. Even when the temperature dropped later in the night, and he held her tightly, she didn't feel cold. When she opened her eyes, it was already bright outside. What she saw was his handsome face close up. Further down, she saw his perfect chest muscles, abs, and V-line. Last night, he kept kissing her endlessly, and his hands were not behaving. It was too much. She was embarrassed and angry, grabbing him wherever he touched her. Now, there were clear scratch marks on his chest left by her. Looking at those scratches, many passionate and heated images flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Song Tang's face was almost burning with heat. She didn't have the courage to look further and closed her eyes, trying to slip out of his embrace. Song. Holding her, Lu Jinyan also slept very soundly last night. Feeling her movement, he immediately opened his eyes. He remembered everything clearly from last night, but he thought everything in the tent was just a dream. Now, seeing Song Tang tightly held in his arms and her disheveled, torn clothes, he realized that last night was not a dream. He really kissed her and was too abrupt with her. He didn't go all the way with her, but he couldn't control himself and many reckless, excessive things happened. And, taking advantage of his strength, he damaged her clothes. She mentioned that she liked someone and didn't want to see him again, but he kept taking advantage of her. He was rarely at a loss for words. He awkwardly explained, Song, last night I thought I was dreaming. I shouldn't have damaged your clothes. I have no shame." Last night, Song Tang was really exhausted. She was so dizzy from his kisses that she hardly noticed her clothes being damaged. Now, hearing his words, she realized her skirt was badly torn. The neckline was broken, the hem was ripped, and there was a tear at the waist. Her little top was even worse. She couldn't find it at all. She had brought enough clothes for her visit to the countryside for a performance. Besides her comfortable cotton long dress, she had 5 or 6 other dresses. But those clothes were all in her backpack. Last night, In her rush to escape, she threw the backpack onto one of the men. That means she didn't have any clean clothes now. Song Tang was both embarrassed and angry. She wished she could take scissors and cut off Lu Jinyan's clothes too, so he wouldn't be able to show himself in public. But even if she cut his clothes, it wouldn't help. She needed to find her little top and sew her clothes quickly. In this era, wearing patched clothes was normal. But she loved to look nice, and now her clothes were stitched and patched because of him. Her anger was hard to calm. She kept a cold face, angrily pulled away his arm, and was about to check if her little top was under her backpack when she noticed he was holding a piece of bright red fabric. Clearly, that was her little top. Her face instantly turned redder than that bright red piece. She snatched her little top back and said irritably, "Lu Jinyan, you pervert." Lu Jinyan also saw the red piece in his hand. He really hadn't expected that last night he would do something like this again. His pale, cold face was now more red than the fiery maple leaves. He knew he should explain himself, but after damaging her clothes and taking her little top, he didn't know how to start. Seeing that the straps of her little top had been torn off by him, he could only try to fix it. I can sew it for you." He was the one who damaged her clothes. Song Tang didn't want to sew it in front of him. Anyway, he had helped her sew clothes before. After thinking for a moment, she coldly threw her little top onto him. Her clothes were hanging on his chest, and his face turned even redder, as if he might bleed red paint. He cleared his throat uncomfortably before turning around to find a needle and thread from his backpack, preparing to sew her clothes. Her dress was also torn and needed mending. Blushing and embarrassed, he hesitated for a long time before finally taking out one of his two shoulder vests. "You can wear my clothes first." Song Tang's cheeks puffed up in anger. Who would want to wear his clothes? But her dress was too badly damaged to wear without fixing. When he was sewing her clothes, she knew she couldn't stay completely dressed, so she angrily took the vest. Song Tang wanted him to leave so she could change, but then she heard his cold yet hoarse and warm voice. Song, last night I kissed you in many places. My hand also. Don't like others anymore. I want to take responsibility for you." Who needs him to say he kissed her in many places? Song Tang, shy and sensitive, was already feeling embarrassed about her torn clothes, and now he was describing it in detail. No wonder she was furious. She knew she had already started to soften toward him. Last night, he risked his life for her, so she found it hard to completely cut ties with him. But her intense shame made her snap. No need. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Last night, I accidentally took some advantage of you. I won't take responsibility for you either." Actually, Song Tang's words were not wrong. Last night, he was especially fierce, making her lose her composure and fall apart. But she didn't really suffer losses either. In her previous life, during her free time, she sometimes watched short videos. The day before her car accident, she saw a video. A few girls went to a KTV and ordered a male singer, costing over 1,000 yuan each. But the men who came into the room weren't the handsome models with broad shoulders, narrow waists, long legs, and six-pack abs they expected. Instead, they were middle-aged men with beer bellies, and some even bald. The girls suspected they didn't order models, but rather their uncles. Honestly, even at top clubs, it's rare to find male models like Lu Jinyan. Even if they could, just touching him might cost hundreds of thousands. Last night, she had touched him countless times. She lost track. But it was definitely worth at least 10 million, so she basically spent the night touching a top-level male model for free. Song Tang knew that Lu Jinyan probably didn't understand what a male model was. She didn't plan to explain the term to him. She gently bit her lip and said, "Didn't I tell you before that some places have men who sell their looks to make money? Last night, I just treated it as if I hired one of those men. In any case, neither of us lost out, and neither of us has to take responsibility." She once again thought of him as that kind of man. Lu Jinyan's eyes filled with pain and anger, and his heart ached almost to the point of suffocation. He didn't know that when she was Tang Song, he had taken advantage of her in his confused state. At that time, he didn't want to take responsibility for her. He was also worried she would cling to him, because he was afraid he would disappoint Tang Song. Now, he wanted to be responsible for her and spend his life with her, but she no longer wanted him to take responsibility. In his heart, he actually wanted to ask her not to like anyone else and to give him one last chance. But he was afraid that his persistence would make her hate him more. He took her small clothes and went outside the tent to sew them. After Lu Jinyan left, Song Tang immediately closed the small tent flap to change clothes. He actually had shorts in his bag, but his shorts were too loose for her, making it impossible to wear. She could only change into his 2 shoulder straps. She is 168 centimeters tall, which is not short among girls, but he is nearly 1.9 meters tall. Wearing his tank top, she looked almost like she was wearing a short skirt. The tank top reached below her hips, so it wouldn't reveal anything. But she wasn't wearing so it was empty and made her feel very insecure. She couldn't help but urge him, "Lu Jinyan, are you done sewing? Why are you so slow?" Lu Jinyan, who was in the army, sewed his torn clothes himself. He had sewn clothes many times, so his movements were definitely not slow. But holding her small clothes, as if holding a hot potato, and seeing the soft red in his palm, he couldn't help but recall some romantic images. His heartbeat quickened, and he kept making mistakes, sewing very hard. His fingertip was pricked again. He took a deep breath and replied, "Almost done." When he said almost done, he had only sewn 1 strap. Song Tang waited nearly 10 more minutes before he opened the small tent flap and handed her the small clothes. He was about to ask her to give him her skirt, but when he looked down, he saw her current state. She had already changed into his tank top. His tank top was too loose for her, but she sat lazily inside the tent, still showing her curves very clearly. He saw her round, white shoulder, a delicate, beautiful collarbone, rolling mountains, and 2 slim, straight, long legs. Last night, he messed up her carefully arranged hair. Now, her long black hair falls freely, reaching her waist, intertwined with her black tank top, making her fair skin look even more radiant and lively. Lu Jinyan's breathing became heavy and uneven. He hurriedly turned his face away, forcing himself not to look or think about it. He calmed down for nearly half a minute before finally speaking with difficulty. "The small shirt is sewn. Give me the dress, I'll sew it." The morning breeze outside was especially cool. Lu Jinyan was shirtless, but because his mind was too chaotic, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Song Tang also saw the small shirt he handed over. The stitches were crooked and uneven, worse than last time. She had seen him sew clothes for himself. He sews his own clothes neatly and properly, but when he sews her clothes, they look so poorly done. Does he have some opinion about her? Song Tang found his sewing skills very disappointing. But he had already finished sewing, so she couldn't just undo the stitches and redo it. She was too lazy to bother. She raised her chin proudly, took the small shirt, but still threw the skirt back to him. When Lu Jinyan turned around, she clearly saw that the wound on his back was bleeding again. Song Tang's heart tightened uncontrollably. Thinking that he was hurt for her, and that he had a fever last night, she was worried that he might not handle the cold wind with his bare upper body. She awkwardly said, "You should sew inside the tent." Lu Jinyan didn't want to sew inside the tent. Inside the tent, there was her natural, sweet scent. Even with his back turned to her, seeing her wearing his tank top kept running through his mind, making trouble. He was afraid that sewing inside the tent would make the dress look even worse. But he couldn't resist wanting to get closer to her. After struggling for a long time, he still walked into the tent, sat facing away from her, and carefully sewed the dress. The morning outside was cool, and inside the tent it wasn't hot. For some reason, hearing her steady breathing behind him made him suddenly feel very hot. His mouth was dry, and his tongue parched. He wanted to talk to her, to tell her not to dislike him so much. But he was usually cold and quiet, and with his heart pounding so fast, he didn't know how to start a conversation. He sat with his back to her, and Song Tang's gaze unintentionally fell on his back. His shoulders were broad, but his waist was narrow. She looked down slowly from his shoulder, and a word suddenly popped into her mind. Stud dog waist. Really, with his face and build, if he were a male model in the era she lived in last life, he would definitely charm a lot of wealthy women. But it was the fierce scar on his back that caught her eye. Lu Jinyan. Seeing the blood-stained bandage on his back, Song Tang's voice trembled slightly. Thank you for saving me last night. If it weren't for you, I might have been harmed to death. When she mentioned death, Lu Jinyan couldn't help but think again about the painful dream he had that night. In the dream, she died at the cold edge of a cliff. Overwhelmed with fear and sadness, he instinctively turned around and tightly held her hand. Song Tang, you won't die. In her past life, he failed to protect her by a narrow margin. This life, even if he were to be doomed, he would protect her at all costs. Song Tang didn't expect him to suddenly turn around and hold her hand. Honestly, she didn't dislike him holding her hand like that. But his grip was too strong, as if he wanted to crush her bones, which hurt. Seeing her beautiful brow furrow tightly, Lu Jinyan realized he had been too abrupt again. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, his heart pounding wildly. Don't worry, those who tried to hurt you last night will pay the price. Thinking that Song Tang came with colleagues from the troupe, he couldn't help but ask, why were you alone in that wilderness last night? Jang May and others didn't like her, so there was no need to hide it from Lu Jinyan. She told the truth. Our deputy Captain Jang May was targeting me. She told me to leave early this morning, but they left last night. Someone wanted to hurt me at the guesthouse. They said they knew people from the militia. I was afraid if I asked the villagers for help, I would be in danger, so I ran to a deserted place. They said they would hurt me if I died, promising to give them 500 yuan. I'm not sure who exactly ordered them. Hearing this, Lu Jinyan's murderous intent couldn't be contained and burst out. He thought those men last night were trying to hurt Song Tang out of. But he didn't expect they were being instructed by someone else.
Jang May. He remembered that name.
During the competition among Song Tang, Gu Mengwan, and Lu Mingyue, the judges all chose Song Tang and Gu Mengwan, except Jang May, who picked Gu Mengwan and Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue's dance skills were nowhere near Song Tang's. Obviously, Jang May had been targeting Song Tang for a long time. He couldn't be sure whether Jang May, the mastermind behind last night's attempt on Song Tang's life, was responsible. But since Jang May deliberately targeted and bullied Song Tang, he wouldn't tolerate it. He would also find the mastermind and make sure they suffered greatly. Song Tang hates to lose. After suffering such a big loss last night, she would definitely fight back once she looked back. She has already thought of a way to counterattack. She didn't want to keep talking about Jang May, so she changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to sew my dress? Lu Jinyan, are you trying to slack off? Lu Jinyan didn't want to slack off. Just seeing her made his heart beat irregularly, and he couldn't sew well. But since she was glaring at him fiercely, he was afraid she would get angry if he didn't sew quickly. So he lowered his eyes and hurriedly sewed the dress in his hands. Song Tang couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. His face was truly perfect and handsome. The muscles on his body were so well defined, they looked like a piece of art. In short, she really didn't lose out last night. In fact, she even thought about poking his chest, abs, or V-line muscles more often in the future. But what happens next depends on his behavior. Whether he had a fever again or was too tired from sewing, a bead of sweat slipped down his forehead, tracing along his chest and abs, finally sliding beneath his V-line. Male beauty is truly alluring. Song Tang was lost in admiration when she suddenly heard his cold, magnetic voice, so tempting it almost sounded criminal. Song, do you like Fu Wenjing or Captain Gao? What do you like about them? I can learn it all. So look at me, is that okay? He said he could learn it all. Song Tang's heart unexpectedly skipped several beats. At this moment, his dark, starry eyes were full of devotion and passion. Plus, his face was so charmingly seductive, it was really hard for anyone to stay cold toward him. But she hadn't yet enjoyed a carefree, happy life on her own. She didn't want a relationship right now. She awkwardly said, Who I like has nothing to do with you. Seeing her dress's torn collar, sewn crookedly by him, looking like a centipede crawling on it, she couldn't help but mutter with some disgust. Such poor sewing skills. Anyway, I don't like you. Poor sewing skills. Lu Jinyan raised an eyebrow and saw Song Tang's red, swollen lips, slightly chapped. Further down, her slender, white swan neck was visible. Because the neckline of her shoulders and back was a bit loose, he could clearly see red marks around her neck and collarbone. Even the faintly visible mark on her chest was impossible to ignore. Last night, did he really make her feel very uncomfortable? Was his technique truly so bad that it was shocking? Lu Jinyan rarely doubted himself. He awkwardly touched his lips gently. Everyone has two lips, so why was his so clumsy? He looked down and saw his hand. He was quite strong. He thought women would like a man with strength, but he didn't expect she would dislike him for it. Terrible. Song Tang looked more annoyed as she saw the dress he sewed for her, muttering again. Not just bad, but really terrible. Since childhood, Lu Jinyan was known for being talented and outstanding.
He was good at studying.
But when it came to kissing or touching women, he had no experience. He didn't know how to improve himself in that area. He didn't want her to keep disliking him for being so bad, and he was afraid she might stop talking to him because of it. He sat still for a long time, then blushed and reflected on himself, saying, "Sorry, last night, I had a fever and made you uncomfortable. I made your lips swell, so it probably hurt a bit. I've never kissed another girl before, so I lack experience, and maybe it didn't feel good for you." Lu Jinyan's face was hot as he looked at his pale, slender fingers. Maybe I use too much strength. I'm all muscles but don't know the right technique. My skills need improvement. If you don't like it, I can try to learn and get better. Song, do you think if I improve, you might look at me? Song Tang was stunned, her eyes wide.
What was he talking about?
She only disliked how poorly he sewed her dress. How did it turn into her swollen lips? And about the experience. Could he really say such things? I have some ointment in my bag. If you're uncomfortable, you can put some on. Lu Jinyan, shut up. Song Tang couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him angrily. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Telling him to shut up didn't fix her frustration inside. She puffed her cheeks and scolded him. Shameless. You're a pervert. A hooligan. A troublemaker. Lu Jinyan felt helpless and innocent. He just wanted to tell her seriously that he was willing to learn and improve his skills, so she wouldn't like others but like him. Why did he suddenly become a bad guy? Song Tang angrily glared at him, but her gaze met his innocent, starry eyes. She knew they were talking about completely different things. To prevent him from saying more nonsense, she took a deep breath and grit her teeth as she said, "I didn't say your kissing skills are bad." Song Tang also hadn't kissed anyone else, but she could feel that his skills were good. After all, kissing him made her feel happy. And having strong arms isn't a bad thing. If a man has no strength, he would fall over with a push and he couldn't lift or support, so isn't that not a real man? In her past life, Gu Baobao once told her that when looking for a man, you should never choose someone who looks like a gentleman but is weak inside. You should find a strong, real man. With Lu Jinyan's strength and those muscles full of hormones, he would definitely be loved by wealthy women at the club. Of course, Song Tang would never say these things to Lu Jinyan. She just continued grinding her teeth and said, your sewing of my dress is too ugly, and your skills are poor. Your sewing looks like a centipede. How am I supposed to wear it? And what are you thinking about all day?
Pervert.
Shameless. Crazy. Lu Jinyan was completely stunned. When she mentioned his sewing skills, he instinctively thought of last night's incident. He really didn't expect that she only disliked the dress he sewed for her being ugly. He looked down, carefully examining the dress in his hands. The parts he sewed were indeed quite ugly. When she said it looked like a centipede, he was being gentle. She was being kind. He usually remained calm, composed, and emotionless outside, but when the girl he liked misunderstood him as a pervert, he found it hard to stay indifferent. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that he didn't mean for it to happen earlier. He wasn't a pervert, a bad guy, or crazy. But seeing her swollen lips, the red marks around her neck, and the ruined dress in his hands, he couldn't say a word. All he could do was hold the needle tightly, as if holding a gun, and carefully and sincerely sew her dress. It still looked ugly. Jinyan thought that if he focused and sewed carefully, he could make the next few stitches look better. But it still looked like a centipede. He stiffly held the dress, hesitating whether to undo the stitches and sew it again, when Tang suddenly snatched the dress from his hands. "Turn around, don't look." Okay. She already thought he was a rogue and a pervert. When she changed clothes, he definitely wouldn't look. He quickly turned around, sitting up straight, as if he were a gentleman who avoided women. Tang looked away from his back and hurriedly started to change the 2 clothes he had sewn for her. To make sure she wouldn't see, Jinyan had just closed his eyes. He thought that turning around and closing his eyes while she changed clothes would make him unaware and indifferent. But after closing his eyes, his other senses became much sharper. He could clearly hear the fabric rubbing against her body, the faint sound of laces, and later, the zip of her dress. Even listening to these small sounds, images began to appear in his mind without his control. The romantic scenes from his dreams mixed with the passionate reality, making him feel like he was roasting on a fire. A fine sweat appeared on his forehead. In just a minute or two, it felt like he had endured for 100 years. "Done. I'll change your dressing now." Jinyan was badly hurt, and today she definitely needed to take him to a proper hospital to treat his wound and get a tetanus shot. But right now, they were still outdoors, with limited conditions, and she didn't know how far the town or county was from here. The gauze on his wound was already stained red, so she had to treat it first. Jinyan also wanted to quickly take her to the county. His current condition was not suitable for long drives. They definitely couldn't go back to the capital today. He didn't want her to camp outdoors tonight. He needed to take his medicine on time so he could stay alert and drive her to the town. Last night, Tang applied medicine to him. Seeing the blood on his back and him lying motionless on the ground, she was full of worry and anxiety, with no time to think about anything else. But now, as the disinfectant cotton fell onto his wound, her mind involuntarily grew hot. From behind, he looked so handsome. His back shoulder to waist muscles were very smooth, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, he was like walking hormone. It made her want to reach out and grab him. She didn't dare think about it too much. He was a man, and his neck was so attractive. Looking closer, she noticed a tiny mole about the size of a rice grain on the left side of his neck. It added a bit of sexiness, making her want to bite it. Tang was startled by her own thoughts and quickly pressed harder on his wound, hurriedly treating it. Suddenly, she applied too much force, and Jinyan felt the pain. But he had a strong tolerance for pain, so this little hurt was nothing to him. What made it hard for him to bear was her gentle, boneless hand resting on his back. It was as if a feather was softly scratching his heart. It made him feel restless. It made him fall for her. His body felt so hot, as if flames were burning inside him. He almost used all his willpower to stop himself from pressing her down and kissing her fiercely. Just when he thought he was about to burn into ashes, her small hand finally left his back. He let out a small breath of relief, but then he heard her voice, filled with doubt. "Jinyan, why is your back so hot? Are you running a fever again?" Jinyan could tell that his fever had gone down. But inside, the fire still burned, impossible to put out. In that brief moment of distraction, she moved closer to him, standing in front of him. She clearly wanted to check if he really had a fever. She reached out quickly and touched his chest. Feeling how hot his chest was, her worry deepened. Her sudden touch almost made the tense string inside him snap. He was so overwhelmed that he let out a low, muffled sound. She didn't notice the danger at all. She tilted her face up and reached out again to touch his forehead. It was strange. His back and chest were very hot, but his forehead was not. She was puzzled, and just then, she saw his Adam's apple move sharply. That's when she realized how close they were. So close that it was almost intimate. If she just tilted her face a little more, she could touch his perfect, curved lips. Song Tang suddenly felt her mouth go dry and her throat tighten. She wanted to step back and distance herself from him, but she clearly felt her lips burn. His lips pressed down forcefully, dominantly, with a strong sense of invasion. Song Tang never expected that while they were just talking normally, he would suddenly kiss her. She was completely stunned. Last time, she heard Gu Baobao say that men with thin lips are often cold and unfeeling. Lu Jinyan has thin lips, looking cold and distant, like ice. But right now, his lips felt especially warm. He also has a very cold, restrained face, as if he would never fall for anyone or lose control for anyone. But at this moment, his kiss had no restraint at all, only fierce and aggressive. It was as if a wild beast, trapped for thousands of years, finally broke free from its cage and was eager to swallow the delicious prey right in front of it. Song Tang felt some tenderness for him, but she hadn't fully opened her heart to him yet. She knew she shouldn't kiss him. He was able to conquer her city inch by inch, and all her reason was burned to ashes by the passionate heat emanating from him. For a moment, she forgot to push him away. She also once again realized that he seriously lacked self-awareness. With him like this, how could he be considered bad at technique? Lu Jinyan was also stunned. He didn't expect himself to be so shameless, to kiss her forcefully without her consent. Last night, he also did many inappropriate things to her. But at least at that time, his mind was cloudy, and he wasn't fully aware. He thought he was dreaming so he could justify it. Now he was completely sober, yet he had lost control and was being inappropriate with her. He felt terrible. He knew he should quickly pull away from her lips. But her lips were too sweet, like soft petals touched by morning dew, like honeyed cream, as if she had cast a spell on him. He simply couldn't leave her red lips. He even couldn't help wanting more. Song Tang's breath was taken away by his strong kiss. She couldn't resist or think clearly. Gradually, she softened like a spring water, collapsing under him. When a man kisses, his hands often become unruly. In many people's eyes, Lu Jinyan appeared cold and self-controlled, respectful of manners, but when facing the girl he loved, he was just an ordinary man. His hands gradually lost their sense of boundaries on her body. It wasn't until he felt a cool sensation that Song Tang suddenly woke up. Afraid he might ruin her dress again, she hurriedly stopped him. Lu Jinyan, take your hands away. Shameless. Feeling her skirt being pushed up, Song Tang was furious and bit him hard. A sharp pain spread from his thin lips, and Lu Jinyan suddenly snapped back to reality. He also realized that his moment of impulse had caused trouble. He hurriedly helped her fix her skirt, wanting to apologize, but felt that his overstep was too much. No matter how many times he said sorry, it wouldn't seem sincere enough. He also knew clearly that she liked someone else and didn't like him. After realizing his mistake, he should keep a respectful distance. But he couldn't let go. Even if she had someone else in her heart, he only wanted to keep her for himself. So, he didn't release her, but used all his strength to hold her close. Breaking your skirt and small clothes is my fault. Lu Jinyan had already held her very tightly, but his arms kept tightening, as if wanting to press her into his body. When we get to the county, I'll buy you a new skirt and small clothes. No need. Her dress was torn by him, so he should indeed compensate her. But who cares if he bought her a little dress? The more Song Tang thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She coldly wanted to push him away. He was clearly badly hurt, but his strength was still surprisingly great. She couldn't push him off. He took advantage of his strength to bully her, which made Song Tang even angrier. Like a small, angry lion, she forcefully pushed him back. But she still couldn't push him away, and instead, she heard his suppressed, pained groan. Worried about hurting his wound, she didn't dare push him further and could only let him hold her tightly, as if he wanted to suffocate her. Lu Jinyan held her for a long, long time. Silently, he thought to himself, Song, in this life and forever, I will never let go. If you have someone else in your heart, I can. I don't mind. I will spend a lifetime driving that person out of your mind, so you will, like me. Until Song Tang's stomach growled several times, he reluctantly released her. Song, you're hungry. Thinking about the small creek nearby the tent, which was crystal clear and probably had fish, he continued, Want to eat grilled fish? I'll go make some. Song Tang really wanted to eat, but thinking about his injuries, she knew that swimming to catch fish could infect her wound, so she shook her head with a stubborn face. No, I don't want to eat. I want canned food. Hearing this, Jinyan quickly opened a can. Just now, her stomach had made loud noises in front of him, which was a bit embarrassing. Now, seeing him thoughtfully open the can and even add a spoon, she felt a strange sweetness in her heart. She secretly thought that if he could always be so kind, maybe when she was ready to fall in love, dating him wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, many men with beer bellies, he had six-pack abs. Touching his chest muscles, abs, and V-line every day was free, and she didn't feel she was losing out. The sickle that Zhang Yukai had was a bit dull, and Lu Jinyan's wound looked terrible, but it wasn't as deep as the bullet wound last time. Plus, he had a good foundation, so he didn't feel much pain now. He gave Song Tang a can of sweet red bean soup. In her previous life, Song Tang had also eaten this kind of bean can before. The strong, sweet taste of sugar. One bite was enough to turn her off. But in the 1970s, sweet red bean cans didn't have so many high-tech tricks. The red beans were large, naturally fragrant, and combined with the sweet syrup, they were refreshing and delicious, hard to stop eating. And eating too much wouldn't make her feel sick. There was even a bit of a thirst-quenching feeling. Song Tang was originally eating small bites, but it was so delicious that she couldn't help but keep taking big spoonfuls. She felt very satisfied. Lu Jinyan looked down and saw her puffing her cheeks, eating like a little hamster. So adorable. He became more sure that she could eat a lot. A can of sweet red beans and syrup wouldn't fill her big stomach. Afraid she might go hungry, he quickly took out a bag of beef jerky from his backpack, opened it, and said, Song, have some beef jerky. Song Tang didn't really want to eat, because she thought beef jerky was dry and tough, her teeth. But when she opened her mouth, he happened to put a piece of beef jerky into it, and she had to bite down. With that bite, she suddenly felt a little greedy. Why was the beef jerky from the 1970s so delicious? It wasn't as dry or hard, nor too salty, but had a natural meaty aroma that was irresistible. After finishing that piece of beef jerky, Song Tang unceremoniously took another piece from the oil paper package. Lu Jinyan then took out some snacks, candies, and preserved fruits, arranging them in front of her, full of variety. He was worried these might not be enough, so he remembered there were a few flatbreads in his bag and quickly placed them in front of her. Song, once you finish all these, we'll go to the town. He was actually hungry too, but he was afraid she wouldn't be full, so he didn't eat himself. Hearing this, Song Tang was stunned. Finish all these things? She weakly glanced at the more than 10 types of food spread out before her. Really, with so much food, she couldn't finish it in 3 days, yet he wanted her to eat it all at once. What did he think she was? A big eater? What are those eyes of his for? Just to vent? Couldn't he see her slim waist and small belly? With so much food, where would she put it? No girl liked being treated like a big food container, and Song Tang couldn't help but feel a little annoyed with him. But since she knew these things were all prepared by him, and she was afraid of offending him, she didn't say anything about her dislike. Because she found these foods especially delicious, she politely asked him, Are you going to eat? I'm not hungry. Lu Jinyan's stomach seemed to deliberately go against him. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach suddenly growled loudly. Lu Jinyan blushed and turned his face away awkwardly. It was the first time his stomach had roared so loudly in front of a girl, especially the girl he liked. Hearing his stomach growl, Song Tang immediately understood. He wasn't actually hungry. He just didn't want her to go hungry, and he was reluctant to eat himself. People thought she was an invincible big eater, and Song Tang felt quite speechless. But strangely, her heart softened a little, and she felt a bit sweet inside. Her chewing and swallowing movements became a little more ladylike. He was injured so badly trying to save her, so she definitely couldn't let him go hungry. Thinking for a moment, she pushed a bag of beef jerky toward him. I can't eat so much, you should have some too. Looking at the jar of red bean canned food she was holding, she hesitated again. Canned food is delicious, but her appetite was small, and there were many other tasty foods in front of her. Even if she used all her strength, she couldn't finish such a big jar. She couldn't help but ask him, I really can't finish this can. It's already opened. It's so hot in summer, do you think it will spoil if left in the car? It's okay, I can eat it, he replied. Seeing her hesitant expression in her beautiful eyes, Jinyan understood. She wasn't lying. She really couldn't eat anymore. He took the can from her hands and naturally scooped a spoonful to taste. It was very sweet, like the first time he ate the white rabbit milk candy she gave him that night. Song Tang's pretty face flushed suddenly. That spoon, she had used it before. She didn't expect him to eat directly from the spoon she used, almost like an indirect kiss. Forget it, they've already kissed directly before, so an indirect kiss doesn't matter. Thinking this, Song Tang's heartbeat finally felt less abnormal. After eating, Lu Jinyan took some fever and anti-inflammatory medicine, then drove her to the county town. He actually wanted to buy her clothes first, but she insisted on going to the hospital first. He didn't want to make her angry, so he went to the hospital area instead. The doctor said luckily, her wound wasn't very deep and didn't hit any vital parts, but she needed to be very careful for the next week. No water contact and no intense activity. When the doctor mentioned intense activity, he specifically looked at Song Tang. She immediately understood the doctor's meaning. Her face turned red, as if she had been blushed with rouge. She was still a bit dismissive of him, who would want to do strenuous exercise with him. If she had known, she wouldn't have gone to the hospital with him. Lu Jinyan didn't think much of it. They had to drive 7 or 8 hours back to the capital from this county town. With his current health, he definitely couldn't drive for long periods. Tonight, they would probably stay in this county town for one night. He couldn't keep her wearing torn little clothes and a crooked dress he had sewn. After the doctor finished treating his wound, he drove her to a state-run shop in the county that sold little clothes. Song Tang took a nap in his car. After parking, she instinctively opened her eyes. Suddenly, when she turned her face, she saw a display of colorful little clothes hanging outside the shop. He really planned to buy her a little dress. How shameless. In this era, people are honest and conservative. Men probably feel shy about shopping in a store full of women's clothes. Lu Jinyan was also visiting such a place for the first time in his life. Looking at the variety of dresses in the window, he couldn't help but blush. Feeling very uncomfortable, he turned his face away and said, There are clothes you need in this shop, Song. You go down and pick a few. No way. Song Tang refused to choose such clothes in front of him. She couldn't lose face in front of him. She proudly lifted her chin and said, You broke the clothes, so you pick them yourself. If you want to wear something, you wear it yourself. Song Tang thought he would never go into such a store to pick clothes for her. When she said this, she expected him to drive away to avoid awkwardness. But unexpectedly, after his ears turned slightly red, he pushed the car door open and got out. Song Tang blinked in disbelief and rubbed her eyes hard. He actually got out of the car?
How?
How shameless and brazen he was. Lu Jinyan was not actually shameless. This was his first time entering such a store. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands or feet, standing stiffly like a block of ice, releasing cold air. He was so striking and noticeable that the shop assistants naturally noticed him. They felt the store suddenly seemed colder. They thought the man in front of them was dangerous and not someone to mess with, so they hesitated to approach him. But when a customer entered the store, they couldn't ignore him. Plus, with his tall stature and noble aura, it was obvious he was someone important. They didn't want to offend him, so they bravely stepped forward. Comrade, are you helping your partner pick out clothes? If you see something you like, I can help you pack it. Song Tang wasn't his partner yet, but she would be in the future. And he was indeed choosing clothes for her. After a moment of silence, he responded calmly. The little dresses in the store included traditional styles that tie around the neck and trendy ones with elastic bands. Thinking about the dresses Song Tang had worn before, all of which were traditional and made of soft fabric, he decided to choose that kind. There were many dresses in different colors and patterns, dazzling and confusing, and he had no idea which one to pick. In this era, most people are quite conservative in their thinking, but that doesn't mean young men don't choose such clothes for the girls they like. The shop assistant saw his appearance and knew he didn't know which item to pick. She enthusiastically recommended, "How about this one? The red color is festive, and the pattern is nice. Your girl will definitely like it." Lu Jinyan lowered his gaze and saw the piece of clothing in the assistant's hand. It was a small red dress with golden embossed mandarin ducks playing in water, which looked festive and pretty. Lu Jinyan's ears felt even warmer. Just as he was about to say he wanted that one, the assistant brought another white dress in front of him. "This one is also beautiful. Look at the crabapple blossom on it. So pretty and realistic. Your girl will look great in it." Lu Jinyan naturally saw the blossom on the dress, a blooming crabapple flower. Song Tang. Crabapple blossom. It was indeed very suitable. He awkwardly said, "I'll take both." Seeing his generosity, the assistant couldn't help but recommend several more. 6 dresses in total, and he thought all of them would look good on Song Tang, so he bought them all. After packing the dresses, the assistant cheerfully suggested, "Comrade, we just received a new batch of small pants. They're very trendy right now. Would you like to buy a few for your girl?" Small pants. Hearing this, Lu Jinyan's mind exploded like a bomb. His ears and face felt as if they were being roasted over flames. This morning when he was with Song Tang, he lost control of his hand, and it seemed like he really needed to buy her a pair. And they would be delayed for several days on the road. She was so delicate and clean, she must need a few pairs of clean underwear. But such private clothes, he didn't have the face to pick them for her. The shop assistant naturally understood this and kindly recommended, "This pink one is good, high quality, and comfortable to wear. This semi-transparent red one is also pretty. Your young man will definitely like it. There's also this one, imported from abroad, made of lace." Lu Jinyan didn't even look at the styles of the small pants and directly asked the assistant to pack the ones she recommended. Not far away was a store that sold women's clothes. Thinking that Song Tang also disliked his poor sewing of her dress, he went inside and bought several dresses for her. He chose the dresses himself. He had been shameless with her before and knew her size, so he picked them himself for a better fit. After choosing the dresses, he bought a pair of light-colored, pearl-decorated small leather shoes for her before returning to the car. Song, I've picked out the clothes. Do you want to see if they fit?" "No need." Song Tang did not take the large and small bags from him. She really didn't want to see that kind of clothing in front of him. Right now, she actually wanted to buy some small underwear. Small underwear needs to be changed daily, and she would feel very uncomfortable without any clean ones. But she didn't want to buy them in front of him. She decided to wait until tonight, when she could go shopping alone and buy herself a couple of pairs. Lu Jinyan also realized she was probably too shy to look in front of him. He awkwardly cleared his throat and didn't insist anymore. Instead, he drove to the county police station to report the incident. The militia captain helped the village troublemaker commit crimes, which was very bad. Plus, given Lu Jinyan's status, the county police would definitely take it seriously. Based on clues provided by Lu Jinyan and Song Tang, they quickly went to the village and arrested Zhang Zhen, Zhang Eru, Zhang Yukai, Tai Zhu, and others. When Zhang Zhen and the others learned Lu Jinyan's identity, they were very scared. Zhang Zhen was quite close to Zhang Eru, but in this situation, he definitely didn't want to be blamed by Zhang Eru. He desperately pushed all the blame onto Zhang Eru. Zhang Eru felt betrayed and, in anger, revealed many of his crimes of bullying and oppressing others in the village, making Zhang Zhen's punishment worse. Zhang Zhen, in a rush, also revealed many of Zhang Eru's and others' misdeeds. They bit each other back and forth, neither able to clear themselves, which only resulted in both of them staying in jail longer. Last night, Song Tang almost lost her life at the hands of Zhang Zhen and others. Lu Jinyan definitely hoped they would be severely punished. But he also wanted to find out who was behind the scenes, the mastermind who ordered them to hurt Song Tang. Zhang Eru also wanted to reveal the mastermind to reduce his own prison time. However, he truly did not know who was giving the orders. He and Tai Zhu lost money gambling, and on their way back to the village, they were stopped by a man dressed entirely in black, with only his nostrils and eyes showing, who told them what to do. At first, they thought the man was a scammer, but after he quickly paid them 20 large bills each as a deposit, they realized they had truly made a fortune this time. Without hesitation, they took the job. They thought it would be easy to kill a weak woman who couldn't fight back, and they believed they could get the remaining 300 yuan. Neither of them expected that not only would they not get the rest of the money, but they would also end up in prison. The mastermind was hidden too deeply, with no clues at all, making it very hard for Lu Jinyan to find him. From now on, he could only be more careful and prevent that person from hurting Song Tang again. He also secretly investigates, aiming to catch the mastermind soon. Song Tang vaguely suspects that Jang May is not the one behind Zhang Eru and others. But Jang May leading the team here must know about the village situation. She surely understands that leaving her alone in the unfamiliar village could lead to some bad experiences, or even being bullied by local troublemakers. Cheng Qianshan, the deputy captain of the choir team, is also leading the team with Jiang May this time. When they go to the next destination, he must have noticed that someone was missing from the group. He did it on purpose. She hates losing out and feeling wronged. She will fight back. He won't let either of them go. When Lu Jinyan and Song Tang left the county police station, it was already evening. They ate together at a state-run restaurant and then went to the state guest house, planning to stay overnight. Song Tang knows she and Lu Jinyan haven't confirmed their relationship, so they should get 2 rooms. But the scene where 2 grown men suddenly appeared from the cabinet in the country guest house left her with a deep psychological shadow. And the person behind the scenes who wants to hurt her hasn't been caught yet, so she's afraid to stay alone in a room now. Since they had already shared a tent in the past, she decided to let him book a room. In her previous life, hotels had twin rooms, and presidential suites had several rooms and beds. She thought this guest house might also have twin rooms. But it turned out only small rooms or more expensive large beds were available. Fine, she could sleep on the sofa. She thought that in a large bedroom, besides a 2-meter-wide bed, there would be a big, soft, comfortable sofa enough for an adult man to sleep on. But when she saw the room, she was stunned. The big bed wasn't as large as she imagined, at most about 1.5 meters wide, and it was an old, simple wooden bed she saw once when she was very young. Actually, in this era, such a wooden bed was acceptable. But what she couldn't accept was the sofa in the room. There were only 2 single wooden sofas. How could she sleep on them? The floor was cold, and she definitely couldn't handle sleeping on the ground. Lu Jinyan still had injuries, and she couldn't let him sleep on the floor as a patient. Lu Jinyan knew that Song Tang insisted on booking 1 room because she was afraid of what happened last night. She still hadn't accepted him, so he couldn't be too abrupt. After entering the room, he spoke. "There are extra blankets in the room. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." "No need." Song Tang didn't really want to sleep in the same bed with him. It was too awkward. But she really didn't want to sleep on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she decided to give up and said, "You sleep outside, I sleep inside. The blanket goes in the middle. No one can cross the blanket. It's settled then. If you disagree, don't talk to me anymore." Lu Jinyan's body started to feel very hot. He knew she only let him sleep in the bed because he was injured. He was a bit afraid to sleep on the same bed with her. He worried that if he fell asleep, he might do something embarrassing without meaning to. But he was even more afraid she would ignore him forever. So he just replied, "Okay." Thinking about the things he bought for her but hadn't given her yet, he quickly brought several bags in front of her. "Song Tang, I bought you some clothes. Try them on and see if they fit." Song Tang didn't want to wear the clothes he bought her. But since the police went to the countryside to investigate last night's incident and couldn't find her luggage, she was now broke. She would have to borrow money from him just to buy small underwear. So she took the bags. The money for these clothes, she knew she would have to pay him back once she returned to the capital. The guest house here was definitely not as luxurious as the hotel she stayed in before. But the conditions here were much better than those in the countryside guest houses. At least, the room had a private bathroom and toilet, which was more convenient. In her previous life, Song Tang's family was truly very wealthy. She had 7 brothers, all famous for spoiling their sister. They often gave her expensive gifts. The pocket money they transferred to her card was more than she could spend in several lifetimes. With so much money, she didn't need to borrow from others. Tonight, for the first time in her life, she was borrowing money from someone. She felt so ashamed, she didn't know how to ask. She could only try to distract herself by organizing her clothes and think about how to ask for the money. She needed to buy not only small underwear, but also socks. In this era, a good quality pair of small underwear cost about 2 yuan. A pair of socks ranged from 1 dime to 1 yuan. She was used to being pampered and couldn't wear poor quality socks. For 2 pairs of socks and 2 pairs of underwear, she would need to borrow 6 yuan from him. Lu Jinyan. Just as Song Tang was gathering her courage to ask him for money, she noticed that the bag actually contained several brand new women's socks. They were very soft, comfortable, and looked nice. She immediately liked them. Inside the bag, right next to the socks, there was actually a pair of light-colored women's small leather shoes. He thought very carefully. So, she only needed to borrow money from him to buy some underwear. She felt very warm inside, her eyes full of gentle tenderness, but in the next second, her soft gaze disappeared, leaving only endless embarrassment.
You
rascal.
pervert.
Song Tang really didn't expect him to buy her underwear, and not just 1 pair but many. She had enough to wear different pairs for a week. Actually, if he only bought her underwear, she wouldn't be so shy or angry. She might even be annoyed. The problem was the underwear he bought for her was too shameless. In her past life, in that era, people's thoughts and actions were relatively open, but she always wore proper cotton underwear, nothing fancy or flashy. Some of them were even semi-transparent, with lace. The more Song Tang thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She directly threw the 2 most revealing pieces onto him. Lu Jinyan, you're such a lecher, shameless.
Pervert.
Song Tang wasn't good at cursing, and these were the only words she could come up with repeatedly. Lu Jinyan felt very wronged. He was just worried that she might be uncomfortable without clean clothes, so he bought some for her. Why did he suddenly become a lecher or pervert? He thought he should explain himself, so she wouldn't misunderstand. But when he saw the appearance of the clothes he caught, the words he wanted to say to clarify suddenly stuck in his throat. These clothes really. She called him a lecher, but he wasn't innocent. In this era, people's thoughts and behaviors were quite conservative, but married couples definitely didn't just hold hands. Since there was a need, there were places to get contraceptives or more open clothing options. The shop assistant saw that Lu Jinyan was choosing clothes for his partner and helped him pick the most fashionable underwear styles of the moment. This was Lu Jinyan's first time buying such things for a woman. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even look at what they looked like and just had the shop assistant pack them. He really didn't expect that the styles the shop assistant chose for him would be so daring. Seeing him still holding those clothes, Song Tang's face turned even redder. These clothes, you wear them yourself. Lu Jinyan suddenly felt like he was holding a ball of fire. As a grown man, he really couldn't wear them. He could only blush and heartbeat as he put the items back on the bed. Maybe I should go out and buy some for you again. No need. Song Tang impatiently stopped him from continuing. He is so shameless and perverted. Who knows what strange things he might buy next when he goes out shopping again.
There are many small clothes and skirts in the bag.
He suspects he is doing wholesale shopping. Song Tang really dislikes him. But when she sees the skirts in the bag, each one just fits her taste, and she thinks maybe he's not so annoying after all. She chooses a comfortable long cotton dress with red and white checks, a small top embroidered with crabapple blossoms, and a pair of lace-trimmed underwear, then goes to the bathroom. The few pairs of underwear he bought for her are not unusable. After all, clothes from this era aren't very daring, just a little out of the ordinary. Gu Baobao really likes that style. It's just that she's used to wearing modest cotton underwear, so she thinks he's very shameless. Song Tang rushes into the bathroom, full of shame and anger, forgetting to tidy up the clothes on the bed. Lu Jinyan stands in front of the bed and immediately notices the scattered clothes. His heart pounds wildly, and his face flushes with embarrassment. He quickly turns around, planning to drink some cold water to calm down, but then he hears her scream, "Song, Song." He thought she was in danger, and hurriedly kicks open the bathroom door and rushes in. Song Tang wasn't actually in danger. She just had her period and instinctively called out. Now, she's barely dressed, and his sudden rush in is a real shock for her. She quickly grabs her skirt, holding it in front of her, and almost grits her teeth as she says, "Lu Jinyan, you're such a pervert. Why did you come in?" Lu Jinyan didn't expect to see the scene when he hurried into the bathroom. He admits he did something very shameless and has no excuse for himself. He stands there, blushing deeply, coughing awkwardly after a long silence, and says, I heard a noise and was worried you were in danger, so I came in."
Danger.
Song Tang feels that, for her, the whole room is the most dangerous place because of him. And after he came in and saw what he shouldn't he leave quickly? He is just shameless. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish. She takes a deep breath and snorts, "I'm not in danger now.
You go out."
Lu Jinyan also knows that even if she covers herself with a skirt, it's not appropriate for him to stay in the bathroom. The bathroom is so small, and she's right in front of him. He can feel her warm breath, which is too intimate.
He needs to step back.
He is usually a calm person, but when he turns around, he looks a little flustered. After leaving the bathroom, he wants to close the door for her but hears her soft, annoyed voice, "Lu Jinyan, I got my period. Go buy me some sanitary pads." Period? Lu Jinyan is confused about who her period is and where it is, but then he hears the word sanitary pads. He has never been in a relationship before. He doesn't know how to please or care for girls very well. But he does know some basic facts. He knows that girls need sanitary pads for a few days each month. He has never bought sanitary pads for a girl before. He thinks that as a man, it's a bit strange to go to a state-run store at night to buy pads for a girl. But if buying pads makes him seem strange, he's willing to accept that. "Okay, you take a shower first. I'll be right back." There's a state-run store across from the guest house. Knowing he's buying pads for his girlfriend, the shopkeeper kindly suggests he buy some brown sugar, toilet paper, and maybe a hot water bag. He just learned that many girls experience severe stomach pain during these days. When he returns to his room, Song Tang is still waiting in the bathroom. He closes his eyes and quickly puts the pads and toilet paper inside, then fills the hot water bag and prepares a bowl of brown sugar water for her. When Song Tang finishes getting ready and comes out of the bathroom, she smells the light, sweet aroma of brown sugar water. She lifts her face and sees the hot water bag in his hand. She always thought that, having stayed in the army for years, even if he looked pale and cold, he was a rough man who didn't know how to be considerate. She didn't expect him to be so attentive. She doesn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Suddenly, she isn't angry with him anymore. She even thinks she wants to walk a long, long road with him. She reaches out, about to take the hot water bag from him, when she hears his charming voice, "I heard that girls can have stomach discomfort during those days. Does your stomach hurt?" Song Tang suffers from severe menstrual cramps. In her previous life, she even went to the doctor because of the pain. The doctor said it would get better once she had a boyfriend. She didn't quite understand what the doctor meant. After entering this historical story, her menstrual pain remains very bad. Her lower abdomen is dull and aching, and she feels a strong downward pressure, which is very uncomfortable. She also felt a bit shy to discuss her menstrual pain with him. After pressing the hot water bag against her stomach, she simply said softly, "Just cover it with the hot water bag, and it'll be fine." Lu Jinyan immediately understood that her stomach was hurting. When he left the state-run store, the clerk had told him that for girls with menstrual pain, having someone gently massage their stomach helps a lot. But if he massaged her stomach, it would seem inappropriate and shameless. He definitely couldn't say such things. After she finished drinking the brown sugar water, he, filled with concern and tenderness, went to the bathroom to clean himself up. When he came out, Tang was already lying in bed. She had wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, only revealing a lively, beautiful little face. Seeing him, her cheeks quickly flushed with redness, and she turned over, facing away from him. Soon after, he heard her voice, clearly uncomfortable. "You lie outside. I've arranged the blanket. No crossing the line." Lu Jinyan had a good sleep posture, and he wasn't a bad person, so he definitely wouldn't cross the line. In the middle of the night, he worried that the water in the hot water bag would cool down, making her uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get up to replace the water, he felt the blanket in the middle suddenly kicked to the other side of the bed. With a turn, she rolled into his arms. She even grabbed his hand and placed it on her flat stomach, pouting her red lips and acting cute. "My stomach hurts so badly. Baby, please massage my stomach." Feeling the softness under his hand, Lu Jinyan seemed to be spellbound. Then he felt a burning heat flickering over him. His palm quickly grew hot. He was thirsty and dry. He moved his throat up and down, struggling to stop her. Song. "Don't make trouble, I can't." Ing. Lu Jinyan heard Tang's fake, grievance-filled crying. Tonight, her stomach was uncomfortable, and she didn't sleep well, but she kept dreaming. She felt as if she had returned to her past life. In her previous life, during the years right after her first period, every time her stomach hurt, her mother would gently massage her belly. Later, she lived and ate with Gu Baobao, laughing and joking without worries, and when her stomach hurt, Gu Baobao would also help her massage. In her hazy mind, she instinctively thought that the person beside her was Gu Baobao. She couldn't help but pout slightly, mumbling half asleep, "Baby, you didn't help me rub my belly, so you must not like me anymore." Lu Jinyan knew that the baby she mentioned was her female friend named Gu Baobao, not him. But hearing her sweet, innocent, and slightly wronged voice, his heart softened completely. He clumsily and affectionately whispered, "I like you." He thought that if he said he liked her, she would sleep peacefully, and he wouldn't have to keep fighting his self-control. He tried to take his hand away from her belly, but unexpectedly, she kept her eyes closed, stubbornly holding his hand and placing it on her small belly. He was about to comfort her again, to make her understand that he couldn't rub her belly, when he heard her voice with tears, saying, "It hurts so much." The slight crying in her voice felt like the most delicate needles stabbing deeply into his heart, making him feel a dense, aching pain inside. When he came back to his senses, he realized his hand was already resting on her flat stomach. Tang's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Having him rub her belly was much more comfortable than holding a hot water bag. But when did his hand become so warm? Tang faintly sensed that something was a bit off. Still, she enjoyed the warm feeling on her belly and was too tired and sleepy to think much. She changed to a comfortable position, curled up in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep again. Listening to her steady breathing, Lu Jinyan knew she was asleep. She was sleeping soundly, but he felt as if he had just gone through a tough battle and couldn't fall asleep. Even though he had withdrawn his hand and closed his eyes, the soft touch from earlier still lingered in his palm. It made him want more. He must not think about it. Lu Jinyan kept reminding himself over and over. But she was right there in his arms, and even reciting the 3 main disciplines and 8 points for attention over and over didn't help. He could only try to keep his distance and force himself not to think about her sleeping beside him. After Tang fell asleep, she started dreaming again. In her past life, she was used to sleeping while hugging the giant capybara her 7th brother gave her. In her dream, the The capybara in her arms disappeared. Capybara. She really loved the capybara her seventh brother gave her. The eyes of the capybara were made of precious black diamonds. The material of the capybara's body was specially customized, free of formaldehyde and without any pungent smell, soft to the touch, and very stress-relieving to squeeze. She loved it so much, she couldn't part with it. She forcefully grabbed at Jinyan a few times, finally catching her capybara. But for some reason, the capybara she caught again didn't feel relaxing at all. Instead, it made her hands ache from tiredness. Jinyan was completely stiffened by her sudden actions. Initially, after keeping her at a distance, the flames on him had finally died down a bit. But unexpectedly, before he could fully recover, she wrapped herself around him completely. Her two soft, delicate hands kept grabbing and pinching him randomly. Honestly, since he could remember, no one had ever pinched his face before. But tonight, a girl 6 years younger than her was pinching his face. She mumbled something about a capybara. What exactly was a capybara? Jinyan hadn't yet figured out what a capybara was when he suddenly felt his chest soften as her mischievous little hands reached down again. Her hands boldly moved along his chest. His breath grew hot, and he scowled, telling her Song, take your hands away. Eep, eep, eep. Tang started fake crying again. It seemed his voice woke her up. Her thick, black eyelashes fluttered slightly, but because her eyelids were heavy, she didn't want to open her eyes. She only grumbled unhappily, Capybara, are you turning into a spirit or something?
Dare to scold me.
Believe it or not, I'll pinch you until you cry. Saying that, she raised her hand fiercely and pinched his face several more times. Jinyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Did she think of him as some kind of toy? Before he could recover from his deep helplessness, she suddenly pinched his chest again several times. She even threatened him fiercely. You're scared now, aren't you? Capybara, let me tell you, I not only dare to pinch you, I dare to bite you too. She said that, and like a tiny, fierce lion cub, she bit his lips twice. She bit hard, but her strength was nothing to Jinyan. When her lips pressed against his, the blazing fire in his mind completely burned his last bit of reason to ashes. He lost control and held the back of her head, taking the lead. Her lips were so sweet, so soft, so delicate. He couldn't get enough of kissing her. Song. Logic told Jinyan he had to stop, because she might have mistaken him for some toy, which made her bite and pinch him again and again. Kissing her like this, in her vulnerable moment, was shameless. But right now, she was right beneath him. She felt soft and sweet, like the softest candy. His lips couldn't stay away from her lips. He also couldn't pull back his hand. Capybara. Tang was kissed into deeper sleep. She thought the capybara had really come to life. Otherwise, how could a well-behaved plush toy bite? She had slept with the capybara for many years. Its soft paws never once scratched her. Tang wanted to warn the capybara not to come to life, and not to pull at her clothes. But the kiss was too hypnotic. Plus, holding the capybara felt like holding a hot stove, making her feel very cozy. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep again. Song. Jinyan also sensed she had fallen asleep again. The fire burning in his body and on his lips hadn't gone out. But seeing her sleep so peacefully, he didn't want to disturb her. He couldn't let go of her either. So, he only tightened his arms, holding her close. Not soft at all. Not easy to squeeze. Tang felt that after coming to life, the capybara was really prickly everywhere. She muttered in dislike, turned over, and faced away from him. Her rejection made Jinyan feel helpless. Just now, she had kissed and touched him again. And now she was rejecting him. Such a delicate person. Being held so tightly in his arms, Tang felt very safe and slept more soundly. Holding her and feeling her body warmth was a sweet torment for Jinyan. The fire inside him burned hotter and hotter, almost keeping him awake all night. Song Tang thought she had slept very comfortably last night. Early in the morning, she lazily stretched with a contented smile, eyes closed. She was about to get out of bed when she felt something very hot behind her. It was full of a threatening presence. Her body stiffened like stone. Especially when she realized what was happening, her mind felt like it was about to explode from the heat. Regaining her senses, she hurriedly pushed him away, overwhelmed with shame. She wished she could push him off the bed entirely. But he was too big and she was too small, so she couldn't push him off. Pushing him made her feel even more aware of the situation. When she turned her face, she saw his current expression, and her face seemed to be painted red. She ground her teeth hard and scolded him fiercely. "Lu Jinyan, you're shameless." Lu Jinyan also knew he was acting very strangely now. Some things that happened in the morning were beyond his control. He could only cover himself with a blanket and quietly say, "I didn't mean for it to happen." Song Tang still felt very ashamed. But she understood some basic common sense. She knew he probably didn't do it on purpose. When the blanket between them suddenly disappeared and she was still in his arms, she thought he was being inappropriate. She was angry. She glared at him fiercely. "Where's the blanket?" "Lu Jinyan, you're such a pervert." Lu Jinyan's eyes suddenly looked very complicated. The blanket had been kicked aside by her. But he couldn't say she was the real pervert, so he stayed silent. Song Tang wanted to say more, but she suddenly noticed something serious. His lips were chapped. She vaguely remembered having a dream last night. It seemed like her capybara toy had come to life. In her dream, she kicked the blanket and, in anger, pinched her capybara toy several times and even bit it a few times. Could it be that the real pervert was not Lu Jinyan, but herself? Song Tang was eager to find out. Thinking about how she also pinched her toy several times, she quickly lifted Lu Jinyan's tank tops from his shoulders. Sure enough, there were several obvious red marks on his chest muscles. Yes, last night, she was the one who was shameless. Song Tang felt extremely ashamed. But she was not someone who refused to admit her mistakes. After lying stiffly on the bed for a long time, she quietly asked, "Did I kiss you last night?" Lu Jinyan didn't answer. He felt she didn't exactly kiss him forcibly, because he had kissed her much more fiercely. "Are the scratches on your chest muscles for me?" He didn't need to deny this. He simply replied honestly, yes. Song Tang's hope was completely gone. It was clear that in the face of beauty, she was not herself at all. She looked up and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The chapped lips and the red marks on his chest reminded her of her wrongdoings last night. She had been flirtatious with him, and she liked him more and more. He was so handsome, with the body type she liked best. She felt that dating him was truly worth it. "Lu Jinyan, last night was my fault. Since I kissed and touched you without permission and you're not bad-looking, how about we start dating?" Lu Jinyan suddenly lifted his eyes, unable to believe it. He froze in place for a long time, then asked her in a hoarse voice, Song, what did you just say?" He was afraid that he had misheard her, thinking she wanted to date him. "Last night, I bit your lips and took advantage of you." Song Tang looked into his eyes and said seriously, "You look really good, and your figure is nice. Kissing you doesn't feel unpleasant. Lu Jinyan, let's be together." He didn't mishear. She really said she wanted to be with him. Lu Jinyan was overjoyed. It felt like fireworks exploding in his mind. Boundless happiness almost swallowed all his reason. But after the joy, he couldn't help feeling a bit sour and uneasy inside. Because he knew deep down that she didn't like him that way. She was willing to be with him only because she kissed him, touched him, and slept beside him last night. But he had already lost her once in his past life, and he didn't want to go through that pain again. In this life, even if she liked someone else, he would never let go. He would spend his whole life making her stop liking that person and like him instead. Lu Jinyan. "Lu Jinyan, are you really willing to be with me?" For the first time, Song Tang took the initiative to confess to a boy. She was already shy and embarrassed, and since Lu Jinyan didn't respond for a while, she felt a bit annoyed. She was about to say that if he didn't want to, it was okay. Anyway, she was fine on her own. But then she heard his trembling, excited voice say, yes. All her embarrassment and frustration disappeared, replaced by pure sweetness. From now on, she would have someone to be with, and she could even touch his abs and chest for free. Too bad, she couldn't show off to Gu Baobao. But Gu Baobao already had someone to touch his abs and chest for free. Her mischievous older brother had long eagerly let Gu Baobao touch his muscles. She didn't know if Gu Baobao was already married to her brother now. It's a pity she couldn't attend Gu Baobao and her brother's wedding, nor see her little nephew or niece born. Lu Jinyan keenly noticed the sadness and disappointment in Song Tang's eyes. In that moment, he understood that being with him didn't make her truly happy. Was it because she couldn't forget the man she liked so much? But even if she couldn't forget him, he wouldn't let go. He couldn't help but hold her hand tightly and stubbornly clasp their fingers together. Song, what do you want to eat in the morning? I'll take you out. What to eat in the morning was a small matter. Song Tang didn't answer his question, but decided to clarify some things first. Lu Jinyan, about us being a couple. When she mentioned their relationship again, he instinctively thought about reporting their marriage. In this era, arranged marriages still happen. Many people meet for the first time and then decide to spend their lives together. Free love usually means dating for just 10 days or half a month before getting a marriage certificate. Song Tang is willing to be with him. After returning to the capital, he will definitely need to get approval from his superior to report their marriage. After all, a relationship without the intention of marriage is considered improper. Song, when we go back to the capital I will report our marriage. But before he could finish, he heard Song Tang's voice. I don't want Lin Yi and the others to know for now. Song Tang is really afraid of being pressured to marry. If Lu Shiau, Lin He, and others find out she's dating Lu Jinyan, they will surely urge them to marry quickly. After marriage, they will also push for children soon. She is only 18, and after the 1977 college entrance exam is restored, she still wants to take it. She has many things she wants to do. She loves children, but having a child makes it hard for her to fully focus on studying or her dance career. She wants to have children at least after graduating from university. Hearing her words, Lu Jinyan felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. A deep sense of disappointment overwhelmed him, swallowing his breath. Her meaning was clear. She only wanted to secretly be with him. She didn't want to make their relationship public, so he couldn't openly report their marriage and marry her. But even if she was just playing with his feelings, he couldn't let her be with other men. He held her hand tighter, remained silent for a long time, and finally replied softly, okay. Song Tang let out a long breath of relief. He agreed, so she wouldn't have to worry about her elders pressuring her to marry. She could enjoy the sweetness of love and focus on preparing for the college entrance exam and working hard for her career. Her caring boyfriend made Song Tang like him more and more. His face was just so handsome. His lips were perfectly shaped, especially suitable for kissing. In the past, Song Tang wouldn't have dared to kiss Lu Jinyan casually. But now, he was her boyfriend. So she naturally wanted to kiss and touch him whenever she pleased. She couldn't help but nestle into his arms, lift her face, and smile brightly at him. Lu Jinyan, I want to kiss you. Before he could react, Song Tang had already wrapped her arms around his neck and Judong pressed her red lips to his. She didn't want their relationship to be public, and he still felt a bittersweet ache inside. When her sweet and soft lips touched his, he couldn't help but lose control of his breath. He turned over eagerly, taking charge, and forcefully overwhelmed her with his breath. He gradually took over, wishing he could burn away the image of another man in her mind with his fiery passion. He wanted her to think only of him, like only him, and stay close to him. Song. His passion grew hotter and hotter. Song Tang felt a clear sense of threat. Her breath was stolen, her soul seemed to be invaded, and he was so fierce that she felt powerless. For a moment, she wanted to run away, but she also longed for his presence. In the end, she chose to give in. Let him lead her into the blazing fire, like wild flames spreading everywhere. Song Tang was quite attracted to Lu Jinyan. After all, with his quality, if he wanted everything, she probably couldn't handle it all in one night. But her period was happening, so she knew she couldn't take the final step with him. Still, thinking about how crazy he was that morning when he ignited her with his passion, she felt so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole and hide. He had a cold, restrained look, but when he lost control, he was so shameless, like a wild wolf, wanting to devour her completely. Song Tang actually knew how to drive. In her past life, she usually had a driver for outings, and after getting her license, she rarely drove herself. The only time she drove alone, she encountered an elderly woman and her granddaughter running a red light. She hurried to brake, but was hit from behind by a truck and thrown out, ending up in this historical story. In her past life, she died in a tragic car accident, which left her with a serious fear of driving. Even though she knew Lu Jinyan was injured and that driving back to the capital would be easier, she still didn't dare to ask to drive. She was afraid that if Lu Jinyan drove for too long, his body wouldn't handle it. He would only drive a little before asking for a break. They would stop and go, eat and stroll, then stay overnight at a guest house in a nearby county. After 3 days on the road, they finally returned to the capital. Song Tang knew that by now, Jang May and others had probably returned to the art troupe. Back in the capital, she didn't go home. After doing one thing, she asked Lu Jinyan to take her to the art troupe. She knew that even if she told Li Chunlan and others that Jang May maliciously left her in the countryside and almost caused her to lose her life, Jang May would find many excuses to deny it. Moreover, Qing Qianshan, Gu Mengwan, and others also supported Jang May. Even if Li Chunlan is willing to believe her, Jang May appears to be right on the surface, and the art troupe probably won't fire her or punish her in any way. But she believes that what she did will cause Jang May some trouble. Almost as soon as she arrived at the rehearsal room, someone came to call her. They said Captain Li was looking for her. Jang May and Gu Mengwan also returned today. But they arrived earlier than Song Tang, and some things from the countryside have already spread within the art troupe. Now everyone is saying that Song Tang was involved in inappropriate relationships in the countryside and refused to cooperate with the troupe's performances. When Jang May and others set out for another performance location, she was nowhere to be found and was apparently on a date with someone. Jang May and Qing Qianshan had to leave with the team first. Both insisted that Song Tang had seriously violated the troupe's rules and discipline and demanded strict punishment for her. Wan Qinghuan and Song Tang got along very well. She genuinely considered her a friend. She didn't believe Song Tang could do such a thing. Worried that she might suffer if she confronted Jang May and others alone, she decided to go with her. Tang, don't worry. I believe Captain Li isn't unreasonable. Throughout the journey, Wan Qinghuan kept comforting Song Tang. Soon, they arrived at Li Chunlan's office. Sure enough, Jang May, Qing Qianshan, Gu Mengwan's small group, Seqing Yao, and a few chorus members were there. Seeing that Song Tang had returned alive, Gu Mengwan, Feng Yingying, and others looked upset. After all, Qin Cheng had said that Song Tang would be mistreated and die miserably in the countryside, and they couldn't imagine that she would come back alive. Jang May also looked unhappy. When Feng Yingying called Qin Cheng, Seqing Yao secretly followed her. After overhearing some of Feng Yingying's words, Seqing Yao told Jang May about it. Both of them secretly hoped that Song Tang wouldn't return. Who would have thought that Qin Cheng, so powerful and ruthless, wouldn't harm her, and she came back unscathed. Jang May gritted her teeth in anger. She thought that Song Tang's survival was lucky. But today, she still planned to accuse her of misconduct and violation of rules, leading to her punishment or even expulsion from the troupe. She signaled Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying understood immediately and said indignantly, Captain Li, Song Tang has gone too far. When we went to perform in the countryside to show support, she completely refused to cooperate. She's always flirting with men and sneaking into the cornfields with the village men. Her disorderly conduct and lack of discipline seriously damage the troupe's image. Captain Li, you must expel her. Feng Yingying's harsh words made Li Chunlan look upset. Before Song Tang joined the art troupe, she had heard some things about her. She was the biological daughter of Commander Song, who had just found her back from the countryside. Song Naxing often targeted her and spread many rumors about her. Li Chunlan, being honest and straightforward, couldn't tolerate the behavior of Song Naxing spreading rumors about girls. She found it very annoying that Feng Yingying was starting to spread rumors about Song Tang again. She didn't mean to look down on rural folks, but Song Tang was the biological daughter of Commander Song and Dr. Qin, and she was talented herself. How could she look down on those second-rate farmers from the countryside who liked to dig for jade? However, the 10 or so colleagues who went to perform in the countryside all insisted that Song Tang ignored the organization and discipline, left the team without permission. If Song Tang couldn't give a reasonable explanation, even if Li Chunlan wanted to believe her, if Jang May and others made a big fuss about it, Song Tang would suffer. Li Chunlan didn't look at Feng Yingying but worriedly looked at Song Tang. Xiao Song, Deputy Captain Jiang and Deputy Captain Cheng said you didn't cooperate with the performance and left the team without permission. They couldn't find you, so they left you in the countryside. What do you have to say about this? Captain Li, I didn't leave the team without permission. Song Tang directly showed her the proof issued by the local police station. On the night of the 18th, Deputy Jiang told me to leave early the next morning, but they left that very night. I was at the guest house that night, and I didn't leave without permission or ignore the organization and discipline. Coincidentally, I was almost killed by a couple of second-rate thugs from the countryside. Someone saved me, and I survived. This is a certificate from the local police station confirming I was in danger that night. Those thugs also admitted they were paid to kill me. The person behind the scenes disguised themselves, so they didn't know who the mastermind was. But why was it so coincidental that someone wanted to kill me, yet Deputy Jiang deliberately left me alone at the guest house? Song Tang's sharp gaze fixed on Jang May. Deputy Jiang, I want to ask you, was the person who hired someone to kill me your accomplice? Jiang May's face turned pale. She knew that Qin Cheng might have attacked Song Tang that night. But thinking she wasn't Qin Cheng's accomplice, she quickly calmed down. She looked at Song Tang with arrogance and hatred. Clearly, it's because you disobeyed management, causing a very bad influence. How dare you accuse me of harming you? Captain Li, our dance team cannot keep someone who behaves so improperly and lacks team spirit. Li Chunlan did not speak immediately. She stared steadily at the certificate Song Tang gave her. The certificate clearly stated that Song Tang experienced a tense situation at the guest house that night. If Lu Jinyan hadn't stepped in to help and taken it for her, she might have been seriously hurt or worse. Li Chunlan hadn't seen that scene herself, but reading the words on the paper made her sweat with worry for Song Tang. When performing in unfamiliar places, Song Tang wouldn't be foolish enough to wander around aimlessly. She isn't the kind to disobey rules or cause trouble. However, Jang May, Cheng Qianshan, Gu Mengwan, and some other team members all insisted that the official departure time was the evening of the 18th. They hadn't found any rule-breaking from Song Tang, so they left before she did. Jang May seemed to have a point on the surface, and since Li Chunlan had limited authority, she couldn't punish Jang May directly. She could only be more careful in the future. When going to the countryside for performances, if Jang May leads the team, she would double-check the list to make sure Song Tang doesn't go along. She really disliked the clique behavior of Jang May, Gu Mengwan, and others. She believed that selecting members for the dance team should focus not only on skill, but also on character, quality over quantity. However, Jang May had been part of the team for many years and was highly valued by the leaders above. Gu Mengwan had a strong background. Even if she didn't like them, she couldn't force them to leave the team. Hearing that Feng Yingying and others were still accusing Song Tang of misbehavior in the countryside, she tiredly pressed her temple and sharply ordered, "Enough." This certificate clearly states that Song Tang was at the guest house that night. Are you deliberately targeting Song Tang? I don't have concrete evidence, but she has never disobeyed management or left the team without permission. Stop targeting her intentionally. Feng Yingying and others were very upset that Song Tang was alive, uninjured, and even unharmed. But since they had a certificate from the local police station, it was difficult for Li Chunlan or Director Zhou to punish her. They also somewhat respected Li Chunlan, and seeing her protect Song Tang, they didn't dare to continue causing trouble, even if they were unhappy. Anyway, they believed they would have chances later to make Song Tang pay for her audacity. Song Tang knew that everyone participating in the performance this time was on Jang May's side. She couldn't get Jang May punished for this matter, but she had a backup plan. Jang May is one of the main characters in that historical romance novel, and she has several romantic storylines. 8 years ago, when she was sent to the countryside as a young educated youth, she had a complicated relationship with Hee-jun, the leader of the local militia. At that time, Hee-jun was already married, and his wife had a 3-year-old daughter. Because of that relationship, Jang May was pushed down and had a miscarriage, losing her ability to have children forever. After joining the cultural troupe, Jang May gained several admirers. Chung Qianshan, the deputy leader of the chorus, was the most devoted to her. This time, Chung Qianshan stood firmly by Jang May's side, insisting that Song Tang disobeyed organizational rules by leaving the team without permission. Chung Qianshan is 35 years old, married for many years, with children. When she read that historical romance novel, even though the author repeatedly said that Chung Qianshan had no common language with her domineering mother-in-law and that Jang May was her true love, she still found the love story between Jang May and Chung Qianshan particularly disgusting. If a man's affair and his love for his mistress are celebrated, then marriage itself becomes a joke. Before coming to the cultural troupe today, she wrote an anonymous letter to Chung Qianshan's wife, Zhang Qing. Lu Jinyan helped her place the letter inside the Chung family's gate. She knew Zhang Qing loved Chung Qianshan deeply, and she doubted Zhang Qing would believe that he was unfaithful. But once the seed of suspicion was planted, Zhang Qing would surely investigate. She also told Zhang Qing that Chung Qianshan's study had a painting he drew of Jang May by hand, with some suggestive words. Zhang Qing would definitely find more and come to hate the unfaithful couple even more. With Zhang Qing's personality, she would never let these two get away with it. Chung Qianshan, Jang May, you two adulterers, come out here. Zhang Qing arrived faster than Song Tang expected. They had just left Li Chunlan's office when Zhang Qing quickly rushed over, grabbing Jang May's hair tightly. In Chung Qianshan's mind, Jang May was his muse and the most perfect goddess in his heart. He couldn't stand her being bullied by her domineering mother-in-law. He couldn't help shouting at Zhang Qing, what's wrong with you? Let go of Deputy Captain Jiang. Zhang Qing didn't release Jang May. She raised her other hand and harshly slapped Chung Qianshan's still youthful and handsome face, causing him to tilt to the side. Men's infidelity isn't just the fault of the mistress. Both the unfaithful man and the mistress deserve punishment. Zhang Qing loved her husband very much. When she first received that letter, she thought it was a prank, but some things mentioned in that letter felt too real, making her feel uneasy. She still went to Chung Qianshan's study. She hoped everything in the letter was false. Unexpectedly, she found a painting inside Chung Qianshan's desk drawer. She recognized the woman in the painting immediately, Jang May from the dance troupe. There were 4 words written on the painting, Qing Qing, my love. Zhang Qing found it both funny and sad. She and Chung Qianshan married out of love. When they were deeply in love, he said she was his true love in this life. But after 10 years of marriage, his true love had become Jang May. She also found a letter from Jang May to Chung Qianshan in the drawer. The words in Jang May's letter showed her disdain for Zhang Qing. She looked down on Zhang Qing because Chung Qianshan constantly belittled and disliked her. Zhang Qing also found an unfinished reply from Chung Qianshan. In the letter, he called Zhang Qing a foolish, selfish, and petty woman. He said every day with her was painful. He felt disgusted whenever he saw her. Only being with Jang May made him happy. Only Jang May truly understood him. Looking at Chung Qianshan's words, Zhang Qing initially felt devastated. Then she found it both sad and funny. She used to be a gentle and charming girl. But when she went to the countryside, Chung Qianshan, a young artist, was too weak and often bullied. She tried to become bold and stood up for him, so he wouldn't be bullied anymore. At that time, he held her tightly and promised never to hurt her. But after he changed, her boldness became the reason he disliked her. He called her disgusting. In fact, the truly disgusting person was him. Before she came, she asked her children for their opinion. They all wanted to stay with her. Zhang Qing could let go and believe she could support her children alone, giving them a good life. But before divorcing Cheng Qianshan, she had to tear apart the faces of these disgusting, worthless people. Zhang Qing, are you crazy? Cheng Qianshan was stunned by her slap. Zhang Qing was fiery and bold, but she always obeyed him. He couldn't imagine that the woman who loved him more than life would actually hit him. Zhang Qing wasn't crazy, but hitting Cheng Qianshan made her feel very relieved. She quickly slapped him again. Jang May was proud and aloof. When she was caught tearing her hair in front of colleagues, she couldn't afford to lose face. She forcefully pulled her hair out of Zhang Qing's hand and restored her high and mighty goddess image. She spoke proudly and confidently, Sister Zhang. Captain Cheng and I are just ordinary colleagues. Why do you slander me like this? Just ordinary colleagues? Zhang Qing directly threw the small underwear she gave to Cheng Qianshan onto the ground. Sending underwear to a married man. That's what you call an ordinary colleague relationship? Jiang May's face turned pale. Indeed, this pair of underwear was a gift from her to Cheng Qianshan. That night, Cheng Qianshan came to her house for dinner. He sang for her, she danced gracefully, and they couldn't hold back. There was a spark between them. Afterward, Cheng Qianshan held her underwear, loving it dearly. She acted cute, saying if he liked it so much, she would give it to him. He carefully kept it close to his heart. She thought this would be their sweetest, most romantic secret. Who would have guessed that Zhang Qing, so shameless, would secretly find Cheng Qianshan's belongings and discover this underwear? Zhang Qing showed no respect for Cheng Qianshan's privacy. No wonder Cheng Qianshan didn't like her, this shameless woman. Her underwear was harshly thrown onto the ground by Zhang Qing, as if she was publicly punishing her. Jiang May felt very nervous. But she also thought that even if the underwear was hers, Zhang Qing had no proof. After all, her name wasn't written on it. Soon, Jiang May calmed down again. She had danced for many years, with a slender, beautiful figure. Her long, white neck looked just like a swan's neck. She slightly raised her chin, proud like a white swan. Clearly, she looked down on Zhang Qing even more. She gave Zhang Qing a noble, disdainful look, as if she was a goddess, sacred and untouchable. Zhang Jia, don't spread lies. You randomly picked a pair of underwear and claimed it was mine, then accused me of having an unclear relationship with Captain Cheng. Your behavior is really terrible. After scolding Zhang Qing, she coldly said to Cheng Qianshan, Captain Cheng, please control your wife. Don't let her act like a mad dog and bite people. Cheng Qianshan loved Jiang May very much and couldn't bear to see her suffer. Hearing Jiang May's words, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Qing's arm. Zhang Qing, can you stop causing trouble? Being unreasonable at home is one thing, but this is the art troupe, where I work. How can you openly make a scene and embarrass everyone? All right, just apologize to Deputy Captain Zhang this time, and I will forgive you. Zhang Qing didn't expect Cheng Qianshan to have the nerve to ask her to apologize to Jiang May. Honestly, Zhang Qing didn't even know what she had done wrong. During those years in the countryside, she forced herself to be tough to protect her family and to prevent Cheng Qianshan from being bullied. She argued and argued with those who harassed them. But at home, she was always gentle and caring toward Cheng Qianshan. She worked well and needed to go to work. Unlike Cheng Qianshan, who after work didn't have to handle household chores and only enjoyed leisure, she had to take care of the children and look after her picky, ailing mother-in-law. She believed she had never wronged Cheng Qianshan or the family. Yet, she never expected that in his heart, she was seen as unreasonable and quarrelsome. When she found those things in Cheng Qianshan's study, Zhang Qing was already very disappointed in him. At that moment, looking at the man standing beside her. Familiar yet strange, her last bit of affection for him disappeared. She coldly pushed his hand away, smiling bitterly and sarcastically. Chung Qianshan, you betrayed me, not because I am a bad person, nor because I don't deserve you. It's because you're selfish, disgusting, and self-righteous. You are the one who doesn't deserve me, Zhang Qing. You think every second living with me is unbearable? Fine, I'll help you out. I'll divorce you and let you be with Jang May, that little third party. Seeing Zhang Qing actually wanted to divorce him, Chung Qianshan's face changed. His eyes showed panic and anxiety. Jiang May is beautiful and charming. Being with her makes him truly happy. With Zhang Qing, life is just about chores, boring and dull. But with Jiang May, they could talk about poetry and distant dreams. Only then did he feel free and happy, with his soul satisfied. But he never thought about divorcing Zhang Qing, because besides Zhang Qing, he didn't know anyone else who could take such good care of his family. Jiang May is so beautiful, elegant, and wonderful. How could he let her wash clothes, cook, or take care of his paralyzed mother? Yes, Zhang Qing probably never really wanted a divorce. She loved him so much that once, when he was in danger in the countryside, she almost died trying to save him. She loved him so much, she was willing to give up her life. How could she truly want a divorce? He stepped forward, about to hold her hand and comfort her, hoping she would continue to care for the children, do household chores, and take care of his bedridden mother. But he saw her fiercely smash a painting onto the ground. He immediately recognized it as one he had painted himself for Jiang May. In the painting, Jiang May was dancing gracefully, beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. He wrote on the paper with deep affection, "Qing Qing, my love." He is talented in music and also good at painting. He was very pleased with this artwork. However, Zhang Qing publicly smashed the painting on the ground, which made him lose face. Moreover, her action of destroying the painting made his colleagues think poorly of him and Jiang May. He was so angry he gasped heavily. Before he could calm down, he saw Zhang Qing throw the letter he and Jiang May had shared into the dirt. He and Jiang May are colleagues and often meet at the cultural troupe. Both of them are refined and literary, and sometimes they like to express their feelings through writing. That's why they wrote their affection on letters. Who would have thought that Zhang Qing, a dull and unromantic woman, would dare invade his privacy and secretly read his letters to Jiang May? Zhang Qing, have you had enough trouble? My relationship with Deputy Jiang is pure. Don't slander us. In the letter he wrote to Jiang May, there were many parts that could spark imagination, and he definitely didn't want his colleagues to see them. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the scattered letters. Jiang May held her head high with pride and stubbornness, as if she were a delicate white flower unwilling to be tainted by the dirty world. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, was viciously attacking her like a snake. He failed to pick up the letters from the ground. Zhang Qing swung her hand and slapped him repeatedly, making his head spin. She also started reading the letter that he had written halfway through. The commotion was so loud that even Director Zhou and others came over. Director Zhou wanted to ask Li Chunlan what was going on, but then he heard Zhang Qing reading the letter. More precisely, reading a love letter. Dear May May, I can't forget how you looked in those little shorts, like a celestial maiden, unmatched in beauty. I think of you during the day and dream of you at night. Unfortunately, due to worldly pressures, I can only stay at home with my fierce mother. Fortunately, with your little shorts in my arms, I can barely soothe my longing. I kiss your little shorts thousands of times. Director Zhou, Minister Zheng from the Arts Department, and others also saw the lady's little shorts that had fallen to the ground. The choir and dance teams are part of the Arts Department.
Zheng Qi frowned deeply.
Clearly, he felt ashamed that his subordinates caused such a scene. Director Zhou also looked upset. He repeatedly emphasized the importance of proper conduct, but someone still caused trouble right under his nose. Song Tang was so shocked that her eyes widened. Kissed Jiang May's small pants countless times. Chung Qianshan is really disgusting. She thought that after writing that anonymous letter to Zhang Qing would at most bring the painting to cause trouble at the art troupe, leading to Cheng Qianshan and Jiang May being punished. She didn't expect Zhang Qing to give her such a big surprise. Seeing Cheng Qianshan and Jiang May look so pale and miserable, she felt very happy inside. Zhang Qing, you shameless woman, shut up. Cheng Qianshan was so angry, he clenched his fists tightly. Shut up. Captain Zhou coldly scolded Cheng Qianshan, making him shrink back in fear, trembling like a quail. That's not my little pants. Jiang May's cold eyes welled up with tears, as if she had been wronged. Zhang Jie, you can't accuse me just because Deputy Captain Cheng likes me secretly.
You.
I'm accusing you? Zhang Qing was amused by Jiang May's hypocritical and pretentious attitude. She unfolded a letter Jiang May had written to Cheng Qianshan and showed it to everyone. Everyone take a good look. Is this Jiang May's handwriting? Li Chunlan, Zheng Qi, and others looked at each other with complicated expressions. They had worked with Jiang May for many years and naturally recognized that the writing on the paper was hers. Before anyone could respond, Zhang Qing started reading the letter aloud. Qianshan, I understand your hardships and helplessness. That kind of snobbish, shameless woman, Zhang Qing, truly does not deserve you. Someone like her, with only worries about everyday chores and trivial matters, how could she understand your dreams and worries? To be entangled with a rude, boring woman for a lifetime, I really feel sorry for you. Every word on the paper showed Jiang May's concern for Cheng Qianshan. Every word also expressed her contempt and disdain for Zhang Qing. Captain Zhou, Zheng Qi, and others were stunned. They had also heard of Zhang Qing, a strong woman who was strict and decisive in the labor bureau. Zhang Qing's abilities were not inferior to men, and even Cheng Qianshan's abilities couldn't compare to hers. Why did Jiang May see her as a rude woman and a shameless woman? Honestly, they also found Cheng Qianshan and Jiang May a bit disgusting. Captain Zhou, who was honest and upright, knew that if someone in the troupe was involved in inappropriate relationships, he would definitely take strict action. Today, he had to give Zhang Qing an explanation. Captain Zhou, this letter is fake. Deputy Captain Cheng and I are truly innocent. Jiang May's face lost all color. She knew today it would be hard for her to turn things around, but she still had to do her best to turn the situation around. She was about to continue accusing Zhang Qing of slandering her when suddenly, a woman in a black and white checkered cotton dress, looking to be in her early 30s, hurried over holding a piece of paper. Seeing Jiang May, she trembled with hatred. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang May hard, causing her carefully made-up face to twist. Jiang May, you, and that He-jun, you caused my daughter's death. I want you to go to jail. You will pay with your blood. He-jun, hearing this name, Song Tang instantly guessed who she was. She was Tianing, the ex-wife of He-jun, the militia captain from a nearby village. In that historical story, Jiang May actually wanted most to be with Lu Shiau. Before she was rejected by Lu Shiau and humiliated, she had several romantic interests, one of which was He-jun. She met He-jun 8 years ago when she was sent to the countryside as a young, educated youth. At that time, He-jun was young, handsome, tall, and had influence in the village. Jiang May fell in love with him at first sight. However, He-jun was already married to Tianing and had a 3-year-old daughter named Nyo. But Tianing was just an ordinary rural girl, not as eye-catching as Jiang May, who had learned to dance since childhood and knew how to dress up. Furthermore, Jiang May deliberately flirted with He-jun, and he quickly became enchanted by her gentle ways, unable to resist. Taking advantage of He-jun's influence, Jiang May did the lightest work during her time in the countryside but received the most subsidies. She tasted success, and, fearing He-jun might be attracted to other pretty young women, she kept trying new tricks to make him unable to leave her. That winter, Tianying's family had an accident, and she was frantic. Tianying's family was in another village, separated by a mountain. Tianying was worried about the cold and carried Nyo over the mountain, fearing she couldn't handle it. She left Nyo at home and asked her husband to take good care of her. Hee-jun, who already looked down on girls, thought Nyo-Nyo was a burden. That day, Jang May came to find him, and they were close and inseparable, but Nyo-Nyo, thirsty and hungry, kept crying and fussing. Hee-jun was annoyed and directly threw Nyo-Nyo into the yard, locking the door and leaving Jang May behind. It snowed all night. When Tianing returned, Nyo-Nyo had already fainted from the cold. Nyo-Nyo developed a high fever but couldn't be saved. To Hee-jun, Nyo-Nyo was just a burden, but to Tianing, she was a piece of her own flesh and her life. Holding Nyo-Nyo's gradually cooling body, Tianing nearly went crazy. Especially knowing Nyo-Nyo fainted from the cold because Hee-jun was cheating with Jang May, she hated those two terrible people even more. She frantically hit and slapped Hee-jun and Jang May. In her panic, she pushed Jang May to the ground very hard. Seeing the blood spreading in the snow, everyone realized Jang May was pregnant. And because of that miscarriage, Jang May permanently lost her ability to have children. Hee-jun was heartbroken and beat Tianing fiercely. He had too much influence in the countryside, so even though Tianing was very unwilling, she couldn't get justice for Nyo-Nyo. After she divorced Hee-jun, the only thing she got was a confession letter she forced Jang May to sign and stamp with her finger. But Hee-jun threatened her family's lives and had powerful backing. Even with that confession letter, she couldn't get justice for Nyo-Nyo. In that old story, the author often said that Hee-jun and Jang May were truly in love. Tianing only lost her daughter, but Jang May lost her ability to have children and her love. The author even thought that Hee-jun, for Jang May, ignored his own daughter's actions and was very dominant and cool. After all, true love should make all obstacles disappear. In that story, Jang May was part of the main group, and her life afterward was smooth. When she returned to the capital, she became the deputy leader of the dance team and gained followers like Chung Qianshan. Even after Lu Shiau, Lin He, and Lu Shiau died and Lu Jinyan sent Jang May to prison, the author still said Jang May was a loyal and kind person who took all the blame for the heroine, Seqing Yao. In that old story, it was never written that Tianing came to the capital to confront Jang May. Thinking about the way back to the capital, when Lu Jinyan called someone to ask about Jang May, Song Tang immediately understood that Tianing was definitely brought by him. Originally, she planned for Zhang Qing to take action. Jang May might just be demoted, maybe even expelled, but this time, Tianing brought the confession letter signed and stamped by Jang May, so Jang May would definitely go to jail. Song Tang felt warm and happy inside. Her partner was really very good. After work in the afternoon, she wanted to hug him tightly. Song Tang guessed correctly. Tianing was indeed sent by Lu Jinyan. After divorcing Hee-jun, Tianing started a new family and had more children. But no matter how many children she had, she could never erase the pain of losing Nyo-Nyo. Because the children she had later, no matter how good, could never be her Nyo-Nyo. Every child is unique. Over the years, she never truly let go of her hatred for Hee-jun and Tianing. It was because she lacked the power to oppose Hee-jun's influence. Now, a leader is willing to help her seek justice. She must do her best to let her daughter, Nyo-Nyo, rest in peace. You're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? Jang May didn't expect that after so many years, Tianing would find the art troupe.
She felt a little panicked.
Thinking about how Tianing caused her to lose her ability to have children forever, she hated her even more. She pushed Tianing hard. I don't even know you. Why are you slandering me? Hee-jun has been taken away by the police. Thinking about yesterday afternoon, when Hee-jun was handcuffed and forcibly taken into the police car, Tianing's face showed a rare look of genuine happiness. Jang May, now it's your turn. You and Hee-jun had an affair, and you caused my daughter Nyo-Nyo's death. Both of you should pay for her. Jang May's heart trembled violently. Hee-jun has connections in the county. She couldn't imagine that Hee-jun, so arrogant and well-connected locally, would actually be arrested by the police. Her lips, carefully painted with lipstick, trembled violently. Just as she was about to say something to make Tianing stop obsessing over the past, Tian angrily grabbed her hair. 8 years ago. How dare you say you and Hee-jun are true love? How dare you say it's me, Tian, who is shameless and entangled, delaying Hee-jun. You, a homewrecker who harmed others' families and caused a girl's death by having an affair with a married man, have no right to act high and mighty. Jang May, every day over these 8 years, I wished I could tear your face apart and make you pay blood for Nunyo. I didn't do it. Tian had done physical labor for many years, and Jang May's strength was no match for her. Soon, Tian tore her face and pulled out several strands of her hair. At first, seeing her goddess being bullied like this, Jing Qianshan felt heartbroken. Later, when he heard Tian say that Jang May had even destroyed her family, he felt disappointed in her again. He thought she was pure, like snow on a mountain peak, untouched by dirt. He couldn't accept that she had been with another man. Let go. Please let go. It hurts. Captain Zhou never hit women, but he certainly wouldn't interfere in fights between women. Or rather, he felt sorry for Tianying's deceased daughter and deliberately gave her a chance to vent her anger. Jiang Mei thought that Qing Qianshan liked her very much. When she was beaten, he would be worried and heartbroken, willing to bear everything for her. She didn't dare to think about it. When she looked at Qing Qianshan, he instinctively took a step back. Clearly, he didn't want to stand up for her. Jiang Mei suddenly felt completely disappointed in him. Seqing Yao clenched her lips tightly. Jiang Mei was really kind to her. Moreover, Jiang Mei was her only blood relative in this world. She cared a lot about Jiang Mei. She couldn't bear to see Jiang Mei being beaten so badly and in pain. But if she intervened, what if Tianing also hit her? What if it affected her future? Little auntie, sorry, I can't ruin my life just for you. Quietly, she said this in her heart. Then she bit her lip tightly and turned her face away. Help me. I am truly innocent. Jiang Mei tearfully cried. After Tianing hit her until her hand hurt, she pushed her down to the ground. She was afraid of damaging the confession letter with Jiang Mei's signature and fingerprint, so while hitting her, she put the confession letter into her pocket. Now, she took out the confession letter and showed everyone what was written on it. Whether she is innocent or guilty, everyone can see clearly from this confession letter. Her signature is on it, and she also pressed her fingerprint. 8 years ago, she admitted that she was having an affair with Hee-jun because Nyo was too annoying nearby. In the cold winter, in the snow and ice, they kept my Nyo locked outside in the yard. My Nyo was frozen to death. I thought there was a problem at her family home, so I didn't take Nyo far along the mountain road to go back, thinking it was for her good. I never expected I would lose my Nyo forever. I didn't do it, I really didn't. Jiang Mei still cried very sadly. But after hearing Tianying's words and seeing the yellowed confession letter she unfolded, everyone no longer thought Jiang Mei was innocent and pure. Instead, they thought she deserved her punishment. Before going to the art troupe, Tianing had already called the police on the public phone. Soon, the police arrived and forcibly took Jiang Mei away. With the confession letter signed and fingerprinted by Jiang Mei, she was now awaiting strict legal punishment. Serves her right. When Jiang Mei was handcuffed, Zhang Qing spat harshly at her. Nyo, did you see? Bad people will be punished. Mom has avenged you. Tianing was crying and laughing at the same time. But even if she avenged Nyo, her Nyo would never come back. Watching Tianing smile and then cry uncontrollably, Song Tang felt very upset inside. When she read that old-fashioned story, she thought the plot was strange and unbelievable. But now that she is inside the book, she realizes that every minor character is a real person with feelings. The few simple words in the story might be the only thing they have left from their pain. They are not puppets controlled by the story, but the main characters of their own lives. Song Tang feels sorry for Tianing. However, Jiang Mei's bad actions have caught up with her, and she is quite happy about it. Jiang Mei has gone to jail early, and she hopes that leader Lu Shiau, and Lin He are safe and happy. After work, Song Tang saw Lu Jian standing outside the art troupe from afar. Today, she suddenly felt a strong desire to see him. She couldn't hold back and happily walked over, grabbing his hand and holding his fingers tightly. Gu Mengwan's small group just happened to pass by. Seeing this, Feng Yingying, Xie, and Chen Tian looked at each other with surprised eyes. Captain Lu is Mengming's fiancé. How dare this country girl, Song Tang, shamelessly hold his hand. To Feng Yingying and the others, it always seemed that Song Tang shamelessly clung to Lu Jian. They believed that Lu Jian and Gu Mengwan were a real couple. They thought he came to the art troupe today just to secretly look at Gu Mengwan. Since he doesn't like Song Tang, he definitely wouldn't let her hold his hand. Feng Yingying kept shouting in her mind, "Push her away." But unexpectedly, Lu Jian didn't coldly or disgustedly throw Song Tang to the ground. Instead, he took control and naturally held her hand tightly. Feng Yingying's mouth opened wide, almost able to fit an egg inside. Her face looked even worse, as if she had eaten something rotten. Xie and Chen Tian looked at each other in surprise. They clearly couldn't believe that Lu Jian was willing to hold Song Tang's disgusting hand.
Could they be dating?
Gu Mengwan, who was not blind, also saw what was happening nearby. Her proud phoenix eyes quickly filled with disbelief and pain. Since childhood, he had always been distant and cold to her. She thought that was just his personality. He was indifferent, unfriendly, and never especially kind to any girl. Who would have thought that this high and mighty flower of a man would allow Song Tang to hold his hand in front of everyone? How could he bully Gu Mengwan like this? Song Tang is really shameless. Feng Yingying couldn't help but feel sorry for Gu Mengwan. She knows that Commander Lu is Mengming's fiancé. How can she always bother and flirt with Commander Lu? Exactly. Xie and Chen Tian quickly agreed. Song Tang is just a shameless mistress. Mistresses won't have a good ending. She deliberately tries to ruin your relationship with Commander Lu. She will be punished for it. Song Little Third always messes around with men and women. She'll end up in prison sooner or later. Lu Jinyan didn't expect Song Tang to approach him openly outside. After all, she once said she didn't want to make their relationship public. No matter the reason, her dudong wojo tatasho, and he felt happy inside. His ears warmed, and his heartbeat sped up. He gently wojo hero wugu de shaosho, just as he heard the gossip from Feng Yingying and others. They were saying Song Tang was a mistress. Lu Jinyan has never liked meddling in others' affairs. But he couldn't stand others slandering Song Tang. He released her hand, turned around with a serious face, and walked toward Feng Yingying and the others. Commander Lu has let go of that shameless woman Song Tang's hand. Feng Yingying and others had been watching Song Tang. Seeing him 主动与他分开, they were very excited. They 低声打趣顾梦婉, Meng, Commander Lu is coming. He must be looking for you. Yes. Commander Lu doesn't like that Shangbalak Song Tang at all. He's probably here to apologize to you. Song Tang likes to be a mistress, but Commander Lu is so outstanding, he definitely doesn't like her. Meng and Commander Lu are a perfect match. Song Little Third. Who is the Little Third? Feng Yingying's words were cut off Bing by Lu Jinyan. Unlike when he was with Song Tang, he carried a faint warmth. Now, he radiated a fierce sishi, like a heavy snowstorm in winter, making people feel cold. Xie and Chen Tian shivered and instinctively took a step back. Feng Yingying was also frightened by his sangdar, Weya. Shi Beishou quietly clenched her chento, but still couldn't hide her trembling fingertips. She felt that Lu Jinyan now was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, ready to cut her into pieces at any moment. Her Xinli Yerlai Huang, but she hated Song Tang and wanted to please Gu Mengwan. After Shinshi Yikuchi, Xionggandasoa, Commander Lu, we all know you have a marriage agreement with Meng. You already have a fiancé, and Song Tang keeps bothering you. Isn't she just a shameless mistress? Song Tang is dirty and mean, only good at messing around with men and women, bringing shame to our art troupe. I refuse to associate with her. She's just a mistress, truly disgusting. Lu Jinyan's aura was already cold and stern. Hearing Feng Yingying's words, he became even more icy, like a mountain of ice that had never melted, forged with countless sharp blades of cold. Suddenly, he curled his lips. Because his smile didn't reach his eyes, the coldness around him seemed to freeze everyone nearby into ice. Feng Yingying stepped back nervously, then heard his cold, sharp voice, tinged with a clear threat. You're full of foul words, but you're quite clean. Feng Yingying's face turned pale instantly. She was a girl. She didn't really have any relationship with Lu Jinyan, but she still couldn't imagine him insulting and humiliating a girl in front of everyone. Before she could recover from her deep shame and shock, she heard Lu Jinyan's frightening voice again. I am not familiar with Gu Mengwan. I don't know why anyone would connect me with her. But I am sure of a few things. I have never had a marriage contract with Gu Mengwan, and I never will. She is not my fiancée. I have no romantic feelings for her, not even any friendship. I don't want anyone spreading rumors anymore, nor do I want anyone to slander or bully Song Tang. Bullying Song Tang is like crossing me, Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan usually didn't like explaining himself to others. But Feng Yingying and the others kept calling Song Tang a mistress, which was too harsh and hurtful. He also didn't want Song Tang to misunderstand his relationship with Gu Mengwan, so he decided to clarify everything. Everyone, mind your own business. After saying this, Lu Jinyan didn't stay any longer. He turned away coldly, took Song Tang's hand, and quickly walked to the car. His dark, deep eyes were full of unbreakable love and obsession. Because she had said before she didn't want to be public, he didn't understand why she held his hand in front of everyone. But since she did, in this life and the next, she would never let go. Did Meng and Commander Lu really never have a marriage contract? Then why, a long time ago, did they jokingly say that Meng was childhood sweethearts with Commander Lu, and maybe they had a marriage agreement? But Meng didn't deny it? Could it be that Meng was lying? Feng Yingying and the others were all stunned. Lu Jinyan's car had already driven away, but they still stood there, stunned. This time, it was still Chen Tian who couldn't hold back and spoke first. Meng, you and Captain Lu. You really don't have a marriage agreement? Gu Mengwan was truly surprised that Lu Jinyan, a person so indifferent, would publicly defend Song Tang. She didn't dare to imagine that he would disregard her dignity and directly tell Chen Tian and others that they never had a marriage agreement. Gu Mengwan had never felt so humiliated before. She was so proud. She couldn't accept such shame. Her cold, proud eyes quickly filled with tears, and her eyes reddened with humiliation. She slightly raised her chin, stubbornly biting her lip, proud yet fragile. Feng Yingying and the others weren't very clever, but they weren't fools either. Seeing her like this, they immediately understood that she and Lu Jinyan truly had no marriage agreement. Some of her actions had misled them. Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and Xia exchanged glances and still hurried to comfort Gu Mengwan. Meng, don't be sad. It's just that Song Xiao is shameless. You and Captain Lu grew up together. Even without a marriage agreement, you're childhood sweethearts and inseparable. If it weren't for Song Xiao shamelessly interfering in your relationship, you and Captain Lu would definitely be married. Song Xiao is so lowly and shameless for competing with you for Captain Lu. Men prefer girls who are pure and innocent. Song Xiao is so unruly. She can't be pure. Captain Lu is probably just playing with her and definitely won't marry her. I believe Captain Lu will eventually realize how good you are, Meng, and will ask you to give him another chance. Feng Yingying and the others comforted Gu Mengwan for a long time. Listening to their insults about Song Tang, Gu Mengwan gradually felt less embarrassed. She also believed that Song Tang was no longer a pure girl. When Lu Jinyan found out she was not clean, he definitely wouldn't want her anymore. However, Gu Mengwan had never felt such deep shame before, and her mood was still very bad. When Qin Cheng arrived, her eyes were still red, as if she had suffered an injustice, making her look especially pitiful. Qin Cheng immediately noticed her reddened eyes. Since childhood, Gu Mengwan had always been strong and proud. Seeing her so upset, She was almost crying. He felt his heart break. He also hated anyone who made her unhappy and wished they could be punished severely. He suppressed his fierce anger, smiled in a friendly way, and leaned toward her. Dream? Wan? Who made you angry? Humph. Mengwan proudly turned her face away and ignored him. Qin still patiently tried to comfort her. He magically presented a bright red rose to her. Who is the girl standing in front of me? Why does she look better than this rose in my hand? Qin, please don't come to find me again. Mengwan still didn't smile because of him. She habitually vented her unhappiness on him. I never want to see you again. Qin was used to her cold face and didn't get angry. He was eager to know who made her unhappy and quickly looked at Feng Yingying and others. Feng Yingying angrily said, "It's because Song Tang, that mean person, bullied Dream again. Just now, Song Tang was really too much. She even made Dream cry. Commander Qin, you must comfort Dream properly. Song Tang bullied her, so Dream must feel very wronged." After saying this, Feng Yingying pulled Xie and Shintian and walked away quickly. In Qin Cheng's mischievous and dark eyes, a cruel expression quickly appeared. Song Tang. She really doesn't know her place. Suddenly, he sneered mockingly, and his whole aura became more fierce and cruel. She's so proud, just because she still looks good with her face. If she lost that face, she would have to leave the art troupe and become a joke. At that time, she definitely wouldn't dare to make you angry, Dream. Do you think I should ruin Song Tang's face? A few days ago, Mengwan went to the countryside to visit a performance before leaving. Qin looked for her. He promised her that he would make Song Tang suffer and die painfully in the countryside. All of this was something Qin wanted to do himself. She didn't want to get involved in such things. But after hearing Qin words, she secretly hoped for it. She hoped Song Tang would stay in the countryside forever, so she couldn't shamelessly compete with her for Lu Jinyan. However, Song Tang returned unharmed. Qin failed to make Song Tang pay the price, and Mengwan was very angry with him. She didn't want to talk to him. Plus, she looked down on Song Tang, who was a useless country bumpkin, and didn't want everyone to think she was targeting Song Tang intentionally. After a long silence, she still coldly said, Qin, mind your own business. Qin has known her for many years and understands her well. Hearing her words, he became more certain that Song Tang had made her angry again. He kindly pressed a rose into her hand and said, Meng, don't worry. I have a way to get sulfuric acid. Soon, I will make that disgusting Song Tang pay the price. She's ugly and shameless. How dare that lowly person bully our Meng? She's not even worthy to carry her shoes. Anyone who bullies Meng won't have a good ending. When she heard the words sulfuric acid, Mengwan's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. She still slightly lifted her chin, showing her proud attitude and her refusal to sink into the dirty world. However, Qin behavior today made her somewhat satisfied. She didn't throw away the rose in her hand. Qin keenly sensed that her mood had improved a lot. He thoughtfully let her walk inside and sent her home. Meng, I expect to get the sulfuric acid by tomorrow at the latest. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens when Song Tang gets splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. What a mess she'll be. Mengwan also looked forward to it. But she disdainfully said again, don't be reckless. Qin kindly took her bag and continued sharing his plan, trying to make her happy. After sending her back to the Gu family, he quickly went to a public phone booth to call his talented and outstanding cousin, Qin Jingzhou. Qin Jingzhou is the grandson that Grandpa Qin Shouzheng, values most. He is also the most promising descendant of a Qin family. Since Qin can remember, many people around him liked to compare Qin Jingzhou with Lu Jinyan. Both in appearance and ability, they are almost evenly matched. Qin Jingzhou is now a brigade commander. However, his position is higher than Lu Jinyan's, partly because of his age. He is 28 years old, 4 years older than Lu Jinyan. When Qin Jingzhou was 24, he became a regimental commander. Lu Jinyan was 23 when he also became a regimental commander. Both have bright futures. Qin Jingzhou has a very good friend working in a chemistry lab. He knows Qin Jingzhou can definitely get concentrated sulfuric acid through his friend. When the call connected, Qin Chung didn't directly mention the sulfuric acid. Thinking about how Qin Jingzhou has been looking for a girl these past 2 years, he first asked with concern, "Big brother, have you found your future wife?" Qin Jingzhou, with a calm and cold demeanor, carried an invisible layer of obsession and ruthlessness. His noble face was even more cold, like 1,000 miles of ice. When Qin Chung spoke, his icy eyes finally showed a rare hint of warmth. It was as if a piece of ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years was thrown into boiling water, slowly melting and becoming hot. 2 years ago, he was badly injured and almost died. Since then, he often dreamt of a girl every night. In his dreams, he couldn't see her face clearly or know her name. He only saw her running, with a round hibiscus jade pendant swinging on her chest, and then she resolutely jumped off a high cliff. That dream felt so real. Even though he could never see her face clearly, at the moment she jumped, he felt a bone-chilling pain and a strong emotion and possessiveness toward her. He was a firm materialist. But after dreaming of her over and over, he began to believe that maybe there really was a past life and a next life. She was probably the love of his previous life. In his past life, by the cliff, he couldn't hold her hand and missed her. But in this life, he was determined to find her and grow old with her. Big brother. Qin Chung called him again, bringing him back to reality. He didn't answer Qin Chung directly, but said with stubbornness and possessiveness that no one could change, "I will find her." "What's the matter? Why are you calling me?" Hearing Qin Jingzhou's words, Qin Chung understood that his older cousin still hadn't found that girl. He was already 28 and had no intention of dating anyone, only thinking about finding that girl who might not even exist. Grandpa was getting anxious. He was anxious too. If his older cousin married and had children soon, Grandpa wouldn't keep urging him to find a partner. He wanted to persuade his cousin to like someone else. But he was a bit afraid of his cold, brilliant, and distant cousin, so he didn't dare interfere much in his private affairs. He decided to quickly tell him his own matter. "Big brother, can you help me get a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid? I want to have it by tomorrow." Qin Jingzhou knew what kind of person his younger cousin was. He wanted sulfuric acid, which definitely wouldn't be used for good purposes. But Qin Jingzhou had no compassion and didn't sympathize with those bullied or hurt by Qin Chung. Plus, he was cold and silent, so he didn't bother to teach his lazy cousin. He simply said coldly, "I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. Don't cause any accidents." After saying that, he hung up directly. After putting down the phone receiver, Qin Jingzhou glanced again at the painting on his desk. It was a picture he had painted himself of the mandarin duck flower jade pendant from his dreams. The mandarin duck flower on the pendant looked so real. The pendant was smooth, lively, and one of a kind. If those dreams were really some sign from heaven, he believed that she must be wearing that round mandarin duck flower jade pendant. He was sure they would be reunited someday. He wanted her to love only him in this life, to stay by his side forever. Together, they would live a long and happy life.
Ugh.
After work, Seqing Yao returned home to the Song family and threw herself onto her bed, crying loudly. She had checked with the police. Jang May's case was very serious. Jun had already confessed. On the confession 8 years ago, Jang May's signature and fingerprint were clear. Even if she didn't directly kill Nyonyo, she would still face at least 20 years in prison. She had finally joined the art troupe. She had hoped that with Jang May's help, she could suppress Song Tang in the troupe, even make her struggle to stay. Her parents' hearts had completely shifted to favor Song Tang. Jang May was the best person in the world to her, yet she was going to jail. Who could help her in the future? Yes, she had to marry into the Lu family quickly. Once she married Lu Yu, the Lu family would be her strong backing and greatest support. She could still rise high and succeed. Usually around dusk, Song Tsongrong and Lu Shiau would come back. Lu Shiau was not at home. Lu Shiau was playing chess at the alley entrance. Just now, she noticed Lu Yu had returned home. Now, Only Lu Yu was at the Lu house, which was the best chance for her to do something with him. Today, she had to get the elders to agree on her and Lu Yu's relationship. Last time, after Su Shanshan drugged Lu Shiau, she became more cautious. She spent a lot of money and effort to get a small packet of that drug from the black market. Tonight, she could just use that drug on Lu Yu. Thinking this, she dared not delay. She took the small packet and a math test paper, then hurried to the Lu house. Lu Yu should have gone to the bathroom. He wasn't in his room. She pushed open his half-open door, quickly poured the drug into his cup, then hid in Lu Xiao's room next door. When she heard footsteps, she knew Lu Yu had definitely gone back to his room. After about 10 minutes, thinking he had probably finished the water in his cup, she knocked lightly on the door. Before he could answer, she pushed it open and went inside. Lu Yu had never encountered this situation before. After drinking water, he suddenly felt very hot all over, as if flames were burning inside his mind. He felt very uncomfortable. He pressed his temples, trying to clear his mind. He still felt his head was very heavy, and his mouth was dry. He took several more sips of water. He thought that drinking more water might make him feel better, but instead, the air around him felt more heavy, and his vision became blurry. He stood up and opened the window. A cool breeze blew in, and his mind finally became a little clearer. But soon, that restless feeling swept over his body again. Second brother Lu. Lu Yu was about to go downstairs to get some air when he heard someone call him. I have a few questions I don't understand. Can you explain them to me? Lu Yu suddenly lifted his eyelids and, in a daze, saw Song Tang. He really cared a lot about brother Lu Jian. He knew that Song Tang was the girl his older brother liked. He shouldn't get close to her. But she approached him first with questions, and he couldn't simply ignore her. He stiffly sat back at his desk. After a moment of silence, he replied faintly, Seqing Yao was secretly happy. She knew that the pearl earring she deliberately left on his car had worked. These days, he must be holding that earring every night, blushing and thinking about her. She took the test paper and walked over to him. While asking him questions, she subtly pulled down her collar and leaned slightly forward, perfectly showing her most attractive and alluring curves. He liked her. He also drank a lot of water mixed with something. Seeing her elegant and beautiful, with her flirtatious and slightly mysterious look, he would surely fall for her. Second brother Lu. These questions on the test paper are really hard. Seqing Yao pouted charmingly, playing up her delicate and fragile beauty to the fullest. I also don't know how to solve this one. Can you explain it to me?
No.
Lu Yu's body was too hot. Even though his mind was burning like a fire, his sharp intelligence still sensed something was wrong. He had explained the big questions several times just now, and she still said it was difficult. Song Tang was very good at solving problems, so she couldn't be so clueless. The woman in front of him was not Song Tang. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, she knew he was holding back his patience. She didn't rush to ask more questions, but instead looked at him affectionately with gentle eyes. His face is truly handsome. His calm and cool appearance carries a hint of aloofness, with refined composure. Whether it's his features or his figure, everything is perfect. Although she prefers Lu Jinyan, marrying him doesn't seem like a bad choice. She softly calls out, pretending to have twisted her ankle, then sits down on him. They kiss passionately, entangle with each other, and their emotions become intense and uncontrollable. You're not Song Tang. Get lost. Before she can sit charmingly on him, she suddenly feels a sharp pain on her body. He unexpectedly pushes her down to the ground forcefully, without any mercy. At the same time, she hears his voice. He says she is not Song Tang. Does that mean he was only patient with her earlier because he thought she was Song Tang? The girl he liked was actually Song Tang, that rude girl? Seqing Yao is trembling with anger. She used to believe that whether it was Lu's 3 sons or Liang Yueshan, they all cared about her. She could marry whoever she wanted. But now she can't believe it. Lu Jinyan was deceived by Song Tang, and Lu Yu also developed feelings for her? Song Tang was just a girl from a poor mountain village. How could she be worthy? They all fail to see Song Qingyao's nobility and beauty. Are they blind? Song Qingyao feels deeply humiliated. But Lu Yu is the best man she can hold on to, and she doesn't want to let go easily. She endures her discomfort, climbs up from the ground, and tries to hold him.
Get out.
Lu Yu grabs a folding military knife from the table and sharply cuts his hand, bleeding. The sharp pain clears the fog in his mind. He finally sees clearly that the woman in his room is not Song Tang but Song Qingyao. He realizes that his strange body reactions are probably a trap set by Song Qingyao. Second brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Song Qingyao pretends to be innocent, tears welling in her eyes, looking at him. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. What did I do wrong that makes you so angry with me? Song Qingyao, do you know what you've done? Lu Yu stands up, looking at her with cold indifference. His attitude towards her is completely different from what she imagined. She thought tonight they would be close, that he would be gentle and caring. But in his eyes, there is no love or admiration, only intense disdain and hatred. He caught the contempt in his dark eyes, and Song Qingyao's heart trembled fiercely. Did he really look down on her? She, Song Qingyao, was so talented and perfect. How could he look down on her? Before she could recover from the deep humiliation and unwillingness, she heard his nearly disgusted voice again. Did you tamper with my cup? Are you trying to take advantage of me after I drank those medicines? Too bad. You overestimate yourself. Even if you planned this, I would never touch you. Seeing you just makes me feel sick. He actually called her disgusting. Song Qingyao was hit harder than ever before. Her body wobbled, and even though she desperately held onto the nearby table, she still felt unsteady. She definitely didn't want him to hate her. After taking a deep breath, she still defended herself with tears in her eyes. Second brother Lu, I really don't know what you're talking about. I came here tonight just to ask you a question. Can you please not think so badly of me? And don't be so harsh?
Get out.
Lu Yu already didn't like Song Qingyao. Now, she was crying so theatrically that he felt even more disgusted. He raised his hand and slammed the porcelain cup on the table hard, smashing it to the ground.
Get out.
Song Qingyao was startled. Her pride was deeply hurt. For a moment, she wanted to leave just like that. But what would happen after she left? Jang May was in prison. Her parents favored Song Tang, and her brothers might be taken away by Song Tang too. Only by marrying a capable, powerful man could she suppress Song Tang. She bit her lip tightly and decided to go all in. She stepped forward, stubbornly grabbed Lu Yu's arm, lifted her face, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Second brother Lu, I don't know what's really wrong with you, but I can see that you're really suffering right now. I want to help you.
Can you kiss me? Get out.
Lu Yu usually kept his emotions very stable. He was cold by nature and rarely got angry. But tonight, Song Qingyao's thick skin made it impossible for him to hold back his fiery anger. He roughly shook her hand away and grabbed a chair, smashing it forcefully in front of her. Afraid it might hit her, Song Qingyao hurriedly stepped back, almost outside the door. Before her foot fully left the room, Lu Yu slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Song Qingyao, you brought trouble on yourself by getting involved with a troublemaker and trying to falsely accuse my older brother. It only makes me feel uncomfortable. I won't touch you in my next life. Get lost. Lu Yu's forceful door slamming was really harsh. Song Qingyao's foot was squeezed, and she felt pain so sharp that her eyes reddened instantly. She still wanted to be with him, seriously. But her foot was pressed so hard by the door that she couldn't bear the pain. She hurriedly withdrew her foot. After she pulled back her foot, Lu Yu directly blocked the door from inside, so she couldn't go in. Xiaoji, you and old Song should come to eat at our place tonight. Just as Song Qingyao was about to go downstairs, she heard Lin He's voice. Apparently, Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiaoji were also at Lu's house. Her eyelids twitched rapidly. For a moment, she didn't know how to come downstairs feeling so embarrassed. After a brief moment of awkwardness, her eyes brightened. It's better if both families' parents are here. Lu Yu didn't actually touch her knight, but she could make the elders think that Lu Yu was bullying her. If everyone believed Lu Yu was bullying her, he would definitely have to take responsibility. Right now, Lu Yu was indeed attracted by Song Tang's charming face. But she always believed in love after marriage. Seqing Yao was so outstanding. After they married and spent every day and night together, any normal man would surely fall in love with her. She bit her lower lip hard until it bled, then quickly tore her hair into disarray. To make it more convincing, she endured the pain and grabbed her neck, scratching and pinching herself. She used all her strength to crumple and damage her dress. Today, she was wearing a dress with buttons at the front. She forcefully pulled off the top 2 buttons. After throwing those buttons into the trash bin, she supported herself on the railing, trembling, and staggered downstairs. Lu Shiau and Lu Shiau were also in the living room. They had just decided to let Qin Xiuji and Lin He eat at their house when they saw Seqing Yao, disheveled and in her underwear. Lu Shiau had never been in love before. But seeing Seqing Yao like this, and knowing Lu Yu was upstairs, he couldn't help but realize something. He widened his eyes and tightly grabbed Lu Shiau's arm, stammering, "Grandpa, it's over." Second brother. Seeing Seqing Yao's lips swollen and cut, her hair messy, and marks all over her neck, Lu Shiau's vision blacked out. He had noticed Lu Yu liked Seqing Yao and had been wary of them being together. But no matter how much he tried to prevent it, a big mistake still happened.
Oh dear.
Commander Lu pressed hard against his chest. That brat Xiao Yu.
Oh dear.
Lu Shiau and Lin He looked very upset. They really didn't like Seqing Yao. They believe in family unity. They have no prejudice about social status. But their daughter-in-law can be poor or uneducated, as long as she has a good heart. She cannot have bad intentions. They really don't want Seqing Yao to become their daughter-in-law. However, since Seqing Yao is a girl and Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji are still here, if Lu Yu really hurt her, they wouldn't be able to blame Seqing Yao. In fact, they would have to make Lu Yu responsible for her. Yao, what is this? Qin Xiuji is not a naive girl. Seeing Seqing Yao like this, she naturally knew her daughter was being bullied. And her daughter came down from the Lu family building. Obviously, the one bullying her is Lu's son. Qin Xiuji looked at Seqing Yao with both worry and pain. Tell Mom, what exactly happened? Who bullied you? As a father, seeing his beloved daughter being bullied like this, Song Songrong must also feel very sad. But now that his daughter is grown up, he can't say certain things. He could only silently hold Qin Xiuji's hand and stand with her to support their daughter.
Mom.
Seqing Yao cried as she threw herself into Qin Xiuji's arms. Yao, don't cry. Qin Xiuji kept comforting her. But to make everyone feel more sorry for her, no matter how much she tried to soothe her, she still cried heartbreakingly, with tears streaming down her face. After crying for a while, she finally lifted her tear-stained face and tremblingly said, "Mom, I feel so much pain. I'm really scared." She tremblingly pointed at the broken exam paper in front of everyone. "I didn't know some questions, so I asked Lu Ergo at home. I didn't expect.
Ugh.
I only saw Lu Ergo as my older brother. How could he treat me like this?" The hearts of the Lu family members sank completely. It really was Lu Yu who hurt Seqing Yao. Are they really going to make Lu Yu responsible for her and let her marry into the Lu family? Linny felt more headache than ever before. Lu Shiau is strategic in the army and knows how to adapt in life. But this time, he was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Lu Xiao's face was full of despair. Thinking that Seqing Yao would become his second sister-in-law, he suddenly felt that even the best-tasting roasted turtle in the world no longer seemed delicious. Yao, don't cry anymore. Seqing Yao kept crying endlessly, which made Lin He even more worried. She pressed her temples hard, but decided to say something. "You and Xiao. Really?" Sniff. Before Lin He finished speaking, Seqing Yao cried as if she was about to faint. Suddenly, Lin He didn't want to ask anymore. Seeing Seqing Yao crying so sadly, Qin Xiuji felt she hadn't protected her daughter well and felt even worse inside. Actually, she thought that it was good for the Lu and Song families to become relatives.
Lu Yu was smart and calm.
If she married him, Song Qingyao's future wouldn't be bad. He had taken the initiative to approach Song Qingyao, so he must have liked her. She was worried that Song Qingyao only liked Lu Jian and didn't want to be with Lu Yu. Gently patting Song Qingyao's back, Qin Xiuji still asked cautiously, Yao Yao, what do you think of Xiao Yu? I already belong to Lu Erge.
Just now
Lu Erge didn't do anything to prevent pregnancy. I'm really scared I might get pregnant. Song Qingyao sniffled sadly, her delicate face gradually flushing with blush. My marriage is decided by my parents. She was already with Xiao Yu, so she might get pregnant. Lu Shoujiang felt a sharp pain in his chest. Really, it was suffocating.
he wanted to die.
Lu Shoujiang, Lin He, and Lu Xiaoyu were all full of helplessness, not knowing what to say. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji understood their daughter's meaning. She was willing to marry Lu Yu. Lu Jian took Song Tang to a state-run restaurant for dinner. They walked into the yard one after the other, hearing the lively noise from the Lu family. Song Tang thought for a moment and followed Lu Jian to the Lu house. As soon as they entered the living room, they heard Qin Xiuji say, Old Lu, Ahi, since Yao Yao is already with Xiao Yu and she might get pregnant, and both kids like each other, why don't we settle their marriage? Song Tang was shocked. A few days ago, Song Qingyao still wanted to marry Lu Jian. She really didn't expect that tonight she had actually been with Lu Yu. Lu Jian found it very absurd. He knew very well that his second brother had no interest in Song Qingyao. He would never let Song Tang marry anyone else. But he also didn't want his second brother to be held back by the bad, selfish, and hypocritical Song Qingyao. He coldly told Lu Xiaoyu, go call your second brother down. Lu Yu was his biological brother. He knew his personality. He is cold, reserved, polite, and would never casually have a relationship with a girl he doesn't like. Lu Xiaoyu actually didn't want to call Lu Yu, because he thought Lu Yu liked Song Qingyao very much. He was afraid that after Lu Yu went downstairs, he would be even more eager to marry Song Qingyao. If that happened, Song Qingyao becoming his second sister-in-law would be a certainty. But he most respected his straightforward older brother and was afraid of getting scolded if he disobeyed. So he quickly went upstairs and called Lu Yu down. Seeing the person responsible for this, Leader Lu was furious. Lu Shoujiang also frowned coldly. You brat, Song Yao is a girl. You bullying her like this makes you no better than a beast. Lin He, with her beautiful phoenix eyes full of helplessness, said, Xiao Yu, you've always been calm. Why did you bully Yao Yao tonight? Lu Xiaoyu was so anxious he scratched his head. Second brother, you're overthinking. Lu Yu cut several lines on the back of his hand. He still felt uncomfortable, but his mind was completely clear. Even though his brain had returned to normal, he didn't understand what his grandparents and parents meant. Song Qingyao had set him up, drugged his drink. He had sternly refused her and kicked her out of the room. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he called a beast? Lu Jinyan keenly sensed the confusion in Lu Yu's eyes. He was even more sure now that he hadn't guessed wrong. This wasn't what Song Qingyao had said. He didn't want everyone to keep misunderstanding Lu Yu, so he said coldly, Xiao Yu, Song Qingyao said you forced yourself on her. You didn't take any action and she might be pregnant. What do you have to say about this? Big brother, what are you talking about? Hearing Lu Jinyan's words, Lu Yu was immediately upset. I don't like her. How could I force her? It's her talking nonsense. We didn't do anything between us. Leader Lu took a deep breath. He knew his second grandson could be a bit stubborn, but he didn't think he would lie. He said he hadn't touched Song Qingyao, so they must be innocent. Lu Shoujiang and Lin He exchanged glances, and both sighed in relief. They were willing to believe their second son. Lu Xiaoyu naturally believed his older brother wouldn't lie. He was so excited he jumped around, almost dancing in the air. Wah! Song Qingyao cried, feeling wronged and very sad. Second brother Lu, just now in your room, you clearly hugged me, forcibly kissed me, tore my clothes, and I am a pure girl. You bullied me, so why won't you admit it?
Ugh.
Seqing Yao became more and more upset, crying uncontrollably. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji looked at each other with a mix of struggle and confusion. They loved their daughter Seqing Yao very much and couldn't bear to see her suffer. But Lu was also a child they had watched grow up, and they wanted to believe in his character. Previously, Seqing Yao had lied and slandered others, so they were unsure whom to trust. What happened? Tomorrow was a day off, and Song Qi and Song Zhouye returned home one after the other. Seeing Qin Xiuji and others at Lu's house, they quickly pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Seqing Yao crying so hard, she was hiccuping, as if she might pass out at any moment, they felt heartbroken. Song Qi hurried forward and asked with concern Yao Yao, "Did someone bully you? Tell Big Brother I won't let him get away with it." Song Zhouye noticed Seqing Yao's disheveled appearance. He realized that his sister had clearly been bullied by a man. His youthful face instantly filled with worry and anger. "Who bullied you? I'll fight him." Seqing Yao knew that her older brothers still loved her. Seeing them come back, she suddenly felt more confident. She didn't answer directly but, with tears in her eyes, accused Lu Yu. "Second brother Lu, I, Seqing Yao, have my pride. I refuse to cling to any man. If you don't want to take responsibility for me, I won't bother you. Even if I lose my innocence and never marry, I won't force you to take responsibility. But you shouldn't have forcibly bullied me and then denied it, acting as if I was slandering you."
Ugh.
After hearing Seqing Yao's words, Song Qi and Song Zhouye immediately understood. Lu Yu had bullied Seqing Yao and was unwilling to take responsibility. They loved their sister Seqing Yao so much and couldn't bear to see her suffer at someone else's hands. At once, Song Qi raised his hand and sharply punched Lu Yu's cold, handsome face, knocking it askew. Song Zhouye also wanted to severely punish Lu Yu, to give Seqing Yao justice. But after Song Qi made his move, Lu Jian quickly seized his wrist. His raised fist couldn't land on Lu Yu's face. Lu Jian was too strong, and Song Zhouye couldn't break free from his grip. He angrily stomped on Lu Yu, shouting, "You bullied my sister and ruined her innocence, but refused to take responsibility. You're worse than animals. Lu Yu, you better apologize to Yao Yao and seek her forgiveness, or I'll risk my life to get justice for her." "Big brother Lu, let me go." Song Zhouye saw Seqing Yao crying more and more fiercely, and he felt heartbroken. He struggled desperately, wanting to rush over and punish Lu Yu harshly, but Lu Jinyan still refused to let him go. His chest was full of anger, but he had no way to vent it. "Big brother Song, stay calm." Afraid that Lu Yu would get hit again, Lu Shiau tightly held onto the furious Song Qi. "My second brother said he didn't bully Seqing Yao." Thinking about the strange things Seqing Yao had done recently, Lu Shiau spoke more bluntly. "Seqing Yao is not clever. She always harms Tang. Not long ago, she even tried to fake an accident to make my big brother responsible for her. Anyway, I believe my second brother. Tonight, she definitely deliberately caused trouble for him." Song Qi's eyes turned red with rage. He used to like the innocent, lively, and cheerful Lu Shiau. But now, hearing him belittle his precious sister Seqing Yao like that, he just wanted to punch him into the ground. He raised his hand and unceremoniously punched Lu Shiau, making him grimace in pain. "Song Qi, do you have a problem?" Song Tang saw Lu Shiau as a good friend. When he got hit, she couldn't stand it. She coldly stared at Song Qi. "Can you understand human words? The truth isn't decided yet, and you're hitting people randomly? Are you mentally disabled?" Song Tang. Having misunderstood Song Tang a few times before, and knowing she wasn't as bad as he thought, Song Qi felt a bit guilty toward her. Now that Seqing Yao was bullied like this, and she was helping the Lu family, he couldn't help but feel disappointed again. His gaze was like a knife stabbing her face. "Yao Yao is our sister. How dare you help others bully her?" Lu Jinyan's face darkened completely. He hated others shouting at Song Tang. Originally, in front of Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji, he wanted to give Song Qi some face. But now, since he was asking for trouble himself, he didn't need to be polite. He shook off Song Zhouye and heavily punched Song Qi in the face.
Song.
Song Tang is right. Your brain is indeed damaged. Always protecting a scheming adopted daughter, but cold to your own sister. You really have some nerve. I still believe in Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said he didn't touch Seqing Yao, so he didn't. He has no reason or need to be responsible for her. Big brother Lu. Seqing Yao cried again. Lu Jinyan never spared her dignity, but always protected Song Tang. This made her very sad. Song Qi stared angrily at Lu Jinyan. But Song Zhouye's eyes were complicated. He actually thought that what his older brother said to Song Tang earlier was too harsh. But Seqing Yao is also their sister. She was wronged, so how could they not stand up for her? After Lu Yu quickly left to get something from his room, Song Qi had no time to continue fighting him. He had proof that tonight, Seqing Yao was just talking nonsense and slandering him. Xiao Yan, stop. After Lu Jinyan finished hitting Song Qi, Leader Lu only gave a symbolic scolding. He believed Lu Yu and Lu Xiaoyu were right. Song Qi attacked them without reason, and just now Lu Jinyan helped his brothers fight back, which was fine. Big brother, calm down first. Song Zhouye also felt very sorry for Seqing Yao. But he was worried that his older brother, in his anger, might say something harsh to Song Tang that couldn't be taken back. So he advised his older brother. Seqing Yao was still silently crying, looking helpless and sad, as if the whole world had hurt her. She cried for a while, then stubbornly raised her chin and looked at Lu Jinyan with tearful eyes. How can you say that to me? I know I'm not as clever as my sister, and I'm not as charming, but I really didn't lie. Tonight, second brother. He made me feel so hurt. Well, you are indeed quite foolish. Seqing Yao said this to show weakness, to retreat in order to advance. She hoped that by belittling herself, she could be comforted and gain recognition from others. Unfortunately, Lu Jinyan, being straightforward and blunt, didn't understand subtlety at all. He directly and mercilessly said, "That's just disgusting." Seqing Yao's face instantly turned pale, as if covered in dust. She stared wide-eyed, feeling extreme pain and disappointment, looking at Lu Jinyan with a heart as if it was being cut by knives. Earlier, Lu Yu called her disgusting, which made her feel humiliated, but she hadn't felt such deep pain before. Because Lu Jinyan was the man she truly liked, and for him to say she was disgusting in front of everyone, she was so sad her heart almost broke. Really, it felt like being pierced by countless arrows, nothing more. Big brother Lu. Seqing Yao sniffled sadly, tears suddenly flowing uncontrollably. Her lips trembled violently, as if she would shatter at any moment. Seeing her like this, Song Qi felt very distressed. Usually, he politely called Lu Jinyan Big Brother Lu, but now, he directly called him by his name. Lu Jinyan, how can you say that to Yao Yao? Don't go too far. I want you to apologize to Yao Yao right now. After scolding Lu Jinyan, he softly comforted Seqing Yao, saying, Yao Yao, don't cry. Big brother is here, and he won't let you be wronged. Tonight, Big brother will make sure you get justice. Lu Jinyan showed no intention of apologizing to Seqing Yao. He sneered disdainfully, about to tell Song Qi to make the disgusting Seqing Yao leave the Lu family, when Xiaoyu Lu pushed Song Qi angrily. Song Qi, how could my big brother be so unreasonable? You can't tell right from wrong, ignoring your own sister, and always protecting a scheming troublemaker. You're the one being unreasonable. My big brother would never apologize to Seqing Yao. But Seqing Yao falsely accused my second brother. She should apologize to him. I didn't slander Lu Urge. Seqing Yao cried even more, as if a heavy rain was falling. Her fragile body trembled violently, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Song Qi gently patted her back to help her calm down, comforting her repeatedly. Song Zhouye also looked worried, clearly not believing that his beloved sister for so many years would slander Lu Yu. Thinking about how much his sister had suffered and the poor attitude of the Lu family made him furious. especially when he heard Lu Shiau criticizing Seqing Yao. He wished he could smash Lu Xiao's face with a punch. He was also determined to teach Lu Yu a lesson for hiding away after bullying Seqing Yao. Just as he was about to call out Lu Yu, who had been hiding, Lu Yu hurried down from the second floor. "I didn't touch Seqing Yao." Lu Yu's voice was cold but firm. "I have evidence to prove that Seqing Yao is falsely accusing me." In 1975, voice recorders were very rare in the country. But Lu Yu was into scientific research and liked exploring new things. He definitely had a recording device. At that moment, he was holding a voice recorder in his hand. Earlier, in his room, after realizing Seqing Yao was not Tang, he quietly turned on his desk recorder to record. He knew Seqing Yao's nature, so he recorded as a backup. When Lu Shiau called him downstairs, he didn't know that Seqing Yao was publicly slandering him and accusing him of forcing her. He hadn't brought the recorder with him. When she insisted that he forcibly took her body, he returned to his room to get the recorder and prove his innocence. "Second brother Lu, what are you talking about? I would never slander you. Earlier, only she and Lu Yu were in his room, with no one else witnessing what actually happened." Seqing Yao believed that Lu Yu couldn't have evidence to prove she was lying. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lu Yu's words, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. She tried to say something to convince everyone, but then she heard Lu Yu shouting, "Get out." This voice clearly came from the voice recorder in Lu Yu's hand. Seqing Yao's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that Lu Yu was so cunning, secretly opening the recorder when she wasn't paying attention. Next came her innocent and gentle voice. "Second brother Lu, what's wrong? I just wanted to ask you a few questions. What did I do wrong that makes you so angry with me? Seqing Yao, do you know what you've done? Did you tamper with my cup? Are you trying to drug me so you can take advantage of me? Too bad you overthought it. Even if I was tricked, I would never fall for you. Seeing you only makes me feel sick. Seqing Yao, you brought this on yourself. You got involved with a troublemaker and now want to falsely accuse my older brother. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. I won't touch you in my next life. Get out." Then, there was the sound of Lu Yu slamming the door shut forcefully. Clearly, he had locked Seqing Yao outside the door. The voice recorder in Lu Yu's hand displayed the recording time. He showed the time to everyone. It was recorded this afternoon, specifically just before Seqing Yao went downstairs. From the recording time, Lu Yu finished recording before Seqing Yao went downstairs, so he had no chance to be intimate with her. The recording was complete. Lu Yu repeatedly refused Seqing Yao coldly, and from his voice, it was clear he despised her deeply. It also showed he was being set up by Seqing Yao tonight. Because he disliked her so much, he didn't allow her to get close. Honestly, after listening to this recording, Lu Shiau, Lin He, and Lu Shoujiang were all very shocked. They trusted Lu Yu's character. Earlier, Lu Yu said he hadn't touched Seqing Yao, knowing he always kept himself disciplined and wouldn't act improperly toward a young girl. But they thought Lu Yu had feelings for Seqing Yao. They never expected him to drive her away with such hatred in his voice. His attitude towards Seqing Yao was so bad. Could it be because he saw through her last time when she tangled with Zhao Jing and falsely accused Song Tang? But anyway, Lu Yu provided strong evidence that he hadn't been involved with Seqing Yao, and they all felt relieved. Song Qi and Song Zhouye were stunned. In their eyes, Seqing Yao was pure, kind, and good. They truly couldn't imagine that she would do something inappropriate with a man. She even willingly let Lu Yu, who wasn't interested in her, kiss her. After Lu Yu kicked her out, she turned around and accused him of forcing her. They seemed to have never truly understood their beloved sister. A quick flash of disappointment appeared in Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji's eyes. They believed in Lu Yu's character. When Lu Yu seriously said he hadn't touched Seqing Yao, they already sensed something was wrong. As it turned out, their instincts were right. Seqing Yao once again did something that completely overturned their views and understanding. After the shock, Lu Shiau became even more arrogant. He smugly raised an eyebrow at Song Qi. "Song Qi, Do you still want my second brother to take responsibility for Seqing Yao? Do you still want my older brother to apologize to her? I've said it hundreds of times. Seqing Yao is mischievous and cunning. Only someone blind like you would treat her as a treasure. With such a good sister like Tang, you don't cherish her, but instead protect a stepdaughter full of bad intentions. I think your brain might be a little damaged. Lu Shiau. What Seqing Yao did today made Songqi very hard to accept. But since Lu Shiau spoke so harshly, he still couldn't hold back. Noticing Seqing Yao's swollen, chapped lips, the marks on her neck, the missing 2 buttons on her collar, and her wrinkled, slightly torn dress hem, he couldn't help but say, if Lu Yu didn't bully Yao Yao, how come her clothes and lips look like this? Who knows if Lu Yu had already bullied her before recording the conversation. Her clothes and neck. What does that matter? Songqi was so stubborn that Lu Shiau almost rolled his eyes. Are you saying her lips being cut is all my second brother's fault? Is it hard to bite your lips? You can do it too. If you don't believe me, I can show you how. Lu Shiau said, then fiercely bit his own lower lip. Next, he raised his hand and dramatically grabbed and pinched his neck, then grimaced and tugged at his collar. Lu Chong silently turned his face away. Honestly, this kid was too foolish, completely unbearable to watch. Song Tang was afraid she might laugh out loud, so she quickly turned her face aside. After doing all this, Lu Shiau shamelessly pressed himself against Songqi. Now I look just like Yao Yao. Songqi, I said you bullied me and you need to take responsibility. Do you admit it? Songqi was annoyed by Lu Shiau.
Get lost.
Don't lie. You're disgusting. Yes, you're lying. Lu Shiau and Songqi parted ways. He confidently said, Seqing Yao is definitely lying tonight. Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, my second brother is a good, honest, kind young man with a bright future. Since Seqing Yao has tarnished his reputation, shouldn't you give him an explanation? Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji are reasonable people. This matter is indeed the fault of their Song family, and they feel very ashamed. Lu Shiau had just been rough with himself, grabbing and scratching and accusing Songqi, which was quite embarrassing. But his words are completely correct. Lu Shiau usually doesn't like to interfere in the younger generation's affairs, but tonight his grandson was really wronged. He spoke in a serious tone. Yao Yao was indeed too much tonight. You should give Xiaoyu an explanation. Lin He lowered her eyes and saw the many visible cuts on Lu Yu's hand. Clearly, these cuts were made by him after being tricked by Seqing Yao to wake himself up. Earlier, Lu Jinyan noticed Lu Yu's unusual behavior and gave him medicine. Lu Yu's face no longer looked so red, but thinking about how much suffering her second son endured tonight, she felt very distressed. Even though she has a close relationship with Qin Xiuji, her voice couldn't help but sound a bit cold. Xiuji, this isn't the first time Yao Yao has set traps for others. If this time, you only scold her lightly, I fear that one day it will lead to a big mistake. Qin Xiuji also knew that Seqing Yao had gone too far this time. She realized that Seqing Yao had truly gone astray. She must bring her back to the right path. She sternly scolded Seqing Yao. Yao Yao, you really shouldn't have done that tonight. You must realize your mistake deeply and apologize to Xiaoyu.
Aunt Lin, I'm sorry.
From the start, Seqing Yao sensed that Lin He favored Song Tang and didn't like her, Seqing Yao. Instead of apologizing directly to Lu Yu, she knelt heavily in front of Lin He with her legs bent. Lin He was startled by her sudden action, her eyelids twitching sharply. She really disliked how Seqing Yao always kneeled and sought death at others' feet. She bent down, indifferently trying to help Seqing Yao up from the ground. Yao Yao, you don't need to kneel or apologize to me. The person you betrayed tonight is Xiaoyu. You should apologize to Xiaoyu. Seqing Yao knelt before Lin He, hoping to make Songqi and Song Zhou feel sorry for her and to soften the hearts of Song Songrong and his wife. Of course, she also hoped Lin He wouldn't pursue this matter further. But she didn't expect Lin He to completely reject her approach. Still, she couldn't get up. If she stood up, she wouldn't seem so weak and pitiful, and she would lose her control. Song Tang also disliked how Seqing Yao used kneeling to morally pressure others. Seeing Lin He's difficulty, she quickly stepped forward to help Lin He lift her up. She didn't show any respect to Seqing Yao, saying, "Seqing Yao," kneeling to Aunt Lin. "What are you doing? Are you trying to make everyone think that Aunt Lin is unreasonable and deliberately bullying you? Using moral pressure on others? You really have a way with that." Song Tang's words immediately made Seqing Yao fall from her moral high ground. Her chest rose and fell violently as she thought about how Song Tang always made her uncomfortable, especially since Lu Jian and Lu Yu both liked Song Tang. She hated her even more, but now she couldn't lose her temper or act out of control. If she yelled at Song Tang, she would only put herself in a worse position. She was struggling to suppress her intense anger when she heard Song Songrong's cold, stern voice criticize her. "Yao Yao, apologize to Xiaoyu. To a man, you act so submissively and even pretend he's bullying you to smear him. It's just not right. Song Songrong, have always been upright. How could I raise a daughter with such a dishonest heart?" Seqing Yao's eyes widened painfully. Her body trembled like dead leaves in the autumn wind. She knew her parents' hearts had already turned towards Song Tang, the little thief. But she never thought her father would say she had a dishonest heart. Father truly believed she was unworthy of being his daughter. Seqing Yao really wanted to tear apart Song Tang's disgusting face, so everyone could see what a horrible person she was. In the end, her reason still suppressed her overwhelming anger. She took a step forward, very obedient and fragile, and apologized to Lu Yu. "Second brother Lu, I'm sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose tonight. I just admired you too much and wanted to be with you, so I did something foolish." After apologizing to Lu Yu, she looked tearfully at the Song family and said, "Dad, Mom, older brother, second brother, I'm sorry. I let you down. I feel very insecure. I'm not a biological daughter of the Song family, not related to you by blood." 姐姐又那么聪明、漂亮、优秀，她处处都比我好，也比我会讨人喜欢. Note: this sentence is in Chinese and translates to, "My sister is so smart, beautiful, and talented. She is better than me in every way and more likable. Since my sister came back, I live every day in fear. I worry you'll dislike me and send me away. My biological parents have passed away. I have no blood relatives left in this world. I am alone and helpless. The Lu family and the Song family live in the same courtyard. Thinking about marrying second brother Lu, I could stay forever with my parents. That's why I impulsively went into second brother Lu's room. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I'm not bad. Please don't dislike me." Last time, Seqing Yao secretly made a key and went into Song Tang's room, saying almost the same thing. At that time, Qin Xiuji softened her heart. She felt sorry for her lack of security. But after hearing such words repeatedly, she became numb. This time, hearing her say she felt insecure and anxious, she didn't feel pity, but found it ironic. She believed she had never wronged Seqing Yao. In fact, she paid more attention to Seqing Yao than to Song Tang to make her feel at ease. Song Qi and Song Zhouye also treated her as a treasure and pampered her. How could they let her feel insecure? Even if she felt insecure, that was no reason for her to frame Lu Yu. She also had sincere and passionate love. How could she not see that Lu Yu was completely uninterested in Seqing Yao? If tonight's plan succeeded, she would be happy. But does Lu Yu deserve to be forced to be responsible for a woman he doesn't like? Especially with such reckless behavior as drugging a man, she found it even harder to accept. Lu Yu is the child she watched grow up. She also noticed the crisscross scars on his hand. It's no wonder that Major Lu and Lin He are angry. Seeing Lu Yu like this, she also feels distressed. How could Lin He and others not feel upset or angry? This time, Qin Xiuji was not only disappointed in Seqing Yao but also displeased with her behavior. So, she didn't comfort her, as she did last time. Instead, she just stood by and watched her perform coldly. Honestly, she found Seqing Yao's tearful act quite funny. Tonight, the one who was framed was Lu Yu, and the injuries on his hands were also his. He hasn't even cried yet. Why is Seqing Yao, the main culprit, crying so much? Song Songrong has always loved his daughter. Seeing Seqing Yao cry so fiercely, he feels distressed. But he quickly notices the coldness and displeasure in his wife's eyes. He cares more about his wife's feelings. Even if he feels some sympathy for Seqing Yao, he doesn't try to comfort her. Song Zhouya is still stunned by the shocking change in his worldview. He cares deeply for Seqing Yao, but he is not someone who cannot tell right from wrong. He can't understand how Seqing Yao, who was so innocent and cute as a child, has become like this now. His values and the education he received since childhood make it hard for him to accept Seqing Yao's malicious behavior of slandering others. He finds it very ironic. Influenced by Liang Yeshen's comments that Song Tang has improper conduct, they always think Song Tang carries a big bag of medicine and might drug men at will. But unexpectedly, Song Tang is proud, self-respecting, independent, and strong. It is actually Seqing Yao, whom they spoil and pamper, who has committed the disgusting act of drugging men. Yao Yao, don't cry anymore. Song Qi is overly doting and cares too much about Seqing Yao. Even if he thinks she was wrong this time, hearing her heartbroken crying, he still feels distressed. He carefully wipes away her tears and softly comforts her. Big brother knows you are kind-hearted. This time it wasn't your intention. There's no need to feel anxious. You will always be my most cared-for sister, Song Qi. The Song family will always be your home. Lu Shiau is so angry, he starts pulling his hair. He now feels that Song Qi is not just mentally slow. He thinks Song Qi's mind is simply eaten by a dog. Lu Jinyan's eyes suddenly turn cold, icy enough to freeze. Look at this. This is Song Tang's biological brother. Seqing Yao is Song Qi's most cared-for sister. So, what about Song Tang? Lu Jinyan hates the favoritism the Song family shows towards their adopted daughter. He feels very sorry for Song Tang. Especially thinking about the time when Song Tang first came to the capital, her parents didn't love her, and her brothers despised her. He always gave her cold looks, and it hurt him deeply. He turns his face away and coldly says to Lu Yu, Xiao, call the police. He has always believed that if you do something wrong, simply saying sorry is meaningless. When Song Tang was falsely accused, the Song family didn't hesitate to distrust her and harshly drove her out of the house. But every time Seqing Yao makes a mistake, the Song family treats it as a minor issue.
Why?
This time, Seqing Yao's actions have hurt Lu Yu physically and emotionally. She should spend 10 or 15 days at the police station. Lu Yu also saw that the Song family was showing favoritism. Even though he would never admit that he liked Song Tang, he couldn't help but feel upset for her. Thinking about how Seqing Yao once helped Song Nanqing mislead everyone, making them think that Song Tang behaved improperly, he quickly went to the landline and dialed the police. Isn't Seqing Yao the one who likes to make others think Song Tang is not well-behaved? Today, he would make a big fuss and let everyone know that the real person with bad conduct and issues is Seqing Yao. Second brother Lu don't. Seeing Lu Yu about to call the police, Seqing Yao was terrified. She hadn't done anything serious tonight that would land her in jail. But she would definitely be detained for a few days. If everyone found out she was taken by the police, her reputation would be completely ruined. She might even be expelled from the arts troupe. Seqing Yao couldn't stop Lu Yu. She could only hold back tears and look at Lin He, hoping she would understand. She hoped Lin He, knowing her friendship with Qin Xiuji, would not let her reputation be completely ruined. Lin He naturally caught the pleading look in Seqing Yao's eyes. She pretended not to see. She thought Lu Yu's actions were perfectly fine. People can't do wrong and then brush it off lightly. If their actions hurt or affected others, they should be punished. Lu Yu, are you crazy? Seeing Lu Yu calling the police, Song Qi was frantic. He quickly ran over, trying to the phone from Lu Yu. But Lu Jinyan was faster. He forcefully grabbed his wrist, making it impossible for him to break free. Lu Jinyan, let go of me. Song Chi looked extremely upset. Yao Yao is a girl. If she really gets taken by the police, how will she live in the future? We've been neighbors for so many years, and you grew up with her. Are you really going to ruin her like this? Lu Jinyan coldly corrected Song Chi. It's not anyone trying to ruin her. It's her own fault that she's suffering.
Lu Jinyan.
Song Chi frowned and shouted loudly. He was about to gather his strength to shake off Lu Jinyan when he heard Qin Xiuji's cold, unquestioning voice. Little Qi, stop causing trouble. Let Xiaoyu call the police. She made a serious mistake, and she should take responsibility. This time, Yao Yao was completely wrong, and Xiaoyu has the right to hold her accountable. Mom, what are you saying? Song Chi looked at Qin Xiuji in disbelief. Obviously, he couldn't accept it. Qin Xiuji, who always doted on and cherished Seqing Yao, was unwilling to help her at such an important moment. He was so shocked that he froze in place for a while before finally finding his voice again. Mom, you support Lu Yu calling the police? Mom, if everyone finds out what happened tonight, how will Yao Yao live in the future? Mom, Yao Yao is your daughter. She has called you mom for so many years. How can you be so cruel to her? Good for nothing. Song Tsongrong felt heartache for his daughter. But he couldn't stand anyone upsetting Qin Xiuji. He coldly scolded Song Chi. Is that how you talk to your mother?
Xiuji is right.
Yao Yao made a mistake, and she should take responsibility. If you dare to make your mom angry again, I will break your legs. Song Tsongrong was especially authoritative in front of his two sons. Even when he was angry, and although Song Chi still deeply cared for Seqing Yao, he didn't dare argue back at that moment. Song Zhouye gently tugged his older brother's arm and advised him, Brother, calm down. I know you care about Yao Yao. Yao Yao is also my sister. I feel the same way. But, brother, if you were Lu Yu and someone framed or slandered you, would you just let it go? I don't want Yao Yao to be sad or upset. But honestly, Lu Yu's actions today weren't wrong. We can't just ignore reason. Song Chi was stunned. After Song Tang returned, he and Song Zhouye had sworn together. They promised to love and cherish Seqing Yao even more in the future. No matter what happened, they would stand firmly by her side and not let her suffer. He couldn't imagine that after Song Tang came back, not only had his parents' heart shifted, but even Song Zhouye had broken their original promise and was no longer willing to protect Seqing Yao. But even if everyone stopped loving Seqing Yao, Song Chi would still protect her wholeheartedly. Because she was his little sister, whom he had cared for and loved most since childhood. Seqing Yao felt so embarrassed that her body was trembling and about to collapse. She didn't expect that her usually favored second brother would support Lu Yu in sending her to jail. It seemed that everything had changed since Song Tang returned. Her older brother still favored her now, but with Song Tang around, how long could his favoritism last? Please don't ruin me. The sound of the police car was very loud. If Lu Yu really called the police, and the police came, the neighbors would all know she was taken away by the police. Gossip is frightening. She would be drowned in the neighbors' gossip and scorn. Tonight, I really didn't mean to. I know I was wrong. Please don't let me go to jail. If I really get taken to the police station, everyone will mock and look down on me. I can't live like that. Instead of being humiliated, slandered, and having my future ruined, I would rather die cleanly before the neighbors' gossip drowns me. As she spoke, Seqing Yao suddenly smashed the teapot on the tea table, grabbed a piece of broken porcelain, and fiercely pressed it against her neck. Yao Yao! Several voices shouted in alarm at once. Seqing Yao, are you sick or what? Lu Shiau quickly kicked the broken piece of porcelain out of her hand. Lu Jinyan let go of Song Chi, then stepped forward and tightly held her in his arms to stop her from hurting herself. Commander Lu covered his chest, feeling both pain and worry. That teapot was a gift from an old friend many years ago. His old friend had passed away last year. That teapot was a keepsake from him. He never expected it to be shattered tonight by Seqing Yao. It's truly a tragedy. As an elder, he couldn't just let Seqing Yao keep the teapot. Even if she paid for it, it would never be the same as the one his old friend gave him. Some things in this world are one of a kind. Once lost, there is no substitute. Commander Lu was so angry he wanted to call the police. Seqing Yao knew that crying and kneeling wouldn't help anymore. But her trick of attempting suicide still worked very well. Even though Xiaoyu kicked the broken piece out of her hand, a small cut remained on her neck. She thought that if she appeared to be suffering enough to end her life, Song Songrong, Qin Xiuji, and Song Zhouya would go crazy with worry and persuade Lu Yu not to call the police. But unexpectedly, Qin Xiuji, Song Songrong, and even Song Zhouya didn't come to comfort her. Song Zhouya did stand beside her. But he wasn't trying to comfort her. He said with some helplessness and exhaustion, Yao Yao, if you make a mistake, you should take responsibility and try to fix it. Suicide won't solve anything. Don't do this again in the future. Seqing Yao suddenly opened her eyes wide. She looked at him as if she had never seen him before. Does he mean he despises her for trying to die? How could he bully her like this? That disgusting thief Song Tang really stole her second brother. Only when Song Tang completely disappears can Seqing Yao regain everything that belongs to her. The murderous intent in Seqing Yao's heart was stronger than ever before. Song Zhouya, shut up. Seqing Yao was already contemplating suicide, yet Song Zhouya still blamed him. Song Qi was almost furious. After scolding his younger brother, he gently comforted Seqing Yao, Yao Yao, don't do something stupid. Big brother knows you're kind-hearted, just confused for a moment, and made a mistake. Big brother will always believe in you and stand by your side. As long as I am alive, I won't let anyone bully you. Big brother. Seqing Yao tightly hugged Song Qi, tears falling heavily. Her fingertips trembled violently. Right now, she only has her big brother left. She absolutely cannot lose him again. Lu Yu had already called the police. Soon the police arrived. Ignoring Seqing Yao's crying, they forcibly took her away. Lu Yu reported the incident, and since he was involved, he had to go to the police station for questioning. He brought a voice recorder and the remaining water in a porcelain cup with him. Song Qi was worried that Seqing Yao might suffer, so he naturally went along. The security in the military compound was very good. Rarely had police come. The sirens were loud, and hearing the noise, neighbors gathered around to watch. Seeing Seqing Yao being forcibly taken into a police car, neighbors started talking. What's going on with Yao Yao? Why is she being taken away by the police? Looks like Lu's second son is also in the police car. What did these two do wrong? Could it be that Xiaoyu bullied Yao Yao? Commander Lu frowned. Clearly, his grandson Xiaoyu was the one being framed and falsely accused tonight. Why did everyone make him sound like a criminal? There were some things he couldn't say openly. But he didn't want his innocent second grandson to be blackened, so he quietly pinched Lu Shiau and signaled him to speak. Lu Shiau, the clever little guy, understood what Commander Lu meant. He glared fiercely at Zhao Shuai, who was jumping around and asking questions nonstop. What do you mean my second brother bullied Seqing Yao? My second brother is honest and straightforward. How could he bully a girl? My second brother has evidence, so the police let him cooperate with the investigation. My second brother didn't do anything wrong. Seqing Yao might be detained, but he won't be. Lu Xiaoyu didn't like Seqing Yao much, but in front of so many neighbors, he didn't mention that she drugged Lu Yu. Respecting Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji was one thing, but he was more worried that rumors would spread and distort the truth, affecting his second brother's future relationships. After all, the eldest brother was clueless, unable to pursue Tang, and who knew when they would get married. If second brother doesn't get married soon, Grandpa will surely place his hopes of having a great-grandchild on him and keep urging him to marry. Right now, he has a young girl in his sight who makes his heart race. But I quietly found out that Wan Qinghuan is only 18. She is still a child herself, not yet enjoying life to the fullest, so how can elders pressure her to have children at such a young age? So, the pressure should be on second brother instead. Everyone has known each other for many years as neighbors, so they know that Mr. Lu is straightforward and won't lie. After hearing this, Everyone immediately understood that Lu Yu was just helping the police with an investigation in the past. It was Seqing Yao who was involved in the trouble. What kind of trouble could she have caused? Neighbors are not mind readers, so they can't guess exactly what happened. But since she has been taken to the police station, it can't be anything good. That Song family girl is really not easy to deal with. In the future, they should keep their children away from her. If a child is not taught properly, it's the parents' fault. Song Songrong was very disappointed in Seqing Yao, but since she got into trouble, he couldn't just ignore her. After the police car left, he drove himself to the police station with Qin Xiuji and Song Zhouya. After Lin He, Lu Shiau, and others returned home, Song Tang was about to rest in her room when Lu Jinyan suddenly held her hand tightly. Song Tang was startled by his sudden action. They were in the yard, while Lin He, Lu Shiau, and others were inside the living room. They could come out at any moment or look over and see them holding hands. She wasn't ready for her elders to find out about their relationship. If Lin He or Lu Shiau found out they were dating, they would definitely pressure her to marry and have children. She didn't mind marrying Lu Jinyan, but she was afraid of being pressured to have children. If the Song family urged her to marry or have kids, she wouldn't feel anything and wouldn't listen. But if Lin He or Lu Shiau pressured her to have children, she would find it hard to refuse. She squeezed her hand hard, trying to pull away. Lu Jinyan's strength was really too much. He stubbornly held her hand so tightly she couldn't pull back. She glared at him, about to tell him to be careful and not affect others, when she heard his deep, charming, serious voice. Song, Song Chi doesn't care about you, your sister. He's blind. I will always be with you, treat you well, and never let you suffer. Lu Jinyan, I will never let down Song Tang. Song Tang's heart was pounding so fast, she couldn't control it. She truly didn't expect Lu Jian to suddenly speak sweet words to her. But she liked it very much. Right now, she wasn't ready to tell her elders that they were dating. But she suddenly really wanted to kiss him. Even though she knew their actions might be seen by the elders, she couldn't help but tiptoe and quickly kiss his lips. It was a brief touch. Lu Jian's aura is usually cold. He seems to be covered in a layer of ice. When Song Tang's red lips touched his, the icy look in his eyes quickly melted away. It was like a snowflake falling into a hot spring and melting instantly. Soon, the water temperature rose quickly, and it started to boil. Song. Lu Jian was savoring the softness of her lips, standing still for a while before slowly coming back to himself. His cool, pale ears seemed to turn red as if burned by hot water. After the warmth on his lips faded, his gaze, filled with a passionate warmth that made her heart beat faster, fell on Song Tang's face. Song Tang felt she was really very unlucky. He hadn't done anything inappropriate to her at this moment. But seeing the burning affection in his eyes, she couldn't help but blush. She didn't want to keep looking into his eyes, so she hurriedly changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to take me to the movies? Let's go tomorrow night. After saying this, she quickly took a big step back, keeping her distance from him. Almost as soon as they separated, Lu Shiau ran out from the living room. Song Tang's face turned even redder, feeling like she had been caught doing something naughty. Lu Shiau didn't see the moment Song Tang kissed Lu Jian. He just felt that although Tang and Big Brother still ignored each other, for some reason he sensed that the atmosphere between them was different from before. But he couldn't quite explain what was different. Yes, Big Brother was blushing. It was the first time he had seen Big Brother blush. Could it be because Big Brother argued with Tang and his face turned red from anger, making the atmosphere seem strange? Lu Shiau, this clever little boy, couldn't figure it out at all. But right now, he had more important things to tell Tang and didn't want to worry about his brother's feelings. Tang. When Lu Shiau spoke, his face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. His hands still hid behind his back. His body shyly twisted back and forth. Usually bright and carefree, he was now filled with awkwardness. He blushed and twisted his body for a while before stammering, I have something to tell you. Lu Jinyan's face darkened. He knew that Lu Shiau and Song Tang only considered each other old friends. But seeing Lu Shiau almost twist into a knot in front of Song Tang, he still couldn't give him a good look. He directly scolded him sharply, "Speak properly." Lu Shiau felt even more ashamed. He mumbled softly, "I've been speaking properly, but big brother, you just don't understand." After a moment of silence, he gathered his courage and said to Lu Jinyan, "Big brother, can you go home first? I want to talk to Tang alone." Lu Jinyan didn't want to go back. He also didn't want to see Lu Shiau acting strange and twisting around in front of Song Tang. He was about to tell Lu Shiau to speak quickly when he heard Song Tang urging, "Lu Jinyan, you should go home now. I also want to talk to third brother alone." If it was Lu Shiau urging him, Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't listen. He would just break his legs. But Song Tang was the girl he liked, and since she was urging him, he couldn't just break her legs too, right? He couldn't bear to do that. Nor could he bear to see her anxious or unhappy. He coldly and warningly glanced at Lu Shiau, then reluctantly entered the Lu family living room.
Tang.
Lu Shiau was still twisting, blushing. Song Tang thought. Standing in front of her was a little bug that had become wise, constantly wriggling like a pupa in the wind. She found it both funny and helpless, and couldn't help but ask, "Third brother Lu, what exactly do you want to say to me?" Lu Shiau's face turned even redder. Among the three Lu brothers, Lu Jinyan and Lu Yu are typical cold, pale skin types. Only Lu Shiau has a healthy wheat-colored complexion, following Lu Shiau. Under the dim light, his skin looked so red that his face seemed to glow, showing how shy he was at this moment. He wriggled like a little bug a few more times, then softly said, Tang, you've been with the arts troupe for a while now. Shouldn't you invite some of your good colleagues over for a barbecue at home? Next week would be perfect. Next week, bring your colleagues over. I'll grill skewers and make turtle-shaped snacks for you." Song Tang, being clever, understood what Lu Shiau meant after hearing this. She smiled and reassured him, "All right, next week I'll bring Huan over to enjoy the barbecue you personally grilled, third brother Lu." Lu Shiau widened his clear little deer eyes. "How do you know I want to invite Huan to dinner?" Song Tang smiled even more brightly. "The times you took me to work, every time you saw Huan, your eyes almost popped out of your head. Can I see that?" Lu Shiau blushed and touched his own eyes. "Is it that obvious?" He just thought watching Huan looked adorable when she was eating snacks, and he couldn't help but look at her more. Was he really such a flirt as Tang said? Next time, he needed to behave better and not let Tang make fun of him. Thinking about the things hidden behind him, Lu Shiau quickly stuffed 2 packs of rice snack cakes into Song Tang's arms. "I think Comrade watching can eat a lot. I bought 2 packs of snacks. Tang, you eat 1 and bring 1 for her. By the way, just say it was you who gave it to her. Don't say it was me." After saying this, Lu Shiau quickly turned around, as if on fire, and ran back to the Lu family in a flash. Lu Shiau is usually very carefree and straightforward, never holding back when arguing with others. Seeing his usually careless attitude and then seeing him act shy like a little wife, Song Tang found it quite interesting. She couldn't help but laugh and bend over. Finally, she understood that in that historical romance novel, the young girl Lu Shiau cared about most was probably rewatching Huan. Unfortunately, in that story, their endings were very sad. They never got to confess their feelings to each other before they died. They didn't even get to see each other one last time. This time, she hoped Lu Shiau and rewatching Huan could have a good ending. Song Qingyao's actions tonight did not cause any real harm to Lu Yu. She was only detained for a week. After Song Tsongrong and Qin Xiuji returned from the police station, they went straight to the Lu family to apologize to Lin He and others. Yao was really too much tonight. She caused Xiao Yu a lot of trouble. I apologize to you all on her behalf. Qin Xiuji said, then quickly placed a tube of ointment on the coffee table. Xiao Yu's hand injury needs to be treated regularly. Pay attention these days and avoid water. Lin He usually didn't like to interfere in others' family affairs, even though she was very close to Qin Xiuji and considered her a sister. But this time, Song Qingyao had targeted Lu Yu, so she had to speak up. She looked seriously at Qin Xiuji and said, Xiuji, You and old Song really need to teach Seqing Yao well in the future. Lu Yu stood nearby. She looked at the cut on Lu Yu's hand and continued, "Honestly, my Xiao Yu is so sensible, but she's been falsely accused like this. I really feel very sorry for her." Qin Xiuji understood Lin He's feelings. "Don't say Lin He feels sorry. Lu Yu is falsely accused, and his hand is injured like this. She also feels distressed." Her eyes, very similar to Song Tang's, are clouded with a mist. Her gaze drifts away, clearly reminiscing about the past.
Yao Yao.
She really wasn't like this before. She was very obedient and caring when she was little. When she was 3, she already cared about me and old Song, asking if our work was tiring. She said she wanted to earn lots of money to buy us delicious food. She used to be my very caring little quilt, and I never imagined she would learn to lie or even harm others. I'm wondering if Yao Yao was just confused for a moment and deep down, she's still a good child. No one is completely heartless. Qin Xiuji raised Seqing Yao for 18 years. She finds it hard to believe that the child she raised could have a cruel heart. Her voice, filled with confusion and uncertainty, continues, "In the future, old Song, and I will guide her properly. I believe she will find her way back to the right path. As parents, how can we give up on our children easily?" Lin He disagrees with Qin Xiuji. If Seqing Yao was just a little stubborn or confused, they could still guide her back. But Seqing Yao has repeatedly tried to hurt the biological daughter of the Song family, and the family still supports her, which only hurts their own daughter deeply. Just as Lin He is about to speak, Lu Yu scoffs coldly. "Her nature is good? I think Seqing Yao has a bad heart and is beyond help." He lifts his gaze, confidently meeting Qin Xiuji's eyes. "When Seqing Yao was a child, she wasn't as obedient or kind as you think. Or maybe she was just pretending to be good in front of you. Qin Annie, do you remember Wening?" "Wening?" Qin Xiuji pauses slightly. Wen Ying's family has lived in the military compound for nearly 10 years. Since Wening was young and very striking, she naturally remembers her. But she can't understand whether Seqing Yao was sensible and kind when she was little, and what that has to do with Wening. While she is pondering, she hears Lu Yu's sarcastic tone. Back then, Seqing Yao and Wening didn't get along well, because many people said Wening looked better than Seqing Yao. That day after school, I saw with my own eyes that Seqing Yao fell down herself, but cried and blamed Wening. Wening didn't do anything wrong, so she naturally wouldn't admit to it. She and Seqing Yao's friends believed that Seqing Yao must have been upset because she cried so sadly. Wen Ying's mother was nearby. When she heard the crying, she hurried over. I told her that Seqing Yao had fallen by herself, and Wening did nothing wrong. But Wen Ying's father was a subordinate of Uncle Song at the time. Wen Ying's mother was worried about offending the Song family, so she took Wen Ying to apologize at their house. I couldn't understand why Wen Ying's mother did that. I didn't like meddling in others' affairs, and since her mother had already gone to apologize, I didn't get involved. But one thing I am sure of is that Seqing Yao is not a kind or honest person. That year, Seqing Yao was only 6 years old. At 6, she was already capable of hurting others. At 18, how could she have changed for the better? Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji were very shocked. 10 years ago, Wen Ying's father was transferred to a local military district and their family moved away. They remembered Wen Ying's mother taking her to apologize at Song's house.
They didn't think much of it at the time.
After all, children playing together often bump into each other. They didn't blame Wen Ying, and even comforted her. They never expected that it wasn't Wen Ying who bullied Seqing Yao intentionally, but that 6-year-old Seqing Yao had set a trap for her. After that, many children in the neighborhood didn't want to play with Wen Ying anymore. They said Wen Ying had a bad heart and liked to bully others. Interestingly, after that incident, Seqing Yao gained more friends. They suddenly realized that Seqing Yao was more cunning than they had thought. I never expected that Yao Yao would trap Wen Ying.
She was so young then.
How could she have such thoughts? Qin Xiuji's beautiful, peach blossom eyes were filled with disbelief and self-doubt. She even wondered if her teachings to Seqing Yao had been wrong. But she had always taught Seqing Yao to be honest, sincere, and resilient. How did Seqing Yao become like this? Children are a parent's lifelong concern. Even knowing that Seqing Yao was truly difficult, Qin Xiuji and Song Tsongrong couldn't truly give up on her. After a long silence, Qin Xiuji solemnly promised Lin he, "Ahe, once Yao Yao comes out of the police station, I will have her move out immediately. I won't let her affect Xiao Yao or Xiaoyan anymore." Hearing Qin Xiuji's words, Lin he understood that she still couldn't bear to give up on Seqing Yao. She thought Seqing Yao was a troublemaker who would eventually harm the Song family. But since Seqing Yao was the adopted daughter of the Song family, she couldn't persuade Qin Xiuji to cut ties with her. She could only gently say, "Xiuji, in the future, don't let Yao Yao hurt Tang's feelings. Also, be more careful around Yao Yao." Qin Xiuji understood that Lin he meant well. But everyone disliked Seqing Yao so much that she felt a bit upset inside. Her disappointment in Seqing Yao and her strong self-doubt made her feel very confused. She didn't know how to continue facing her good friend, so she reminded Lu Yu to apply ointment on time, then left the Lu family with Song Tsongrong. Just now, Commander Lu tried to put the teapot back together. But the teapot was broken into too many pieces, impossible to restore to its original form. He could only find a box to store the broken pieces carefully. Looking at the fragments inside the box, he couldn't help but sigh. That Yao Yao from the Song family is really heartless. She pretended to be nice to Xiao Yan, then tried to harm Xiao Yu. She's truly a troublemaker. Seeing Lu Jian sitting coldly nearby, he couldn't help but ask, "How are you and Tang now? Does she still dislike you and refuse to talk to you?" Song Tang no longer disliked him. She even agreed to be his girlfriend. But since she didn't want her family to know about their relationship, he didn't know what to say. Before he could speak, he heard Lu Shiau speak with a bit of pride. "She definitely dislikes you. She definitely doesn't want to talk to you, Big Brother. Tonight I saw Big Brother with Tang. Tang was standing. Lu Shiau gestured with his hands, about 2 meters away from Big Brother. I could tell at a glance that Big Brother is not very welcome by Tang. Lu Shiau kept talking, getting more worried about his Big Brother. He couldn't help but sit next to Lu Jian and give him advice. "Big Brother, I think Tang ignoring you is probably because your face looks too serious, and it scared her. You should smile more, especially in front of Tang. You need to keep a smile on your face all the time. Look at me, I like to smile. Doesn't Tang prefer to be friends with me? If you really don't know how to smile, I can teach you." As Lu Shiau spoke, he grinned widely, showing his big white teeth. Bright and cheerful, full of youthful energy, but also with an undeniable silliness. Lu Jian felt both annoyed and speechless. He couldn't smile. He was sure that if he smiled like Lu Shiau in front of Tang, she would definitely think he was crazy. Lu Shiau was still showing his teeth and winking at him playfully. He felt annoyed and gave him a cold look before turning to go upstairs. Stinky kid. Lu Jinyan didn't know how to chase girls and was unwilling to learn humbly. General Lu was both anxious and angry. Now he found everything about his grandson displeasing. Seeing his second grandson standing gracefully beside, General Lu felt a bit more pleased. He sincerely praised his second grandson. "Xiao Yu did well tonight. At first, when I knew you liked Song Jiao, your parents and I were worried. Afraid you would marry that troublemaker. I was almost so angry, I had a heart attack. Fortunately, Xiao Yu, you turned away from her and stopped liking her." "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Lu Yu was very surprised. "I like Seqing Yao. What I really like is Song Tang." Thinking that his elder brother also liked Song Tang, a name deeply engraved in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. He still couldn't understand why General Lu and others thought he liked Seqing Yao. But none of that mattered anymore. After a long time, he still suppressed the surging feelings in his heart, with a hint of bittersweetness, and softly said, "I don't like Seqing Yao anymore." Hearing this, General Lu and others felt very relieved. They didn't know that at this moment, Lu Yu was filled with bitterness and disappointment. They also didn't know that Lu Yu silently told himself that in the future, he would focus on scientific research and no longer indulge in romantic affairs. Meeting such a stunning girl in his youth made it very hard to like anyone else. He would forever keep his feelings for Song Tang hidden deep inside. If one day, Song Tang married his elder brother, she would be his
sister-in-law.
Just his sister-in-law. Tang. Song Tang didn't expect Song Zhoya to come upstairs to find her. She thought for a moment and opened the door, asking very coldly, Song Zhoya, what do you want from me? Hearing her directly call his name and not even call him second brother made Song Zhoya feel very uncomfortable. His voice was tinged with a bitter, hoarse tone that couldn't be hidden. Tonight, what Big Brother said, don't take it to heart. Song Chi's words, I won't care. Before Song Zhoya could finish speaking, Song Tang had already coldly cut him off. Because Song Qingyao's brother doesn't matter to me. Why should I take his nonsense to heart? After saying this, Song Tang didn't even bother to give Song Zhoya a glance and directly closed the door tightly.
Tang.
Song Zhoya stood there in pain, frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for a long time. What Song Tang said just now was really harsh. But he understood that everything was his and Song Chi's own fault. He felt truly upset and regretful, especially when he thought about how they had mistakenly believed Song Tang had done something wrong and never defended her, instead instinctively pushing her out of the Song family. Song Qingyao was completely wrong, yet they couldn't bear to give up on her. He felt even more regretful and heartbroken. After wandering down the stairs in a daze, he saw Song Chi sitting in the living room, enjoying the cool air. Big brother, you should treat Tang better in the future. I think many of the things we've done are really unfair to her. Many times before, it proved we misunderstood Tang. But we rashly thought she was bad and even drove her away. Now that Yao has done something so excessive, you still defend her everywhere. How do you think Tang feels? Song Chi's dark eyes were full of pain and struggle. He had said so many harsh words to Song Tang and also felt regretful. But he still felt especially sorry for Song Qingyao. He took a sip of tea, feeling absent-minded, and said to Song Zhoya, Yao is fragile. We should care more about her. I am Yao's second brother. If she behaves well in the future, I will definitely care about her. Song Zhoya's tone shifted, continuing, but if she does something that hurts others again, especially Tang, I will definitely distance myself from her, even break ties with her. Song Zhoya. Hearing that Song Zhoya might break ties with Song Qingyao, Song Chi was instantly angry. He stood up suddenly, almost shouting at Song Zhoya, how can you say such things? Have you thought about how disappointed Yao will be? Song Zhoya didn't back down or compromise. He looked into Song Chi's eyes and said clearly, Big brother, you favor Yao, defending her without knowing the full story. If you do this, Tang won't be disappointed. But my promise was based on the condition that Yao wouldn't hurt others. Now, Yao has hurt someone. If tonight, Lu Yu hadn't recorded the conversation, he would have no way to defend himself and would have to take responsibility for Yao. Big brother, put yourself in her shoes. If you and I were betrayed by a girl we didn't like, could you accept it? Honestly, I couldn't. If tonight, Yao had honestly admitted her mistake and sincerely apologized to Lu Yu, I might have looked at her more kindly. But after her wrongdoings were exposed, she didn't apologize sincerely. Instead, she said some strange things to make us target Tang. Yes, she also kept crying and acting like she wanted to die. Big brother, I really felt sorry for Yao when she cried and threatened to hurt herself before. But she often did these things, crying, making a fuss, and pretending to be suicidal. Now, I don't know if she really wants to die or if she's just using it to make us feel sorry for her. My sister Song Tang should be honest and brave enough to face her mistakes. If I had to choose only one sister, Big brother, I would choose Tang. Big brother, think carefully about this. After saying that, Song Zhoya turned and went back to his room. Every word Song Zhoya said felt like a thunderbolt hitting Song Chi's heart. He cared about his sister Song Tang and felt guilty about her. He wanted her to be happy. But he also hoped that Seqing Yao would be happy. He would never forget the first time he saw Seqing Yao. She looked wrinkled and like a little monkey. He couldn't help but ask Song Songrong, "How can my sister be so small and so ugly?" Song Songrong said that all newborn babies are wrinkled. After some time, she would look better. Little Chi wanted to be a good brother and always protect his sister. He remembered what Song Songrong said. He sat by his sister's cradle, looked at her, and still thought she was very ugly. But he was her brother. No matter how she looked, he would always love her. In less than a month, his sister grew up, no longer wrinkled, but turned into a lively, white, tender little bundle. Her eyes were bright, like she could talk. She was still smiling at him. From that moment, little Song Chi vowed to be a good brother. As she grew up little by little, she became his little shadow. She called him Big Brother softly, and it felt warmer than anything. When he made mistakes and Song Songrong punished him, she would secretly bring him some snacks. She would also hold his injured hand, which was hurt by Song Songrong, and tearfully on the wound, saying it hurt her and asking her not to let her eldest brother hurt her. When Song Songrong hit him, the pain couldn't be transferred to his sister. But her caring words for him, he would always remember deep in his heart. Since childhood, Seqing Yao has been very obedient. She brought him so much warmth and happiness. Even if she made mistakes, how could he, as her big brother, ignore or even dislike her? Yao Yao, big brother will always treat you well. After a long time, Song Chi still solemnly promised in his heart. Tonight, in front of the younger ones, Qin Xiuji was too shy to cry. Only after returning to her and Song Songrong's room did she let herself cry. Song Songrong, a husband who spoils his wife, saw his wife crying so hard and felt heartbroken. He carefully wiped her tears and gently comforted her. "Xiuji, don't cry anymore. Seeing you cry makes me feel sad." Qin Xiuji isn't someone who likes to cry and complain. But thinking about her carefully taught daughter turning out like this, she couldn't help feeling very sad inside. She wiped her eyes forcefully. "Old Song, how could Yao Yao do such a thing? I really feel very sorry for Ahi and also for Xiaoyu." Thinking about what Seqing Yao did tonight, Song Songrong couldn't help but sigh heavily. This time, we must make Yao Yao move out. If she keeps living at home, she might do something even worse. When Yao Yao comes out of the police station, I will criticize her strictly. We absolutely cannot let her do it again. Qin Xiuji nodded. She also hoped Seqing Yao wouldn't do anything that hurts others anymore. Thinking of something, she quickly told her husband, "Old Song, Yao Yao said she doesn't feel safe. Do you think she did all these things just because she doesn't feel safe?" Song Songrong felt that many of Seqing Yao's recent actions weren't just because she lacked a sense of security. As others like Lu Yu said, she had a bad heart. But since Seqing Yao was his beloved daughter, he couldn't bear to call her that. He could only stay silent. Qin Xiuji didn't expect her husband to answer. She sighed and then said, "Actually, if Yao Yao had married into the Liang family at that time, these things might not have happened later." She had a good relationship with Lu Feng back then, and their families had an engagement. Before Song Tang was found, she thought Seqing Yao was her biological daughter. Both families accepted this, and in the future, Liang Yu was supposed to marry Seqing Yao. However, when the children were young, the adults never clearly discussed this matter. After Seqing Yao turned 18, she planned to talk to Lu Feng about it. Unexpectedly, she learned that her real daughter was actually Song Tang. Lu Feng, whether because she didn't like Seqing Yao or for some other reason, later said that the person engaged to Liang Yu should be Song Tang. Because Song Tang behaved badly, the Liang family wanted to break off the engagement. Historically, families with daughters are sought after, and daughters are not worried about marriage. Lu Feng didn't take it well, and Qin Xiuji certainly wouldn't stubbornly insist that Liang Yu marry Seqing Yao again. She directly said that the engagement between the two families was cancelled. After the Liang family withdrew the engagement, Qin Xiuji thought that if Seqing Yao could marry into the Lu family, that would be good too. Both families knew each other well, and the three sons of the Lu family were all outstanding. Unfortunately, now the Lu family deeply disliked Seqing Yao, and she felt she had no face to marry into the Lu family anymore. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Qin Xiuji thought that bringing up the past was pointless. She wanted to do her best to give her adopted daughter a sense of security, and everyone should look forward. After thinking for a long time, she said to her husband, "Old Song, why don't you introduce a good match for Yao Yao? If Yao Yao really feels insecure, you could introduce her to someone with a good family background, good character, and ability. Maybe she won't do foolish things in the future." No way. Song Songrong, a devoted husband who always obeyed his wife, rarely refused her. This time, however, he firmly declined. "I have to be responsible for every soldier under my command. To be honest, Yao Yao's behavior isn't very good right now. She doesn't have good character herself. Xiuji, how can we introduce her to soldiers with good character and ability? I can't risk harming my men. Until Yao Yao completely improves, I won't introduce her to my soldiers." Qin Xiuji was not unreasonable. She hoped Seqing Yao could be happy, but her husband's words made sense. They truly couldn't harm others. She was feeling upset when her husband said, "However, I can keep an eye out for Tang. Our marriage with the Liang family is definitely not happening. If the Liang family looks down on Tang and breaks off the engagement, I need to find her a better match than that young man from the Liang family. I want the Liang couple to know that my daughter, Song Songrong's daughter, only belongs to others and no one belongs to her." Qin Xiuji agreed with her husband's words. Although Liang Yushun later regretted it, he was quite angry about the previous breakup with Lu Fenglai's family. She couldn't swallow this anger. Moreover, her daughter is so good. What young talent are there? She doesn't think she is a match. However, she didn't rush her husband to find a match for Song Tang. Instead, she said, "I heard from Xiao Yi that Xiao Jing has been pursuing Tang recently. Let's see how they get along first. Xiao Jing is a good kid, his character and abilities are excellent. The elders in his family are reasonable. If Tang marries into the Fu family, she won't suffer. If Tang isn't interested in Xiao Jing, Old Song, you can introduce her to some other good guys." Song Songrong nodded. He also thought Song Tang and Fu Wenjing were quite a good match. But the new battalion commanders and deputy regimental leaders he recently promoted are all talented, handsome, and very capable. He plans to observe them more closely. If Tang isn't interested in the young man from the Fu family, he'll immediately have some soldiers come over for dinner. As for that brat from the Liang family, he should go somewhere cooler and stay there. Xiuji. Today is a day off, so Lu Jian doesn't need to take Song Tang to work. After breakfast, he returned to his room, sat at his desk, and just started reading the newspaper when he heard his Aunt Lu Feng's loud voice. He quickly realized something and hurried to the window. Sure enough, behind Lu Feng, there were Liang Yushun and Liang Tingxue, with Liang Yushun carrying large bags of gifts, looking very conspicuous. What made him angrier was the jade pendant Lu Feng was holding. He had seen that jade before. That dragon and phoenix-shaped jade pendant was the token exchanged between the Liang and Song families when they were engaged by matchmaker agreement. Clearly, today Lu Feng came to the door because she changed her mind and no longer wanted to break the engagement with the Song family. His Aunt Lu Feng was always proud, but he didn't expect her to lower her head and admit defeat to the Song family. And Liang Yushun looked excited and nervous. He clearly also desperately hoped to restore the engagement with Song Tang, so he could marry her. Lu Jian's perfect, handsome face instantly turned cold, with icy eyes that seemed to freeze everything, colder than 1,000 miles of ice and barren of life. Song Tang was his girlfriend. Liang Yushun was dreaming if he thought he could steal her away from him. Lu Jian is usually very self-controlled, but at this moment, he couldn't suppress the sour feeling in his heart. He put down the newspaper and hurried downstairs. Who is it? Qin Xiuji and Lu Feng have known each other since they were young, so they naturally could tell who is speaking. Lu Feng came to withdraw the marriage proposal, but since they had grown apart, she still couldn't show her kindness. She pushed open the living room door and looked at Qin Xiuji with a hint of sarcasm and coldness. "Oh, so it's Lu Feng. You're such a busy person. How come you have time to come to my house?" Qin Xiuji is gentle by nature. She rarely speaks harshly, so Lu Feng was caught off guard by her words. Lu Feng comes from a good family, is good-looking, capable, and married well. She has always been proud and dislikes bowing to anyone. But she knows her son best. Recently, she noticed her son was distracted, as if he had fallen in love. She couldn't get much out of him. After asking Liang Tingxue, she learned her son was truly lovesick. The girl her son liked, and the one who saved Liang Tingxue last time, was not Tang but Song Tang. Lu Feng deeply regrets this. She knows that only by personally apologizing to Qin Xiuji and Song Tang and showing the Liang family's sincerity can her simple-minded son have a chance. Otherwise, Qin Xiuji would never let Song Tang accept her son. This time, for her son's happiness, she must show a proper attitude. Moreover, since Song Tang saved her precious daughter Liang Tingxue, she is not ungrateful. She should go and thank her personally. "Xiuji, I came today to explain the misunderstanding from before." Qin Xiuji snorted coldly and continued to confront her. "There's nothing to explain. The marriage withdrawal was agreed upon by both families. Since you've agreed, there's no turning back now."
Well.
Lu Feng was speechless for a moment. She took a deep breath, about to say more, when she saw Song Tang come out of the door. Today, Song Tang wore a water-green dress. She didn't style her hair up high, but left her long hair flowing, with a small section. The water-green color was fresh and elegant. Her hair was smooth, thick, and fell like silk down her back, reaching her waist. She looked lively and beautiful, with a gentle, graceful aura, like a noble daughter from an ancient noble family, dignified, poised, and stunning. Holding a stack of newspapers, she walked over, and Lu Feng felt as if a clear lotus leaf had broken through the misty rain of Jiangnan and floated before her. It was so beautiful it touched her heart. Lu Feng is a typical admirer of good looks. She has liked pretty girls since she was young. Her close relationship with Qin Xiuji and Lin He is because they are all beautiful. Now, seeing Song Tang, who looks even more beautiful than she did when she was young, she couldn't help but feel very fond of her. She stood still for a long time, then asked absent-mindedly, "Who is this?" She heard her foolish daughter's sweet voice say, "Sister Song." "Not seen you in a while, Sister Song. You look even prettier now." Such a beautiful young girl must be the daughter of Xiuji, Song Tang. Lu Feng's heart felt like it was pierced, hurting her all over. Such a lovely girl is still her daughter's lifesaver. What if she became her daughter-in-law? She remembered how she had been so foolish, not having met Song Tang before, yet she believed her silly son's nonsense and withdrew her engagement with the Song family. Lu Feng felt even more regretful. She was so regretful that her insides almost felt suffocated. She pressed her hand hard against her chest and sincerely praised Song Tang. "Xiuji, Tang really looks like you when you were young. So beautiful. Tang, thank you for saving my little Shui. I was really out of my mind to come and cancel the engagement back then." Lu Feng also heard Lin He say that Liang Yueshin's improper conduct caused Song Tang a lot of trouble. She felt both regret and shame, unable to continue speaking for a moment. Today, Lu Feng insisted on coming here. But the mistake he made, Liang Yueshin definitely didn't want his mother to apologize for him. He sincerely said to Qin Xiuji and Song Tang, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions and said Song Tang was improper. I regret breaking off the engagement with her. I also regret ending the engagement." Lu Feng quickly took out the jade pendant. "I brought the betrothal gift." "Xiuji, Tang, I sincerely came here to apologize. I really shouldn't have reacted angrily and broken the engagement without understanding the facts. In fact, Lu Feng's rush to break the engagement with the Song family was also related to Song Qingjiao. 19 years ago, Qin Xiuji was pregnant, and she eagerly hoped for her to have a daughter. Because she thought Qin Xiuji was so beautiful, she believed her daughter would be very pretty too. She was worried he would rush to marry her daughter into the Song family, so before Qin Xiuji gave birth, and without knowing the gender, she gave the ancestral jade pendant of the Liang family. Anyway, whether it was this pregnancy or the next, as long as Qin Xiuji gave birth to a daughter, she would be her daughter-in-law. As she wished, Qin Xiuji indeed had a daughter. When Song Qingxiao was still a little bundle, she really liked how white, tender, and soft she was. As Song Qingyao grew older, she felt a bit conflicted inside and couldn't help but feel nervous. Before she turned 18, she never mentioned the marriage arrangements for the two children. It wasn't until the Song family said they had mistaken the wrong daughter that she finally relaxed and told Liang Yeshen that he was engaged to Song Tang.
But then,
Liang Yeshen urgently called her, saying that Song Tang had improper conduct and was giving medicine to many young men from big families. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that time, she thought that Song Qingyao, who was personally taught by Qin Xiuji, didn't have good character. If Song Tang brought such medicine to the capital, her behavior would be even worse. She was afraid Liang Yeshen wouldn't accept Song Tang, and the Song family would force Song Qingyao to marry into the Liang family. So she decided to end the engagement completely. She truly didn't expect that Song Tang, who grew up in the countryside, was such a good person. Aunt Lu, when I saved Xiao Shui, it was just a small favor.
You don't need to worry about it.
Song Tang gently pulled back her arm, which was being held by Liang Tingxue, and continued, as for me and Liang Yeshen, we have already ended our engagement and have nothing to do with each other. I'm in a hurry to send a letter at the post office, so I'll go now. Song Tang was indeed in a hurry now. The response to Heroes was very good, and the editor had called her several times. She needed to send the manuscript she stayed up all night writing last night, or the editor would call her again. After telling Lu Feng this, she calmly walked out of the yard. Liang Yeshen wanted to chase her, but he also hoped Qin Xiuji would accept the jade pendant. So he decided to stay here for now. Anyway, after she finished sending the letter, she would definitely come back. At that time, he could have a proper talk with her.
Tang.
Lu Feng sensed Song Tang's coldness toward her, but she didn't blame Song Tang. It was all her own fault. And seeing Song Tang's calm and dignified attitude, she liked her even more. She couldn't help but say to Qin Xiuji, Xiuji, my son truly likes Tangning. Why don't we just let the two kids be together? Our two families know each other well, and Tangning even saved Xiao Shui. I feel happy just thinking about her. If she marries into our family, you don't have to worry about her being wronged. If Xiao Shen dares to bully her, I'll break his legs. Qin Xiuji didn't speak immediately. She admitted that Liang Yeshen was very outstanding in every way. Although Lu Feng was hot-tempered and impulsive, she wasn't unreasonable. If Song Tang married into the Liang family, she definitely wouldn't be wronged. But Fu Wenjing and Old Song's men were also capable, and she and Old Song would always be Song Tang's backing. She is Qin Xiuji's daughter. No matter who she marries, she won't suffer injustice. There's no need to go back to a past relationship. She didn't take the jade pendant from Lu Feng's hand, but instead smiled coldly and said, my family Lao Song is already looking for a good match for Tang. Our daughter, Tang, isn't someone others should look down on. My Tang will definitely have no trouble getting married. Lu Jian came out of the Lu family and just overheard Qin Xiuji say that Song Tsongrong was already looking for a match for Song Tang. His heart suddenly felt very sour. He still felt he was not in the limelight. He couldn't help but step forward and say to Qin Xiuji, Aunt Qin, you can't let Uncle Song introduce a match for Song Tang.
Qin
Xiuji rolled her eyes at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, it's useless for Xiaoyan to speak for you. My Tang definitely won't marry into your Liang family. The jade pendant has already been returned. I won't accept it. I have 2 surgeries today, so I won't entertain you. After saying this, Qin Xiuji ignored Lu Feng's protests and quickly walked out of the yard. Qin Xiuji could ignore Lu Feng, but since her sister-in-law came to visit, he couldn't refuse her hospitality. At noon, She asked the housekeeper to prepare extra dishes and invited Lu Feng, Liang Yushun, and Liang Tingxue to eat together. Dad, I regret breaking off the engagement with the Song family. Lu Feng truly wanted Song Tang to become her daughter-in-law. At the dining table, she couldn't help but ask Lu Shiau for help. Can you help me persuade Xiaozhi and Lao Song to give Xiaoshan another chance? Humph. Lu Shiau loved his daughter Lu Feng very much. But he believed that when someone makes a mistake, they should take responsibility. He definitely wouldn't speak up for her at the Song family. He wouldn't dare to persuade her to accept Liang Yuxin just because Song Tang respected him. He snorted proudly and scolded his precious daughter. It was you who proposed the breakup first. How can there be any turning back? I think Tang isn't interested in Xiaoshan either. Don't be so shameless and keep pestering her. Thinking about the breakup, Liang Yuxin also regretted it. He was almost tearing himself apart with regret. Song Tang completely ignored him, and her grandfather also refused to help him. He could only turn to Lu Jian for help. He happened to sit next to Lu Jian. He rubbed against Lu Jian and said very flatteringly, "Big cousin, you promised me before that you would help me pursue Song Tang. You absolutely can't go back on your word. Can you help me chase her today?" The mischievous boy wants to help Liang Yuexin pursue Song Tang. Hearing Liang Yuexin's words, the eyes of Commander Lu, Lin He, and others all turned sharply to Lu Jian's face. Unlike the Lu family members who found Lu Jian particularly speechless, Lu Feng was very excited after hearing Liang Yuexin's words. She always thought her big nephew was cold and icy, like a block of ice. Unexpectedly, her big nephew was also warm inside and cold outside, worrying about his cousin's lifelong happiness. The more she looked at her nephew's handsome face carved like ice, the more she liked him. "Xiaoyan, I knew you were a good cousin. Since you promised to help Xiaoshan pursue Tang, start working hard today. When Tang agrees to be my daughter-in-law, I'll give you a big red envelope." Stinky boy. Commander Lu's eyes widened with anger, as if he was about to eat Lu Jian in one bite. Recently, he felt that this mischievous boy was not good at chasing a wife, and he disliked him even more. Now, hearing that he wanted to help Liang Yuexin pursue Song Tang, he was even more displeased. Just as he was about to criticize Lu Jian further, Liang Tingxue stood up from her chair. "Mom, brother, what are you talking about? Big cousin is scheming against Sister Song. Last time I visited my uncle's house, Big cousin told me himself that he liked Sister Song and wanted to pursue her. You want Big cousin to help my brother chase after Sister Song. He won't genuinely help, he'll just encourage her to ignore my brother. I even promised him that if he helped my brother win Sister Song, I'd let him be the best man. Who would have thought? He doesn't want to be the best man, he wants to be the groom." Lu Feng and Liang Yuexin both stared in shock, their eyes wide open. They both thought Lu Jian was cold all over and wouldn't have such feelings for a girl. Who would have guessed he also liked Song Tang? In extreme shock, Lu Feng instinctively asked, "Xiaoyan, do you really like Tang too?" Liang Yuexin looked hurt. "No wonder I asked you to pass something to Song Tang, but in the end, the third cousin kept returning everything to me. So, Big cousin, you never truly helped me pursue Song Tang. You just wanted to steal her away from me."
Huh.
Hearing Liang Yuexin's words, Lu Jian scoffed coldly. "You don't even have a wall. Where would the corner be? I do like Song Tang. Xiaoshan, stay away from Song Tang in the future." "I refuse." Hearing Lu Jian admit he liked Song Tang, Liang Yuexin was immediately anxious. He thought Lu Jian, his rival, was even harder to deal with than Fu Wenjing. Big cousin is more talented than Fu Wenjing in every way. He also lives in the same courtyard as Song Tang, so they see each other often. He has a natural advantage, like someone who has the best spot by the water. But this is the first time he has ever fallen for a girl. Even though Big cousin has many advantages, he refuses to give up. Thinking about this, Liang Yuexin's beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled with light. "I admit, Big cousin, you're not ugly, and your height is okay. But I am young, have a good temper, and I have more advantages than you. Anyway, we each rely on our own skills. I will never give up on Song Tang." Lu Jinyan's dark eyes quickly turned cold and sharp. Liang Yeshen is young. Yes, Liang Yeshen is 20, for years younger than him. Liang Yeshen also smiles more often. But Song Tang is now his girlfriend. Since Song Tang doesn't want to make their relationship public, he can't say it out loud. He only warned Liang Yeshen again, stay away from Song Tang in the future. I won't. Liang Yeshen refused to back down. Seeing the tense standoff between his son and nephew, Lu Feng felt very troubled. He loves his son and his nephew. Being caught between them, he feels really helpless. He sighed for a long time, then finally comforted himself. Let it be. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. Let them do as they please. I can't control it anymore. Anyway, even if Song Tang can't be his daughter-in-law, she will be his niece-in-law. Fighting for something that isn't theirs. They definitely won't suffer losses. As for not being able to win Song Tang's heart, who hasn't suffered from love when they were young? Some pain must be endured. If it's painful, just accept it. After all, she's not the one suffering. At the dinner table, Liang Yeshen kept arguing with Lu Jinyan. The meal was full of tension, like a battlefield. Song Tang has already gone back to her room. It's definitely not appropriate for Liang Yeshen to go into the girls' room. After dinner, he still assigned Liang Tingshu to go to Song Tang's room and help invite her out. Liang Tingshu really wants Song Tang to become her sister-in-law or cousin-in-law, so she wouldn't refuse her older brother's request. Soon, she happily ran to knock on Song Tang's door. Song Tang doesn't like Liang Yeshen, but she doesn't mind liking Liang Tingshu. Liang Tingshu smiled brightly and reached out with a friendly face. She wouldn't coldly chase her away. She politely invited Liang Tingshu into the room and asked what she wanted. Big sister Song. As soon as Liang Tingshu entered, she started acting cute and hugging her arm. I really like you. If you could be my sister-in-law, I would be so happy. Sister Song, I know my older brother did some bad things before. He's very annoying and should be punished.
But he's really sorry now.
Can you please not dislike him so much? Go for a walk with him and give him a chance to pursue you? Liang Tingxue is 2 years younger than Song Tang. She has cute baby fat on her face, big bright eyes, and looks very adorable. She looks at Song Tang so pitifully, making Song Tang's heart soften completely. She feels very reluctant to let her down. But if she doesn't like him, she doesn't like him. Song Tang doesn't want to give her false hope. She honestly says to her, I won't go for a walk with Liang Yueshen. I don't like him. I didn't like him before, and I won't like him in the future. Seeing her own big brother so useless, Liang Tingxue instantly looks like a wilted eggplant, droopy and sad. Song Tang feels a bit sorry and wants to comfort her, but she suddenly comes back to life. Sister Song, it's okay if you don't like my brother. Anyway, besides my brother, I have 3 cousins. I have so many brothers. Surely one of them will be someone you like. You will definitely become my sister-in-law. Sister Song, what do you think of my eldest cousin? He's handsome and has a good figure. If you date him, you'll be very happy. Thinking of Lu Jinyan's terrifyingly cold face, Liang Tingxue suddenly feels that her words might have been a bit too exaggerated. She doesn't want to trick Song Tang, so she quickly changes her tone. Forget it, if you don't like my eldest cousin, that's okay. My eldest cousin is always cold, like an iceberg, no fun at all. It's normal if you don't like him. But my second and third cousins are pretty good too. My second cousin is a genius in scientific research. My third cousin is a cheerful, sunny guy. If I find someone in the future, I would definitely choose someone like my third cousin. Sister Song, why don't you go on a date with my third cousin later? Yes, I heard there's a romantic movie tonight. You can go watch it with my third cousin. Song Tang is very surprised. Is this even possible? She feels like Liang Tingxue is trying to sell her brothers like vegetables. She and Lu Shiau are just good friends. She definitely wouldn't go to see a romantic movie with him. Plus, Lu Jinyan has already asked her out tonight. She can't just cancel on him. After a moment of silence, she honestly replies, I have plans tonight. So her third cousin is out too. Liang Tingshua's heart is bleeding. She props her chin, looks at Song Tang pitifully, and is unbelievably adorable. Anyway, Sister Song, you must become my older sister-in-law or cousin-in-law, or I will be very sad. My older brother and the 3 cousins are really nice. Sister Song, if you're dating someone, please don't choose others. Just pick from among them. Song Tang is a very stubborn person. Once she decides something, it's for life. She won't waver or keep changing her mind. But the person she likes is among the few people Liang Tingxue mentioned. She softly said, "All right, I won't choose anyone else." That's great. Hearing Song Tang's promise, Liang Tingxue was very happy. She hugged Song Tang tightly and left cheerfully. Liang Tingxue was satisfied, but Liang Yeshen, who came this time, didn't get to talk to Song Tang. Song Qi had already gone back to the army early in the morning, and Liang Tingxue couldn't arrange a meeting for her. Song Zhouye didn't want to help either. In the afternoon, he had to leave feeling disappointed. Liang Yeshen still secretly wished for Song Tang, and Lu Jinyan's mood was already pretty bad. When he saw Lu Feng leaving, he just returned to his upstairs room and unexpectedly saw Fu Wenjing come looking for Song Tang. He was holding a physics problem book, sitting with Song Tang in the yard, chatting happily. He occasionally looked shyly at Song Tang, and she smiled brightly when she looked at him. It was dazzling and painful, especially thinking that Song Tang said she liked someone who wasn't him, Lu Jinyan, but someone else, most likely Fu Wenjing. Lu Jinyan's heart felt sour, as if he had swallowed a big jar of old vinegar mixed with bitter herbs. But even if she liked Fu Wenjing, he couldn't let go. Lu Jinyan silently pulled the curtains closed, still carrying a fierce aura, and hurried downstairs. Big brother? Lu Jinyan met Lu Shiau in the living room. Seeing him, Lu Xiao's clear eyes immediately showed sympathy and helplessness. I don't think you'll be able to chase Tangding anymore. She just went out on a date with Wenjing. It seems you, second brother, and the cousins can only be the groomsmen for Tangding and Wenjing. Song Tang and Fu Wenjing went out on a date. Lu Jinyan's handsome face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He quickly rushed out of the living room, and sure enough, they were no longer in the yard. Big brother Lu. Song Zhouye was sitting in the yard eating sunflower seeds. Thinking about Liang's family coming to apologize today, he felt a bit proud. Let Liang Yeshen withdraw the engagement with Tangding. Now he's panicking, right? Panicking won't help. Tang went to date with Wenjing. She must have feelings for him. He put down his sunflower seeds and asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, do you also think Tangding and Wenjing are more suitable for each other?" Lu Jian's cold aura kept emanating outward. The mixture of swords and wind almost seemed to cut Song Zhouye into pieces. Song Zhouye felt unexpectedly cold and found Lu Jian in front of him a bit frightening. But remembering that Lu Jian had always kept a cold, icy face since childhood, he calmly continued to snack on his sunflower seeds and gossip. Anyway, I support Wenjing more. My sister is so talented. What young man wouldn't be a good match for her? Liang Yeshen even broke off their engagement. Serves him right for wanting her, but not getting her. He's so anxious. I'm not bragging, but I haven't seen a girl more beautiful than my sister. Wenjing also looks good. Just now, my sister was explaining a problem to Wenjing. They sat together, and it looked really nice. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Shut up. The more Lu Jian watched Song Zhouye happily chatting, the more irritating he found him. Song Tang will never be with Fu Wenjing. With a cold face, Lu Jian threw out the statement and then calmly walked out of the yard without any expression. Song Zhouye shivered weakly. Truly, today, the murderous aura around Brother Lu was terrifying, as if he owed him hundreds of dollars. But he didn't expect that Lu Jian didn't support Song Tang being with Fu Wenjing. Thinking of Liang Yeshen being Lu Jian's cousin, Song Zhouye suddenly understood. Brother Lu was defending his own cousin. He never thought that the usually cold and distant Lu Jian would also fiercely protect his family. Dad was right. Brother Lu is truly cold on the outside but warm inside. He hoped that when Tangding and when Jing got married, Brother Lu wouldn't cause trouble at their wedding for Liang Yeshen. Song Tang really didn't go on a date with Fu Wenjing. After she finished explaining a physics problem to him, he suddenly blushed and gave her a beautifully packaged bottle of perfume. He said his sister brought it back from the Soviet Union for him. As a man, he didn't need it, so he gave it to her to thank her for helping him with physics. Song Tang isn't the type to be narcissistic. Previously, when Fu Wenjing gave her things, she didn't think much about whether he liked her romantically. But today, when Fu Wenjing gave her perfume and his face turned red as if he might bleed, she realized there might be more to it. She thought Fu Wenjing was a very kind person. However, she didn't have romantic feelings for him. Since she doesn't like him, she won't give him any unrealistic expectations. There are others in the yard, so Song Tang knows to respect their feelings and doesn't say anything directly to Fu Wenjing in front of him. Instead, she calls him to go outside for a walk and to clarify things. At the end of the alley, there is an open grassy area. After making sure no one else is around, Song Tang tentatively says, "Wenjing ji, Tang, please take this bottle of perfume." Fu Wenjing's face is still as red as if it might explode. "You helped me with so many physics problems. I should thank you. I can't accept this perfume." Song Tang knows that some words can really hurt, but if she flirts with Fu Wenjing and gives him hope, it would be even more cruel to him. She organizes her words carefully, trying to be gentle. "Wenjing ji, I like someone else now. I don't want him to misunderstand." Fu Wenjing is cheerful, but not stupid. After hearing her words, what else could he not understand? She clearly sees his feelings for her and politely refuses him. His bright, handsome face, full of youthful energy, quickly loses its color, as if white powder has been applied. Fu Wenjing is not unreasonable. He knows that Song Tang doesn't like him, and he shouldn't keep pestering her or make things difficult. He should smile calmly and happily, wishing her well. But this is the first time in his life that he's liked a girl, and his secret crush is ending before it even begins. He feels so sad that even if he forces a smile, it looks worse than crying.
"Veninini, I'm sorry."
Seeing Fu Wenjing like this, Song Tang feels guilty and sad. But she doesn't regret being honest with him, because only when he completely gives up on her can she meet someone she truly likes and be happy. "Tang, you don't need to apologize to me." Fu Wenjing definitely doesn't want Song Tang to feel pressured. He turns his face and grins at the nearby parasol trees, finally smiling a little more naturally. His gaze returns to Song Tang, and his smile becomes more genuine and bright, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. "I like you and want to pursue you. I hope you can accept me. But liking someone can't be forced. If you don't like me, it's not your fault, and you don't need to feel guilty. Tang, you must be happy. If the person you like treats you badly or makes you angry, tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson." Song Tang was amused by Fu Wenjing's words. However, she thought Fu Wenjing might not be able to beat Lu Jian. Seeing Song Tang smile, Fu Wenjing's smile became even brighter than the morning sun. But as he kept smiling, he started to feel a little sad. He didn't want Song Tang to see him looking so down, so he turned his face away and stared at the tall tree next to him. "Tang, can I still ask you physics questions in the future?" Fu Wenjing was eager to learn, full of ideas and quick to react. Talking about physics with him felt comfortable for Song Tang. Since they were neighbors in the same big courtyard, she definitely wouldn't refuse. She nodded firmly, of course. Fu Wenjing's face lit up with a big smile. "That's great. I was really worried you wouldn't want to explain physics to me anymore. I sometimes ask Lu Sand about physics problems he doesn't understand, and Lu Air can sometimes help, but he's always busy and hard to find. And Lu Air doesn't talk much when explaining, so most of the time, I can't understand him. You're the best at explaining physics, Tang. I understand you easily." Fu Wenjing spoke more openly now. "Tang, we will always be good friends. I'll come find you next week to ask more physics questions." After saying this, Fu Wenjing waved goodbye to Song Tang and quickly turned to run down the alley next door. As the sunset faded and the evening glow spread across the sky, the person running in the sunset finally had teary eyes. But his smile remained bright. His two cute little tiger teeth were tinged with a faint red from the sunset. He silently repeated in his heart, "Tang Dang, I hope everything in the future will be good. Peace and happiness, free of worries. Lu Jian, let's go watch a movie." After Fu Wenjing left, Song Tang also turned to head back. She had only taken a few steps when she saw Lu Jian walking toward her. They lived in this alley, so it was normal for them to come and go. Seeing him approach, she didn't think much and looked up with a bright, cheerful smile. Lu Jian still felt upset inside. But since he was looking forward to watching a movie with her, he wouldn't refuse. He responded softly and then turned to walk toward his car first. Song Tang didn't notice anything unusual about him. After all, she wasn't ready for her elders to find out they were a couple. With so many neighbors in the alley, it was normal for them to walk one behind the other, keeping their distance. After talking openly with Fu Wenjing, she felt very happy. She was in a great mood, smiling all the time, not noticing Lu Jian's strange behavior. Liang Yu deeply harbored ill feelings towards her. Fu Wenjing kept trying to steal her away. Lu Jinyan's heart was already soaked in old jealousy, making him feel uncomfortable. After getting in the car, she sat in the back seat. From the rearview mirror, he could clearly see that her face was always smiling happily. Seeing Fu Wenjing, she was so happy. Some thoughts really shouldn't be considered. Just thinking about it, his heart couldn't help but stay stuck in jealousy. "I don't know what movie to watch tonight." Lu Jinyan parked the car under a tree at the end of an alley. Song Tang muttered with a bright smile, then reached to open the door to get out. But he moved faster. After he got out, he opened the back door. She thought he was coming to open her door as a gentleman, ready to praise his kindness. But unexpectedly, he leapt into the car like a swift predator. Song Tang. The car was already parked, so what was he doing getting back in? Almost as soon as that thought crossed her mind, he slammed the car door shut and leaned down fiercely, biting her lips like a fierce beast. His kiss was more aggressive than ever. It was as if a wild animal had broken free from its chains, wanting to tear and bite its prey completely apart. Song Tang was stunned by his kiss. Wasn't she just kissing him yesterday night? Why was he so eager and passionate, as if he had never seen a woman before? She was almost unable to breathe from his kiss. She struggled to open her mouth, trying to tell him to stop being so forceful. But when she opened her mouth, she couldn't make a sound, and he took the opportunity to conquer her completely. It was as if he wanted to burn her to ashes with his fiery passion. And when he kissed her, his hands never stayed still or proper. Feeling the pressure of his hands on her, Song Tang's face instantly turned red. She couldn't tell if she was feeling shame or anger. He parked in a very hidden spot. There were no other cars around and no one passing by. He kissed her a few times inside the car, or touched her through her clothes, which she could accept. But they still had to go watch a movie later. If he went crazy and damaged her clothes, how could she face people later?
Lu Jinyan.
Song Tang took a deep breath and continued to stop him.
"Stop it.
Don't tear my clothes. We still need to watch the movie later." Lu Jinyan's clearly defined fingers finally moved away from her collar. But he didn't get out of the car. His face was buried deep in her neck. Usually cold and indifferent, his voice now carried a rare hint of unease and longing. Song, I will treat you better in the future. Don't like Fu Wenjing, okay?" Song Tang suddenly understood. This afternoon, he must have seen her explaining problems to Fu Wenjing. Just now, he was so wild because he was jealous. Her heart felt soft and sweet. She couldn't help but hold him tightly. "I don't like Brother Wenjing. This afternoon, I went out with Brother Wenjing to clarify things. From now on, we are just friends, nothing more. So, she doesn't like Fu Wenjing." Hearing Song Tang's words, Lu Jinyan's usually dark eyes suddenly brightened like fireworks. She has no feelings for Fu Wenjing, and he's really happy about that. But then he remembered she said she didn't like him and had someone she liked. His heart was once again burned by jealousy. The person she liked was probably Fu Wenjing or Gao Jianchuan. Now that Fu Wenjing is out of the picture, the only possible person she likes is Gao Jianchuan. It's true. She had a blind date with Gao Jianchuan before, and he was ready to propose marriage. If he hadn't saved her, and if they hadn't shared the same bed, she definitely wouldn't have dated him. But even if she once thought about marrying Gao Jianchuan, he would never let go. The more Lu Jinyan thought about it, the more sour he felt. Unable to hold back his jealousy, he suddenly held her head and more fiercely bit her lips.
Ugh.
Song Tang didn't expect that, even after explaining everything clearly, he would still kiss her. And he always kissed so fiercely. Is he a dog? She was so angry she wanted to bite him. But his lips were too hot, and his kiss was too intense, making her brain feel like molten lava. She couldn't bite him angrily, and instead responded involuntarily. Feeling her response, his kiss became even more aggressive, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Don't tear my clothes. His kiss was very fierce, but also intoxicatingly cool. She actually enjoyed kissing him. There was no one around, so she didn't have to worry about being seen. She was willing to indulge her boyfriend. But kissing was okay, tearing her clothes was not. She didn't want to lose face in front of others. Lu Jinyan also knew they would go to the movies later. He definitely wouldn't ruin her clothes. But his desire was uncontrollable, and his hands gradually lost restraint. Song Tang felt like she had become a dough in his palm. Soon, she felt powerless to resist. Song, don't like anyone else. You are mine. Never think of leaving me. His voice carried an unchangeable stubbornness, but if you listened carefully, you could also hear the uncertainty in it. Originally, his actions were too much, and she wanted to push him away. However, hearing the rare hint of worry in his voice, her heart softened completely, and she chose to indulge him. Song, you. They were in the car now, and since they weren't married yet, Lu Jinyan definitely wouldn't really hurt her. At a critical moment, he summoned all his willpower and managed to stop himself. He held her tightly, and even though he tried to calm his breathing, his voice still sounded husky and tempting. Fix your clothes. Song Tang was so overwhelmed by his kiss that she felt like melting into a puddle. Hearing his words, she felt as if she had just emerged from a deep, swaying sea. She also noticed that her clothes, though not torn, had been pulled open. The ribbon on her top was undone, and her skirt was pushed up to her waist. It was all so intimate, almost too much. Right now, Song Tang's arms and legs felt weak, and she didn't want to move at all. Plus, he had been too much earlier, and she was annoyed. She snapped at him sharply. You unbuttoned it. You fix it. Lu Jinyan's ears turned red. He didn't want to fix her clothes. Not because he thought it was pointless, but because he was worried that if he did, he might see something he shouldn't and lose control of himself. However, when he saw her serious face, unwilling to look at him, he realized that his jealousy had taken over his reason earlier. He had done many shameless and excessive things, which annoyed her. He gently nodded and said, okay. The movie was about to start. To avoid missing the film, he closed his eyes while fixing her clothes. But when his eyes were shut, he accidentally touched places he shouldn't have. And some sensations became clearer and clearer. The fire that he had barely kept suppressed inside him reignited, completely destroying his reason. His hands couldn't help but move.
Lu Jinyan.
It was his fault for messing up her clothes, and she believed he should fix them properly. Who would have thought that even fixing her clothes could be so shameless? Hearing her embarrassed voice, Lu Jinyan suddenly realized what he had done. He hurriedly withdrew his hands, wanting to keep some distance. But if he kept his distance, he wouldn't be able to fix her clothes. He could only close his eyes again, trembling as he carefully fixed her. Song Tang's face turned red from his actions. She felt regret. Just now, she shouldn't have been so impulsive and asked him to help her fix her clothes. He sat upright with his eyes closed, looking very serious. But his hands were far from serious. He wasn't really fixing her clothes. It was obvious he was. Shameless. However, since she was the one who spoke, she didn't want to seem timid. She tried her best to appear calm and composed, blushing and heart-pounding as he helped her fix her clothes. After he finished, both of their palms were sweaty. Song Tang really didn't want to see his long, handsome, yet clumsy hands. She glared at him in embarrassment and quickly got out of the car. Lu Jinyan didn't immediately get out. He took a coat from nearby, draped it over himself, and sat in the car for a few more minutes before feeling a bit more comfortable and finally getting out. The cinema was very lively inside. At that time, there hadn't been any reforms or opening up. But in the ticket hall, there were street vendors calling out and selling things. This was Song Tang's first time seeing a cinema from the 1970s, and everything felt new and interesting to her. Lu Jinyan was also busy. He bought almost everything from the small stalls. Since it was his first time taking a girl to the movies, he wasn't sure what to prepare. But since there were vendors outside selling snacks, he thought, might as well buy some. When he returned to Song Tang's side, she was stunned to see him carrying big bags and small packages. How did he buy so much? Was he here to watch the movie or to eat snacks? Many people like to sunflower seeds while watching movies. The vendors mainly sold sunflower seeds. They usually rolled a piece of newspaper into a cone and poured seeds inside, costing about a dime per bag. There were also slightly more expensive ones, wrapped in oil paper, costing about 30 cents. Lu Jinyan didn't choose the cheapest. He bought the more expensive ones. He bought the 30-cent bags. In the 1970s, there were also popcorn vendors outside the cinema. But the popcorn sold then wasn't as sweet and sugary as modern cinema popcorn. It was made from rice or corn with sugar, popped until fragrant and crispy, not too sweet or greasy. He bought one bag of each type of popcorn. He also bought various snacks and sodas. Song Tang had never seen this kind of spicy shrimp snack before. It was very crispy and fragrant. Even before entering the cinema, she couldn't resist eating a piece. What surprised her most was that he also bought a bag of Tang monk's meat. In her previous life, Song Tang remembered her father saying that when he was a child, his favorite snack was Tang monk's meat. It was sold in small bags for a dime, fragrant and sweet, with real meat inside, very delicious. When she was a child and went back to her old countryside home, she also visited the small shop at the village school and spent 2 cents to buy a pack of Tang monk's meat. But back then, Tang monk's meat was no longer real meat. It was made from bean products with various spices added. She didn't expect that, after entering this historical story, she would still be able to eat her father's favorite Tang monk's meat. Lu Jinyan bought a similar type wrapped in oil paper. It cost 5 cents for a big bag. Inside, there were many pieces of meat, enough to feel full. Holding it felt heavy, and taking a bite was very satisfying. Feng Yingying was also watching a movie tonight with her boyfriend, Kuju. Song Tang and Lu Jinyan both looked very striking, so even from afar, she could recognize them immediately. The movie theater was showing a romantic film tonight. Most of the viewers were young couples or newlyweds. In this era of material shortages, just being able to buy a bag of sunflower seeds for a dime was considered a luxury. But Lu Jinyan was holding many things, so it was no wonder he didn't stand out. Kuju's family was well off. Feng Yingying didn't want Song Tang to be better than her, so she asked Kuju to buy her more things. She hooked her finger around his and pouted, "Kuju, can we buy some sunflower seeds to eat inside?" Kuju's face darkened. His family had some background and a little money, but he was lazy, not working hard, with no income of his own. He spent only the money his parents gave him. His parents gave him 30 yuan a month, roughly the same as a regular person's monthly salary, so he was relatively comfortable. However, a few days ago, he lost a lot of money playing cards and owed several hundred yuan. Since Feng Yingying started dating him, they ate at state-run restaurants. After eating, they went to state-run supermarkets to buy things. Sometimes, they bought clothes, bags, or went to the movies. Now, he couldn't pay back his debts and was very worried. He didn't even want to buy a 2-cent ice cream bar anymore. Where would he get money to buy sunflower seeds for her? Kuju, I still want to eat. His family's spicy shrimp snacks are also delicious, and the Tang monk's meat smells so good. Can we buy some spicy shrimp snacks and Tang monk's meat to eat? Eat, eat, eat. All you do is think about eating. Seeing Feng Yingying's increasing demands, Kuju completely lost patience. He originally wanted to leave Feng Yingying behind and walk away. But then he remembered the movie ticket in his hand, which he bought for a dime. Throwing it away hurt him, so he finally let go of her, turned angrily, and went into the theater first. Fo Mingying's eyes turned red. She also hated Song Tang very much. Why is Lu Jinyan so generous to Song Tang, while her partner is too stingy to buy her even a small bag of sunflower seeds? This isn't fair. She is full of anger, but can't find a way to vent it. She cares about her reputation, so arguing with Kuju in front of others would be too embarrassing. She angrily kicked the wall beside her, then went into the cinema. Song Tang, this useless country girl, doesn't deserve to have such an excellent partner like Lu Jinyan. Tonight, she will make Lu Jinyan leave Song Tang. Tonight's movie is a classic love story. In the film, the male lead falls in love at first sight with a girl and is determined to be with her. He has an arranged fiancée he is supposed to marry. But when he meets the girl who captures his heart, he doesn't want to go through with the marriage. Back then, his parents arranged the marriage, and they wouldn't allow him to refuse. They kept him locked up and forced him to marry. He tried everything and finally escaped on the wedding day. On the day of his wedding, he ran away, and the bride faced criticism and cold looks. Later, he discovered that the bride he ran away with was the same girl he loved at first sight. He felt deep regret. With his desperate efforts, the girl agreed to marry him again. Outside their new house, there are stairs. On their wedding day, he sincerely apologized to her outside the house, shouting, "My wife, I was wrong." She came out of the house, and he knelt step by step while she retreated. Together, they entered the new house, happy and content. Song Tang has watched many movies and TV shows in her past life. In those movies and shows, there are scenes like bathroom kisses, car crashes, wall presses, and even intense bed scenes. She was numb to all those provocative scenes meant to attract attention. But tonight's movie didn't even have a simple, light kiss, yet she felt her face flush and her heart race. Really, the scene where the male actor kneels step by step, their eyes seemed to stretch like silk. When that scene played, many young couples in the cinema turned their faces away, embarrassed. Song Tang secretly looked at Lu Jinyan. When he's jealous, he can be very wild privately, acting as if he wants to eat her up. But at the same time, he also shares common traits of his era. In public, he's reserved, modest, and restrained. Seeing the silk-like gaze of the actors, he turned his face aside. The cinema is dimly lit, but Song Tang can guess that his ears are probably red. Seeing how shy he is, Song Tang couldn't help but feel a little amused and wanted to tease him. She really wanted to kiss him. However, in this era, public displays of affection could lead to criticism if caught. Behind the cinema, two women wearing red armbands kept a close watch on the young people, ready to catch any troublemakers. Song Tang didn't want to be publicly criticized. She didn't kiss Lu Jinyan. Instead, she quietly reached out and held his hand under the seat. Lu Jinyan suddenly turned his face. Clearly, he was surprised that she would do such a bold act in a public place. His fingertips started to feel warm and fiery. Even when the two women with red armbands approached nearby, he took control and tightly held her fragile hand. Song Tang noticed the two women coming closer. She had sparked the idea herself, but she was afraid of being caught, so she hurried to pull her hand back. His grip, however, tightened gradually, holding her fingers firmly, leaving no chance for her to escape. "Stand up, both of you."
"Just you two,"
one of the women spoke. Song Tang thought they were about to be criticized and was very scared. She was about to stand up when she realized the woman was referring to her and Lu Jinyan's front-facing couple. Public places are not for pulling and tugging. What kind of behavior is that? The couple blushed and stood up quickly. Seeing everyone's eyes on them, they hurriedly let go and bowed their heads in shame. The man clearly didn't want the girl he liked to be upset. After awkwardly clearing his throat, he said, "She's my girlfriend. We're getting married next week. You can't act out in the cinema just because she's your girlfriend. Be more careful about your influence in public and don't spread bad habits." The couple nodded quickly, afraid of being publicly criticized. Since they were genuinely dating, after a few words from the women, they didn't pursue it further. Instead, the women continued to look around sharply, like torches. Song Tang was very surprised. Holding hands in public was considered inappropriate. What about her and Lu Jinyan in the car earlier? Was that considered inappropriate? A few days ago, she even held Lu Jinyan's hand outside the cultural troupe. She never thought that in this era, holding hands in public was forbidden. Lu Jinyan's face and figure were so attractive, she wouldn't act out with him privately if it wasn't allowed. But in the future, she would need to be more careful in public. After all, being criticized publicly for inappropriate behavior was really embarrassing. Lu Jinyan, let go quickly. Song Tang whispered several times, but he showed no intention of releasing her. The two older women scolded a few couples who were secretly holding hands, making Song Tang feel anxious and unsure. Luckily, nothing serious happened, and she and Lu Jinyan were not criticized. Because her heart was pounding so fast and her throat was dry, she drank a lot of soda during the movie and wanted to go to the bathroom. After the movie ended, she hurried to the restroom. Lu Jinyan was waiting nearby with a big bag of snacks. Kuju is the typical lazy person who always needs to go to the bathroom first when he goes shopping. After shopping, he needs to go again when he gets home. Before eating, he must go. After eating, he must go again. After the movie, he went to the bathroom, once more. Feng Yingying was waiting outside the bathroom and saw Lu Jinyan standing nearby. Lu Jinyan's presence was so intimidating and his cold aura made Feng Yingying feel genuinely afraid. But she couldn't stand seeing Song Tang doing well, so she mustered her courage and approached him. Captain Lu, I have something to say to you. Lu Jinyan didn't even glance at her. Completely ignored, Feng Yingying felt a bit embarrassed and nervous. But thinking that men prefer pure and innocent girls and no one wants to marry a troublemaker, she bit her lip and continued. Last time, Song Tang went with us to visit a rural area for a performance you should know, right? Before he could respond, she excitedly added, we saw her multiple times sneaking into the cornfield with some troublemaker from the village. She couldn't join us for the next trip because she was fooling around with a wild man and missed the bus. Captain Lu, I'm telling you this for your own good. Everyone knows Song Tang's improper behavior. I heard she even got pregnant by a man and had a miscarriage secretly. She often hangs out with several men, and she's shameless. You can't be fooled by her. Lu Jinyan's face suddenly darkened as if covered in thick ink. His eyes became even colder, like a frozen wasteland with no life. He had seen Feng Yingying circling around Gu Mengwan like a fly when he visited the cultural troupe, so he remembered her. He didn't like her at all. Since he was young, he had thought Gu Mengwan and her daughter looked down on others and were a bit crazy. Naturally, he couldn't have any good feelings for someone like Feng Yingying, who desperately tried to flatter Mengwan. He hadn't planned to pay attention to her shouting, but when she insulted Song Tang and spoke so nastily, he couldn't stand it. His gaze was filled with cold anger, sharply piercing Feng Yingying's face, which made her instantly fall silent in fear. She carefully swallowed her saliva and struggled to find her voice again. Captain Lu, I am telling the truth. Song Tang really has poor character. She doesn't deserve you. Shut up. The more Lu Jinyan listened to Feng Yingying's voice, the more disgusted he felt. He doesn't like to curse. He also doesn't like to use harsh words to belittle others. But Feng Yingying was bringing trouble on herself, so he saw no need to hold back. His eyes turned colder, and his voice became even more icy, as if he wanted to freeze her solid. You really are full of nonsense, talking with just your mouth. Are you saying that if I say you chase after wild men and are not proper, everyone will say you have bad morals and bad conduct, and you deserve everyone's contempt? I didn't. Hearing Lu Jinyan's words, Feng Yingying immediately became anxious. She definitely didn't want Lu Jinyan to think she was an untrustworthy girl, so she hurriedly defended herself. I value myself and my dignity. I have never been involved in inappropriate relationships. My morals and conduct are completely fine. Captain Lu, please believe me. Song Tang finished washing her hands and came out of the bathroom, seeing Feng Yingying standing in front of Lu Jinyan, anxiously defending herself. Then she heard Lu Jinyan say, I don't know if you've been involved in inappropriate relationships, but Song Tang definitely hasn't. I believe her. She is my girlfriend. If anyone dares to slander or bully her, I will pursue it to the end. Hearing Lu Jinyan's words, Song Tang suddenly understood that Feng Yingying had gone to slander her in front of Lu Jinyan. She was worried about being pressured to give birth and hadn't thought about openly dating Lu Jinyan. But she found that hearing Lu Jinyan call her his girlfriend didn't make her angry at all. Instead, she felt very happy. Just go with the flow. If her relationship with Lu Jinyan was discovered by the elders, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, she only wanted to marry him in this life. I really haven't been involved in inappropriate relationships. Feng Yingying fell into a trap of self-justification. Seeing that Lu Jinyan still seemed to doubt her, her voice became noticeably choked with tears. Lu Jinyan thought she was crazy. Song Tang came out of the bathroom, and he had already warned Feng Yingying. He didn't plan to waste any more time on her. He turned around, ready to leave with Song Tang, when Ju ran out of the men's bathroom. So awesome. Yingying, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Ju hasn't been willing to spend money on Feng Yingying lately, but she is still his girlfriend. He thinks he is a well-known person in the capital, and if his girlfriend gets bullied in public, he must stand up for her. He doesn't dare offend Lu Jinyan, but he also doesn't want Song Tang to have a good time. Wiping away tears from his eyes, he pointed at Song Tang and still pouted while crying. It's all because of Song Tang. She just said I am worse than her, and that the person I found is even less impressive than her boyfriend's little finger.
What?
Ju cares a lot about his reputation, and hearing Feng Yingying's words, he suddenly exploded. He quickly stepped in front of Song Tang and Lu Jinyan. If anyone dares to bully my girl, I will make them pay. After seeing Song Tang outside the cultural troupe, Ju was amazed. But Feng Yingying didn't want to tell him her name, so he didn't know that the angel-like girl was Song Tang. He never expected that the person bullying Feng Yingying was actually the fairy in his heart. He also couldn't imagine that the fairy's partner was Lu Jinyan. Earlier, Feng Yingying said that Song Tang looked down on both of them, which made him so angry he wanted to make her doubt her life. Now, he suddenly felt that Song Tang was right. Feng Yingying truly couldn't compare to Song Tang. Lu Jinyan had been considered a child from a good family since he was young, praised by elders. At 23, he had already become a team leader. He heard that not long ago, Lu Jinyan had achieved another great feat and was about to be promoted again. Ju cared about his pride, but he also knew his limits. He was very clear that he couldn't compare to Lu Jinyan. As a child, he had even been beaten badly by Lu Jinyan for pulling down a girl's skirt. Thinking of Lu Jinyan's formidable strength, he suddenly felt scared. His legs went weak. His whole body felt soft. Lu Jinyan naturally recognized Ju, who had been troublemaker since childhood. He sneered slightly, his voice cold as ice. I heard you want me to peel off a layer of skin? Ju was so anxious he started pulling his hair. He smiled even more painfully than he cried. I didn't say that. I mean. Ju quickly changed his words, thinking fast. If anyone dares to offend Captain Lu or your girlfriend, I will make them peel off a layer of skin. Facing Lu Jinyan's cold, emotionless eyes, Ju couldn't help but feel afraid. Luckily, he hadn't dared to pursue Song Tang. Otherwise, if he tried to steal Captain Lu's girl, Captain Lu would definitely skin him alive. That was too close. Thinking about what Feng Yingying just said about Lu Jian and Song Tang, Ju was afraid she might offend Lu Jian. If she got angry at him, he might be blamed and beaten like when they were kids. He quickly asked, is it that Feng Yingying, that annoying girl, made Captain Lu angry at you? Take good care of your partner. She stinks so much I can't stand her. The words Feng Yingying said earlier were truly unpleasant. Coldly, she threw these words out and didn't even look at Ju again. She left with Song Tang. Ju was shocked and scared. He couldn't help but shout at Feng Yingying, did you just lie to Captain Lu? Who the heck are you lying to? Why do you have to lie to Captain Lu? Ju's voice was really loud. His shout drew many people over. Feng Yingying was pretty and dressed fashionably every day. She also had a respected, enviable job. As a respectable person, she couldn't afford to lose face over someone like him. Right then, she clenched her teeth and cursed back, "You're the one lying. Your whole family is lying. Could you? I want to break up with you." After saying this, Feng Yingying stomped off in her little leather shoes, angry and turning away. Her family was average, and she always wanted to find someone from a better family. Compared to her, Kuju's family was much better. But his family was nothing compared to Lu Jian, Qin Cheng, and others. Before Song Tang started dating Lu Jian, she thought Kuju was a good marriage partner. Now she thought, since Song Tang could find someone as good as Lu Jian, she could too. If she could find someone better, why should she keep wasting time on the lazy and unambitious Kuju? Kuju trembled with anger. He really didn't expect Feng Yingying to dare say his whole family was lying. He liked her because she was pretty. He was quite into her at first. But after he got her and was amazed by Song Tang's beauty, he thought Feng Yingying was just SSO. Plus, Feng Yingying had a bad temper and often wanted him to buy her things. He decided not to hold on anymore. He just shouted after her back, "Break up if you want. Whoever regrets it is a dog." Humph. Hearing Kuju's indifferent voice, Feng Yingying angrily stomped her foot, covered her face, and cried as she left. Compared to Lu Jian and Qin Cheng, she now looked down on Kuju even more. But after she broke up with him, he didn't even try to persuade her to stay. She felt very humiliated and embarrassed. She also hated Song Tang even more. Why was it that Song Tang, who was worse than her in every way, was living so much better? Her parents are average and have worked at the same company for over 20 years. They are just ordinary clerks. But as soon as Song Tang arrived in the capital, she was the daughter of the military commander and also gained the favor of Commander Lu. Why was that? Song Tang made her very unhappy, and she would never let her have an easy time. The more she thought about it, the more she hated her. She quickly ran to a nearby phone booth and dialed Qin's family number. Coincidentally, Qin Cheng answered the phone. Hearing Qin Cheng's voice, she hurriedly said, "Little Commander Qin, that hateful woman Song Tang is so mean and wicked. She made Meng cry again." "What?" Gu Mengwan is Qin Cheng's life. In his eyes, Gu Mengwan has always been proud and calm, rarely shedding tears. Now, hearing from Feng Yingying that she was crying, he felt heartbroken. He also hated Song Tang even more for causing her sadness, pain, and tears. His dark, fierce eyes suddenly filled with terrifying gloom. Song Tang really thinks she's lucky to be alive. Daring to make Meng cry, she's just asking for trouble. Yes, Song Tang is too much. She always deliberately bullies Meng. Feng Yingying loved to see Qin Cheng harshly punish Song Tang. She continued to add fuel to the fire. Ever since Song Tang joined the Wengong troop, Meng has never been happy. "Little Commander Qin, you must stand up for Meng. No one can hurt Meng, not even me, Qin Cheng." Qin Cheng's eyes darkened with a dangerous, obsessive look, and his voice was cold and terrifying, full of destructive intent. Suddenly, he sneered mockingly, sending chills down her spine. "If Song Tang wants to die, I'll make her wish come true. I've prepared concentrated sulfuric acid and found someone. Tomorrow, when her face is ruined and she becomes uglier than a monster, I want to see if she still dares to make Meng unhappy." Sulfuric acid? Feng Yingying's heart leaped with joy. Qin Cheng was more capable than she thought. She didn't expect him to get concentrated sulfuric acid so quickly. Last time, during a rural performance, Song Tang was lucky and escaped unharmed. But who could dodge falling sulfuric acid? She really wanted to see how ugly and disgusting Song Tang would become. She was looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. On Monday morning, as soon as Song Tang arrived at the rehearsal room, she and Gu Mengwan were called to Li Chunlan's office. It turned out that the Capital Film Studio was going to shoot the movie Journey to the West. Because of limited time, they couldn't film all the stories from Journey to the West. So, they decided to film 3 segments. One of these was the Daughter's Kingdom segment. The main actors for these two segments had already been decided. The selection for the Daughter Kingdom segment has not satisfied the director. Many believe that when Tang Sanzang was in the Daughter Kingdom, he was somewhat attracted to the queen. That's why some say the Daughter Kingdom has no monsters, but it is the hardest of the 99 and 81 difficulties. The director thinks the queen must be very beautiful, truly a beauty of the land, otherwise, how could the holy monk have any fleeting thoughts? The queen must not only be beautiful but also dignified, graceful, and exceptionally charming. The director has very high standards for the actress playing the queen and hasn't found the right person yet. The cultural troupe was ordered to recommend a few candidates. Li Chunlon suggested Gu Mengwan and Song Tang. Filming will start next year, and next week, staff from the Capital Film Studio will come to interview the two. After hearing about this, Song Tang was very excited. She didn't expect that, in this era, she would have a chance to play a character from a famous classic. She plans to prepare well for the interview. Gu Mengwan is determined to get the role of the Daughter Kingdom Queen. She usually looks down on Song Tang, who grew up in the countryside. What kind of temperament can a country girl have? Dignified, generous, elegant, noble. These words describe Gu Mengwan perfectly. Only she can be suitable for the role of the queen. She is good at dancing and can also draw while dancing. As the main dancer of the troupe, she is somewhat famous, but not yet a big star. After playing the queen, her fame will surely rise. By then, she will be a household name. With her shining presence, how could Lu Jinyan look favorably on someone like Song Tang, a rustic girl? Li Chunlon told them to take the role seriously and prepare well so as not to disappoint the leaders. After that, she sent them back. Almost as soon as they entered the rehearsal room, Gu Mengwan was surrounded by Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and others. Meng, I heard the studio came to our troupe to select actors. Did they pick you? Meng is so amazing. The role you're playing is from a famous story. You'll definitely become a big star in the future. Gu Mengwan knew that the studio would ultimately choose her, but nothing was final yet. She simply said, the troupe recommended me and Song Tang. The director will come next week to select someone. Feng Yingying sneered. Song Tang is going to have her face ruined today. It's a miracle if she gets chosen. She wanted to make Gu Mengwan happy. After giving a proud look to Song Tang, she praised her in many ways, saying, how can Song Tang compare to Meng? She's just a simple girl, not even a single strand of Meng's hair. As long as the director isn't blind, he won't choose her. Exactly. If I were the director, I would definitely pick Meng. Yes, even if the director is blind, he wouldn't choose a simple girl. Tang, ignore these crazy people. After Song Tang entered the rehearsal room, Wan Qinghuan immediately hugged her arm. Unlike Feng Yingying and others who believed Gu Mengwan was the best, Wan Qinghuan thought the director would definitely choose Song Tang because the queen of the girls' kingdom must be very beautiful. In their art troupe, who could be more beautiful than Song Tang? You must prepare well and get the role of the queen of the girls' kingdom. If you really appear on TV, I can show everyone that the queen of the girls' kingdom is my good sister Tang. Song Tang was amused by Wan Qinghuan's adorable look. Thinking about Lu Shiau having something for her to give, she quickly took out a package of Daxiankan snacks and placed it in Wan Qinghuan's arms. My boyfriend's younger brother, Lu Shiau, asked me to give this to you. He wants to invite you for barbecue next week. Do you want to go? You've met him before. When I injured my leg, he was the one who took me to work. What do you think of him? Song Tang's words were too direct, causing Wan Qinghuan's face to turn red like it was soaked in maple leaves. She had noticed Lu Shiau before. When Lu Shiau was outside the art troupe, happily saying goodbye to Song Tang with a bright smile, she was dazzled by his smile. She couldn't help but think, how can someone smile so beautifully? Bright and youthful, full of energy. Recently, she was reading Heroic Ambitions by Mr. Tang Song, which featured a protagonist, a young man dressed in fine clothes, riding a horse, leaning on a slanted bridge, calling out to the red sleeves on the building. She felt that among the people she had met, only Lu Shiau could compare to that kind of carefree spirit. Lu Xiao's two older brothers were too talented and outstanding, overshadowing him somewhat. Many people around her praised Lu Jian and Lu Yu for their genius and bright future, and also complimented their looks. But she thought Lu Xiao was the most handsome. Some feelings had already quietly blossomed in her heart. She was never pretentious. If Lu Xiao asked her out, she would definitely not refuse. She blushed and pushed Song Tang. Tang, are you going that day? Yes, I am. Song Tang smiled. Seeing Wan Qinghuan's face turn red like an apple, she guessed the outcome. Sure enough, she heard Wan Qinghuan say, if you're going, I'll go too. Are you interested in my third brother? Do you think he's quite good-looking? And? Before Song Tang could ask more, Wan Qinghuan tickled her side. Stop joking, Tang, or I'll tickle you back. Do you dare to keep joking? Song Tang was very ticklish. Seeing Wan Qinghuan cross her arms, ready to pounce, Song Tang quickly begged, I won't joke anymore. It's too ticklish. Even without asking further, Song Tang could tell from the lingering blush on Wan Qinghuan's face that these two were quite close. In the same rehearsal room, the laughter of Song Tang and Wan Qinghuan reached Gu Mengwan and Feng Yingying. The dance team of the art troupe has over 10 pretty girls. Most of them, although not as close to Gu Mengwan as Feng Yingying, Chen Tian, and Xi Shiding, wouldn't deliberately stay close to Song Tang. Because everyone knew Gu Mengwan didn't like Song Tang, and getting too close could cause trouble. Only Wan Qinghuan, when Song Tang joined the troupe, took the initiative to be friendly. In Feng Yingying's eyes, Wan Qinghuan's behavior was unwise and disrespectful to Gu Mengwan, so they couldn't tolerate it. Feng Yingying and Chen Tian exchanged glances and quickly made a plan. They wanted to isolate Song Tang completely. They would bring Wan Qinghuan into their small group and let Song Tang taste being betrayed by her friends. Wan Qinghuan, Deputy Captain Zhao is looking for you. Wan Qinghuan was practicing dance moves with Song Tang, joking and chatting when someone called her. Zhao Fang was looking for her, so she had to go quickly. Her office was upstairs, so she took a sip of water and ran out of the rehearsal room. Wan Qinghuan. Just as she jogged toward the stairs, she was blocked by Feng Yingying and others. Gu Mengwan stood proudly behind them, cold and elegant, like a noble swan. Wan Qinghuan immediately became cautious. She looked at Feng Yingying with alertness. What do you want to do? She also realized that Zhao Fang wasn't calling her for something important, but that Gu Mengwan's small group had deliberately called her out. Do you want to be a star? Wan Qinghuan actually wanted to turn around and run back. But Feng Yingying had instructed Xi Shiding and Chen Tian to block her, so she couldn't leave easily. Before Wan Qinghuan could answer, Feng Yingying proudly said, Our Meng is about to play the queen of the female kingdom. Stay away from Song Tang in the future. Let's be good friends. That way, when Meng joins the Journey to the West crew, she will probably say some nice things about you to the director, and you might get a role too. Wan Qinghuan immediately understood what Feng Yingying and the others meant. They wanted to win her over and isolate Song Tang. She also knew that Gu Mengwan's small group had a lot of influence in the dance team. If she didn't go along with Feng Yingying and the others, she would likely be targeted in the cultural troupe later. But life is short, and if she doesn't have the freedom to make friends, what's the point? She smiled brightly, her adorable face looking even sweeter and more charming. But every word she spoke was enough to infuriate others. I only befriend people I like. For Wan Qinghuan, don't be ungrateful. Feng Yingying didn't expect them to approach Wan Qinghuan and that she would still dare to refuse. Xia signaled her not to get too excited. She stepped forward and continued to persuade Wan Qinghuan gently. Journey to the West is one of the 4 great classical novels. Don't you want to play a role in it? Song Tang is just a bumpkin from the countryside. What benefits can she give you? Wan Qinghuan was also amused by Xia's words. She doesn't make friends because of what benefits they can bring her. She simply likes honest girls from her heart. She never thought about acting or becoming a big star. But she found Xia and Feng Yingying's words very funny. Gu Mengwan, who is playing the queen of the female kingdom, hasn't even started yet. Her current promises are meaningless. She believes the director at the studio will definitely choose Song Tang. Gu Mengwan sees herself as very proud, thinking she is the best and perfect in every way. In fact, whether in appearance or temperament, Song Tang is better than Gu Mengwan. And in her view, the queen of the female kingdom should be stunning, elegant, noble, and shy, not like Gu Mengwan, who always pretends to be aloof and cold. Why are you laughing? Wan Qinghuan's sarcastic smile was too obvious, making Xia's face change completely. She frowned tightly, and her tone carried a clear warning. Wan Qinghuan, what do you really mean? I'm just laughing at you bunch of lunatics. Tang is so good. Why should I fight with her for you? Working with crazy people, I'm afraid I might catch their madness too. After saying this, she ignored Xia and others, whose faces twisted with anger. She mustered her strength and pushed away her and Chen Tian, then went back to the rehearsal room. Despicable person. Wan Qinghuan, so reckless, made Xia's teeth ache with anger. Chen Tian and Feng Yingying clenched their teeth in frustration. Gu Mengwan also rarely changed her expression. Gu Mengwan has always been calm, proud, shining brightly, and admired by many. She truly couldn't believe someone dared to call her crazy. She felt humiliated. No wonder she can hang out with Song Tang. This Wan Qinghuan is just as shameless as Song Tang. Feng Yingying took a deep breath and continued, since she insists on opposing us, don't blame us for being rude. Chen Tian glared fiercely in the direction Wan Qinghuan left. I have a plan to get the team to expel Wan Qinghuan. Chen Tian lowered her voice and whispered a few words to her friend. Feng Yingying and Xia's eyes brightened. They hurriedly praised Chen Tian. You're so clever, Tian. This plan is really great. Hopefully Captain Li won't protect that despicable Wan Qinghuan, but will handle this fairly and justly and kick Wan Qinghuan out of the arts troupe. Gu Mengwan was very close to Feng Yingying and the others. Even though Chen Tian deliberately lowered her voice when sharing her idea, Gu Mengwan still heard everything clearly. She also thought Chen Tian's move was ruthless and effective. But all of this was Chen Tian's idea. No matter how badly Wan Qinghuan ends up suffering, it has nothing to do with Gu Mengwan. Where's my necklace? Next week is the Mid-Autumn Festival performance. This afternoon, Li Chunlan directly told the dance team members to practice on the stage in the performance room and check the effect. As it was almost time to leave, everyone went back to the rehearsal room to pack up. Li Chunlan gave some instructions and was about to leave when she heard Gu Mengwan's surprised cry. I clearly put my necklace in the cabinet before going to the performance room. Why is it gone? It must be Wan Qinghuan. Chen Tian and others originally planned to wait until Qin Qing dealt with Song Tang, then find a chance tomorrow to frame Wan Qinghuan for stealing. But unexpectedly, during practice in the performance room this afternoon, Wan Qinghuan suddenly got her period. She had her menstrual pad in the cabinet in the rehearsal room and had to go back to get it. Throughout the afternoon, only Wan Qinghuan had gone back to the rehearsal room once. Chen Tian and the others felt like heaven was helping them. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. After Chen Tian firmly accused Wan Qinghuan, Feng Yingying and Xia quickly agreed, saying, yes, Wan Qinghuan is a shameless thief. I saw it myself. When we left the rehearsal room together, Meng casually put her necklace in the cabinet. Her cabinet isn't locked, but the rehearsal room door is locked. Only members of our dance team can enter the rehearsal room. And all afternoon, only Wan Qinghuan went back into the rehearsal room, so she must have stolen Mingming's gold necklace. After Feng Yingying finished speaking, everyone in the team started to discuss loudly. Only Wan Qinghuan went back into the rehearsal room. So maybe she really stole Mingming's necklace? Mingming's gold necklace weighs over 10 grams. It's very beautiful and expensive. How could Wan Qinghuan dare to steal something so valuable? If she really stole it, that's just too much. Song Tang also saw Gu Mengwan's gold necklace. It was said to be a gift from her aunt, who studied in the Soviet Union. Gold prices nowadays are about 30 yuan per gram. Gu Mengwan's necklace would be worth at least 300 or 400 yuan, so it's quite expensive. Their plan to frame Wan Qinghuan was very harsh. Seeing everyone in the dance team say that Wan Qinghuan's stealing was too much, Feng Yingying felt even more confident. She stepped forward, angrily addressing Li Chunlan. Captain Li, Wan Qinghuan is dishonest and really disgusting. Meng Meng is kind. Since we are colleagues, she wouldn't report this. But our dance team can't keep a thief. Captain Li, we all demand to dismiss Wan Qinghuan. Li Chunlan looked very upset. Wan Qinghuan is kind, resilient, and loves to smile. She really likes her a lot. She also knows that Wan Qinghuan's family background is very difficult. Having a stepmother means there's a stepfather. Wan Qinghuan lost her biological mother when she was very young. Her stepmother completely ignores her. But despite growing up in such a family, she was not broken by hardship. Instead, she became positive and cheerful. Earlier this year, she led a team to perform in the countryside. They accidentally saw a father trying to sell his daughter to pay bride price to a village bully's family. When the girl asked for help, Wan Qinghuan bravely called the police and helped the girl escape her father's control. She even gave the girl her monthly allowance of 35 yuan, encouraging her to leave the mountains and live well for herself. That incident was very dangerous. The village boss has a lot of power in the town, and Wan Qinghuan almost got hurt by them. Later, Li Chunlan asked her why she took such a big risk to help that girl. She said that when she was 16, she almost got sold by her stepmother. She escaped. She hopes all girls can be themselves, not treated as objects to be bought and sold. Li Chunlan believes that Wan Qinghuan, who is willing to use her salary to help a stranger without hesitation, would never do anything sneaky. However, this afternoon, only Wan Qinghuan returned to the rehearsal room, making her the main suspect for stealing. Even if she wanted to believe Wan Qinghuan, if Gu Mengwan's small group insisted she was the thief, it would be hard to protect her. Yes, our dance team can't have a thief. Today she stole Meng Meng's gold necklace. Tomorrow she might steal Captain Li's things. She must leave our art troupe. Feng Yingying and others kept accusing Wan Qinghuan. Li Chunlan felt a headache coming on from their arguing. She pressed her temple and said, Xiaowan isn't a dishonest person. There's a misunderstanding here. Captain Li, you're showing favoritism. Seeing that Li Chunlan was clearly defending Wan Qinghuan, Feng Yingying got anxious. She raised her chin and shouted, what misunderstanding could there be? All of you know that only she returned to the rehearsal room this afternoon. If she didn't steal it, who did? Captain Li, we've always respected and admired you. You can't protect a petty thief. I didn't steal anything. Wan Qinghuan knew they were upset because she refused to join Gu Mengwan's small group, and they were trying to teach her a lesson. But she was stubborn and rebellious. The more they targeted her, the more she refused to be isolated from Song Tang. You say I'm a thief. What proof do you have? Can you prove the necklace is on me, or that it's in my locker? Wan Qinghuan was wearing her dance costume, so she couldn't hide anything. She raised her hand to show everyone she didn't have the necklace. She quickly went to open her locker, which only contained a roll of toilet paper and a set of clothes. There was no Gu Mengwan's necklace inside. Seeing Wan Qinghuan open her locker honestly, Feng Yingying and others weren't panicked. Because Wan Qinghuan was very careful, she always locked her locker when leaving the rehearsal room. They knew they couldn't frame her by putting the necklace in her locker. But only she had returned during the process. As long as they firmly claim it as her, she still has to pay the price. Ha! Xie sneered with disgust. During the afternoon rehearsal, you went out for so long. Who knows if you stole the necklace and hid it somewhere else? That necklace from Meng Meng costs over 500 yuan. Anyway, you have to pay her the money and get out of our dance team. You are just unreasonable. Wan Qinghuan was so angry at Xie's words. Just as she was about to argue further, Song Tang gently grabbed her hand. With a cool smile, Song Tang glanced at Chen Tian, who was clutching her purse, then slowly looked at Xie's face. The person who steals must leave the dance team. But it's not Huan Huan who should leave, said Song Tang. It's you, Xie or Feng Yingying. Who knows if you're working with Gu Mengwan, staging a scene to frame Huan Huan on purpose. Xie, Feng Yingying, dare you open the cabinet for us to check? Song Tang, Don't accuse us without proof. Xia and Feng Yingying didn't expect Song Tang to dare say they framed Wan Qinghuan, and they immediately became angry and embarrassed. Song Tang didn't care about their anger. She just smiled coldly and asked again, "Do you dare to open the cabinet?" Could it be that what Song Tang said is the truth? If Wan Qinghuan dares to open the cabinet, why don't Xia and Feng Yingying dare? Exactly, they must have something to hide. Hearing many people say they had something to hide, Xia and Feng Yingying's faces turned red with anger. The gold necklace was hidden in Chen Tian's purse. Why wouldn't they dare open the cabinet? To prove they didn't frame anyone and that Wan Qinghuan was the real thief, they nodded in agreement and went to open the cabinet. Chen Tian watched nervously, hoping this matter would be over quickly. Song Tang said the necklace was in their cabinet on purpose. She guessed it was likely hidden in Chen Tian's bag. Chen Tian, feeling guilty but timid, was so nervous that she tightly held her woven purse, which must have something suspicious inside. She told Xia and Feng Yingying to open the cabinet to make Gu Mengwan's small group relax their guard. Taking advantage of Chen Tian's distraction, she quickly stepped forward and unzipped her purse. The necklace is found. Chen Tian is the real thief. Song Tang quickly dumped everything inside onto the ground. Sure enough, Gu Mengwan's necklace was inside. Chen Tian has always been cautious. If Song Tang directly tried to her bag, with the help of Feng Yingying and others, it would be hard to take her lin bag away. But just now, Song Tang's trick of feigning to attack from the side made Chen Tian think she didn't suspect her. Chen Tian's attention was also drawn to the actions of Xia and Feng Yingying. Without warning, when Song Tang took her bag, she suddenly woke up. But it was too late. Everyone saw that Gu Mengwan's gold necklace fell out of her bag. Chen Tian's face suddenly looked as pale as if smeared with vegetable juice. She thought they had the upper hand today and would surely drive Wan Qinghuan, this troublemaker, out of the art troupe. Who would have thought such a sudden change would happen? Before she could recover from the shock and embarrassment, she heard Song Tang's sharp voice. "Chen Tian, do you still want to say that Huan Huan is a disgusting little thief? Do you still want Captain Li to fire Huan Huan?" At that moment, Song Tang's presence was so cold and intimidating that Chen Tian took a big step back in panic. Xia and Feng Yingying also looked unhappy. They hadn't expected that their careful plan would end up pushing their own team member into a mess. "Chen Tian, how can you steal from your teammate?" Li Chunlan looked at Chen Tian with disapproval, especially thinking about how Chen Tian had cheered the loudest when slandering Wan Qinghuan earlier. Her voice now carried more coldness. "Stealing a large amount of property and slandering teammates, you really are something." I didn't." Chen Tian's body trembled violently, almost falling to the ground. She painfully mumbled. She wanted to say that Gu Mengwan knew about her hiding the necklace. She did all this just to frame Wan Qinghuan and vent her anger on Gu Mengwan. But when she thought about telling the truth, she would definitely offend Gu Mengwan. In the end, she clenched her lips tightly, suppressing all her frustration and anger. "Xiao Gu, Chen Tian stole something. I will report it truthfully. She will definitely face punishment in the team." Li Chunlan paused and then continued, "She stole your things. As for whether to call the police, that's up to you." Gu Mengwan, unable to drive Wan Qinghuan out of the art troupe, felt unhappy. She thought Chen Tian was really stupid to have been robbed of her bag by Song Tang. But now that things had come to this, she knew she couldn't just ignore Chen Tian. Otherwise, this foolish girl might do something desperate. She raised her face and looked at Li Chunlan, still carrying a calm and proud demeanor, like a fairy standing above the clouds, never willing to be touched by dust. "Captain Li, we are teammates after all. I don't plan to report this to the police. I don't want to ruin the harmony among teammates. I hope the group won't pursue Chen Tian's responsibility. I will report everything truthfully," Li Chunlan repeated. Currently, the dance team is short of members. After she reports, the group probably won't dismiss Chen Tian, but Chen Tian will definitely face some punishment. In the past 2 years, Chen Tian won't be able to get bonuses anymore. Her salary will be cut in half. "Chen Tian, You better behave yourself. Li Chunlon didn't want to watch this farce anymore. After saying this, she turned and left. So Chen Tian is the really disgusting thief. She even framed Wan Qinghuan. Her skin is thicker than the ground. From now on, I'll stay away from people who are sneaky. I'm afraid I'll get robbed too. Chen Tian is truly shameless and mean. Meng is truly our team's perfect goddess. She's so generous and kind. Even after Chen Tian stole her precious gold necklace, she still forgave her. Hearing everyone call her disgusting and shameless, Chen Tian trembled with hatred. Later, a strange feeling of imbalance grew in her heart. They did all this for Gu Mengwan. But in the end, Gu Mengwan was praised and admired by everyone, high above, while Chen Tian was treated like a rat in a sewer, everyone wanting to beat her. Is it because Gu Mengwan pretends to be noble and good at acting? For the first time, Chen Tian felt resentment toward Gu Mengwan. Thief. Crazy person. Wan Qinghuan made a rude face at Chen Tian and then pulled Song Tang away. The two talked outside the cultural troupe for a while before heading in different directions. Almost immediately after they parted, a dirty man quickly ran up to Song Tang, raising a bottle filled with concentrated sulfuric acid, and poured it forcefully onto her face. Song Tang's face instantly turned snow white. The man's movement was so fast and sudden. Even if she desperately backed away, she couldn't completely dodge what he was pouring. Song Tang. Lu Jinyan hadn't returned to the army yet. This afternoon, he came as usual to pick up Song Tang outside the cultural troupe. Seeing her approach, his sharp eyebrows and eyes couldn't help but soften with warmth. But he never expected that suddenly a man would rush out, laughing as he poured something at her. Concentrated sulfuric acid is colorless and odorless. But Lu Jinyan knew that the liquid inside that bottle was definitely not something good. He was very close to Song Tang. With his skills, he could easily kick the man away. But even if he kicked the man aside and spilled the liquid, some of it would probably splash onto Song Tang's face. When she met him as Tang Song, her face had a fierce scar. At that time, he was crazy about her. If her face was hurt, he wouldn't think she was ugly. His feelings for her wouldn't fade or disappear because of that. But he hated to see her hurt or upset. So, he couldn't take any risks. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed forward and tightly protected her in his arms. At the moment the man poured out the strong sulfuric acid, Song Tang instinctively closed her eyes. She wasn't a coward, but she loved beauty and was afraid of pain. She still couldn't accept the idea of her face being splashed with something unpleasant. The expected pain didn't come. She heard Lu Jinyan anxiously calling her name. Then, her body was tightly held in his arms. He was much taller than her. His shoulders were broad. He hugged her so tightly and protected her so well that not a single drop of liquid fell on her. And she smelled the smell of flesh being corroded. Clearly, he used his body to shield her again. Big brother. Lu Shiau knew that his older brother had recently been pursuing Song Tang. He was sure to leave the chance to pick Song Tang up after work for his brother. But today afternoon he still came, because he wanted to see Wan Qinghuan. Just as he watched Wan Qinghuan walk away, he saw someone pour something on Song Tang's face. Song Tang was his good friend. He was loyal and willing to stand up for her. He didn't hesitate at all, and instinctively wanted to block it for her. But unexpectedly, his older brother acted even faster and tightly protected Song Tang. Once he was sure Song Tang was safe, he suddenly kicked the man's bottle away. The man was still smiling foolishly. He was holding a photo of Song Tang in one hand, laughing foolishly and talking to himself. Splash her. There's candy. There's candy. After kicking the bottle away, Lu Shiau kicked the man viciously to the ground. Who told you to splash Tang Tang? Speak up. The man clearly had mental issues. After being kicked by Lu Shiau, he lay on the ground, grimacing and unable to communicate. Speak up. Lu Shiau stepped on him again and kicked him several more times. He looked dazed, still muttering softly, splash her. She gets candy. Luo Shiau was so angry, he wanted to kill someone. He also saw that this man was not mentally normal. Even if he kicked him to death, he wouldn't get any answers. The real person behind wanting to hurt Song Tang was clever and sneaky. Thinking about the danger just now, even if he couldn't get much from this man, Lu Shiau still gave him several heavy kicks. Luo Jinyan. The smell of rotting flesh grew clearer. In that moment, Song Tang felt like everything around her froze. She couldn't hear the wind, couldn't feel the bustling crowd. She could only feel his heartbeat, repeatedly smell the smell of rotting flesh, and silently tears rolled down her face.
He's always so silly.
The last time in that village, when the sickle was swung at her, he was the same. Is he not afraid that protecting her recklessly will hurt or even kill him? She really felt sorry for him. People were coming and going around them. Song Tang knew that people in this era had conservative thoughts and behaviors. She shouldn't have had physical contact with him in public. But in that moment, she couldn't control the pain in her chest, nor could she control her body. She couldn't help but raise her hand and hug him tightly. Song, don't cry, I'm fine. That fool was still comforting her. Song Tang's tears fell even more fiercely. In summer, her clothes were thin, and Luo Jinyan clearly felt that the fabric on his chest was almost soaked through by her tears. He, usually calm and steady, was rare to feel a bit helpless. He hurriedly wiped her tears, almost flustered. Don't cry, I really don't hurt at all. Song Tang was so angry she wanted to bite him. She could already smell the smell of rotting flesh. How could he not hurt? Big brother, this person has a problem. I hid him for a long time, and he only cried or laughed foolishly, and I couldn't get any answers. After kicking that man a few more times, Luo Shiau quickly walked over to Luo Jinyan and Song Tang. Seeing them hugging so tightly, Luo Jinyan and Song Tang both felt a little awkward. They hurriedly let go of each other. Luo Shiau weakly touched his nose. Why did he feel that the atmosphere between Big Brother and Tang was a bit strange? Should he not come over and disturb them now? Blinking his clear little deer eyes, he hesitated, wanting to pretend he hadn't seen anything. But Luo Jinyan and Song Tang had already noticed him, so he couldn't just disappear. He blinked again and continued, the person behind them is really poisonous. He actually wanted to ruin Tang's face. He also deliberately found a crazy person who couldn't be questioned at all. He's really very cunning. After hearing Lu Shiau's words, Lu Jinyan's face also looked very grim. Indeed, the person behind the scenes is very clever. Last time, when Song Tang was in the countryside and faced danger, all clues had already been cut off, making it impossible to catch the mastermind. This time, the person was even more ruthless, finding a fool to do his work. They want to catch that person, but it's almost impossible. But even if it's very difficult, he must keep investigating. Right now, the most important thing is to protect Song Tang well and prevent the evil plan from succeeding. Big brother, your clothes on your back are torn, and your flesh is also. Let's go to the hospital quickly. Lu Shiau also noticed the injury on Lu Jinyan's back. He angrily kicked the man on the ground away. Then his eyes started to turn red.
I'm fine.
Lu Jinyan has a very strong tolerance. Plus, he's had worse injuries before, so he didn't think his back wound was very painful. Lu Jinyan, shut up.
You have to go to the hospital now.
He was injured like that, and still said he's fine. Song Tang couldn't tell if he was feeling sorry for him or angry, and her eyes turned redder. Just now, Lu Shiau kicked the bottle containing sulfuric acid away. The sulfuric acid in that bottle, at most, only splashed about 1/5 onto Lu Jinyan's back. The area of his back injured was just a bit larger than his fist. It's just flesh wounds, and it couldn't hurt bones or internal organs. For him, it was really nothing. He thought a quick treatment at the clinic would be enough. But seeing Song Tang with red eyes and her beautiful peach blossom eyes misty again, he was afraid she would cry if he didn't go to the hospital. So he obediently got into the car. Many colleagues from the art troupe saw what happened just now. Someone already called the police. Soon, the police arrived and forcibly took the man away. However, he was mentally ill and unable to communicate, so even if the police took him, they couldn't get any information. As for the source of that bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid, officially, concentrated sulfuric acid can't be sold on the market now. But some black markets can still get it. Some research institutions also have concentrated sulfuric acid. If someone secretly took it out and faked the quantity, it would be impossible to trace. All clues were once again cut off. The police also couldn't catch the mastermind. Dream. Now it's time to leave work. The staff of the cultural troupe are gradually coming out. Mengwan and others also saw what just happened. Seeing that man poured concentrated sulfuric acid on Song Tang's face, Mengwan couldn't be happier or more excited. Usually calm and reserved, she rarely shows such a bright, excited glow on her face. She desperately wanted to see Song Tang's face ruined, turned into a disgusting monster. But she never expected Lu Jinyan to step forward bravely to protect her. She always thought Lu Jinyan belonged to her. That lowly girl Song Tang was not worthy of him. She really couldn't accept that he would do this much for Song Tang. All her happiness and hope vanished in an instant, replaced by almost uncontrollable anger and resentment. She clenched her teeth with trembling, her fingertips trembling violently, until she heard Feng Yingying's worried shout, which suddenly woke her up. She took a deep breath, her eyes lifting proudly, returning to her usual cold, calm, and distant demeanor. Mengwan. Chen Tian also noticed Mengwan's earlier loss of composure. Unlike before, when she was obedient and flattering toward Mengwan, seeing her embarrassed, Chen Tian felt a strange sense of relief. However, she still pretended to be worried and said, Dream, don't be upset. I believe Captain Lu cares about Song Tang. He was just confused for a moment. He might be fooled by that sly girl Song Tang temporarily, but he will never be fooled by her forever. Feng Yingying and Xie both vaguely realized that Lu Jinyan cared a lot about Song Tang. Otherwise, why would he risk everything to protect her with his own body? But they both thought Song Tang was not worthy of him, and wanting to please Mengwan, they hurriedly said, Exactly, Song Tang is so lowly and shameless. How could she compare to you, Dream? Captain Lu will soon see her disgusting true face and throw her away like trash. Sometimes, words of comfort and flattery can be very powerful. Mengwan's heart gradually felt less overwhelmed. But she still felt unwilling and angry. She hated Song Tang for overestimating herself, hated her shamelessness and cheap tricks to manipulate people. While comforting Mengwan, everyone moved forward. When Qincheng arrived, they wisely stepped back to let him show off. Dream, Wan, look what I brought you. Qincheng said as he showed Mengwan a diamond-studded lady's watch. Humph. Mengwan proudly turned her face away, ignoring him. Qincheng had been standing nearby and naturally noticed that his plan had failed this time. He patiently comforted her. Meng, don't worry. I have other plans. I promise to make Song Tangqi suffer greatly, to the point of wishing he were never born. Meng, you are my lifesaver. If anyone dares to bully my savior, they're just asking for trouble. Lifesaver. Hearing this, Mengwan's lips lost their color quickly. She lied when she was young. During the big fire, it wasn't her who saved Qincheng but Wan Qinghuan. But, thinking that Wan Qinghuan might not even know that the boy she saved when she was young was Qincheng, Mengwan's heart slowly settled back into place. However, Wan Qinghuan not only helped Song Tangqi everywhere, but might also try to take Qincheng away from her. She couldn't let that happen. Thinking of how she risked her life to save him from the fire when they were young, Qincheng's usually cold and gloomy eyes occasionally showed a rare, gentle warmth. He really liked Mengwan. That time, when they went back to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, the small and thin her did her best to carry him out of the fire, singing to him and comforting him again and again. At that moment, he vowed to always treat her well. Later, back in the capital, watching her cry over a hurt little cat, he felt even more that she was better than anyone else. Even if he were doomed to eternal suffering, and he would protect her bright smile and keep her safe and happy for life. Alright, enough of the childhood stories. It's been many years. Let's not bring them up anymore. Even though she knew Qingcheng would never know the truth, she still felt uncomfortable inside. The lady's watch Qingcheng gave her was very beautiful. The band and face were in a lovely pink-purple color that girls especially liked. Inside the watch face, 2 matching diamonds sparkled brightly, and Gu Mengwan liked it very much. But she was always proud and disdainful of worldly things. She didn't want anyone to think she was shallow or materialistic. She coldly returned the watch to Qingcheng. This watch, you can give it to whoever you want. I don't want it. Meng, besides you, who else could I give something to? Qingcheng kindly pushed the watch back into her hand. This is a lady's watch. I can't wear it myself. If you don't accept it, it'll just be a waste. Meng, you know, if I waste money like this, my dad will definitely scold me. By accepting this watch, you're helping me a lot. Can you accept it? Hearing this, Gu Mengwan reluctantly took the watch. However, she was holding back anger inside and coldly told Qingcheng, "You can go back now, no need to see me off." "Are you still angry?" Qingcheng's mischievous face was full of flattery. "I know I didn't handle things well today, but Meng, trust me, I will stand up for you." "Who cares if you stand up for me?" Gu Mengwan's charming eyes, with the corners slightly raised in a proud manner. Seeing her expression, Qingcheng knew he hadn't yet won her over. He continued to lower himself and said, "I just like being your servant. Aren't you guys performing at the Mid-Autumn Festival next week? By the end of this weekend, I will make Song Tang suffer a bit, so she can't perform and embarrass everyone. Don't cause trouble." Gu Mengwan was eager to see Song Tang suffer greatly. But she also didn't want to get involved in such matters and simply said coldly, "Song Tang and her friends can be very over the top sometimes, but my affairs don't need your help." Gu Mengwan cleverly didn't mention Wan Qinghuan's name. But she knew well that given Qingcheng's concern for her, after she said this, he would definitely ask Feng Yingying and others about Song Tang's friends and target Wan Qinghuan. Even though Song Tang grew up in the countryside, was ignorant and uneducated, she was still the daughter of Commander Song, and with Lu Jinyan protecting her, Qingcheng would need a good plan to hurt her. But Wan Qinghuan was different. Her father was extremely biased, only loving the children born to his later wife. Wan Qinghuan's stepmother was eager for her to disappear quickly. She had no background or support, and Qingcheng could easily ruin her with a single move. Gu Mengwan was right to think so. After Qingcheng finished sending her back to the Qin family, he dialed Feng Yingying's home landline. In front of Gu Mengwan, he could lower himself and flatter her, but with other women, he was cold and distant, speaking briefly. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Feng Yingying and went straight to the point. "Does Song Tang have good friends in the art troupe?" Feng Yingying also disliked Wan Qinghuan very much. She had been planning to call Qingcheng later, telling him to harshly punish Song Tang and also make Wan Qinghuan pay the price. Now that he asked directly, she quickly exaggerated and added details like pouring beans out of a jar. "Yes, Wan Qinghuan. Wan Qinghuan is very close to Song Tang. She always helps Song Tang bully Meng. Today she even bullied Meng again. When Meng and I went downstairs, she maliciously pushed Meng. If I hadn't pulled Meng away forcefully, she would have definitely fallen down the stairs. She also put nails inside Meng's dance shoes and stole her things. But she is very scheming, and Captain Li always protects her. Meng is so kind and doesn't bother to argue with her. Now, she is becoming more arrogant and is secretly bullying Meng. Wan Qinghuan." Qingcheng's face darkened as he repeated this name. Each word almost slipped out from between his clenched teeth. Suddenly, he cruelly curled his lips and spoke in a cold voice that made the scalp tingle. "Daring to help Song Tang bully Meng. She really doesn't know her place. Since she wants to die so badly, I might as well have someone run her over and end it." Feng Yingying quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. Today, she failed to kick Wan Qinghuan out of the art troupe, but Chen Tian was punished, and Minister Zheng warned Chen Tian that if there was a next time, she would be expelled. She was extremely unhappy about this. Now Qingcheng is targeting Wan Qinghuan. No wonder she's so pleased. Today, Song Tang narrowly escaped danger, she's lucky. But Captain Lu can't always protect her. She's waiting to see Song Tang and those two ungrateful women get punished for their arrogance. They're so disgraceful and lowly, they will never turn things around. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Lu Shiau went to handle the admission procedures. The doctor went directly to the ward to treat Lu Jian's wounds. Outside the art troupe, Song Tang had already smelled the rotting flesh on his skin. She knew his back wound must be very frightening. She was mentally prepared. But when she saw the actual condition of his back, she still felt her heart pounding. She felt an intense pain for him. The area where his back was corroded was as big as her two fists. Half of it was exactly where he had been injured twice before. His previous wounds hadn't fully healed, and now they were being corroded again. His flesh looked burnt and rotten, very shocking to see. Song Tang's eyes started to fill with tears again. She felt so sad her eyes turned red, almost like they would bleed. She forced herself to look up at the ceiling, so she wouldn't let her tears fall in front of Lu Shiau and the doctor. "Doctor, how is my brother?" Seeing the old wound on Lu Jian's back opening up again and the skin being burned by strong sulfuric acid, Lu Shiau was also very distressed and anxious. Did it hurt his bones? Will there be any lasting effects? My brother doesn't have a partner yet. Will this affect his future marriage and having children?
Could it be?
Listening to Lu Xiao's rapid-fire questions, the doctor felt a bit speechless. Captain Lu's injury was on his back. Does this have anything to do with his future marriage or having children? But out of responsibility for the patient and his family, the doctor patiently answered Lu Xiao's questions. It's just a flesh wound, no broken bones. After finishing the 4 tonight and going home, take your medicine on time, apply ointment, and rest well. There will be no lasting effects. As for marriage and children, as long as his partner doesn't mind the scar on his back, it won't affect anything. Lu Shiau took a long, deep breath. It's good that it won't affect marriage or having children. His older brother has many rivals for Tang's affection, making it hard to win her over. If his brother can't have children in the future, Tang definitely wouldn't choose him. However, he thought his brother's heroic act of saving a beauty this time was quite impressive. Although Fu Wenjing and Gao Jianchuan are both very good, his brother's cold personality can be a bit intimidating. Still, with such a brave display now, he might have a chance to rise in status. The doctor finished treating Lu Jian's wound and gave him an 4 before leaving. Lu Shiau then went to the pharmacy on the first floor to pick up medicine. Only Song Tang and Lu Jian remained in the ward. In front of the doctor and Lu Shiau, Song Tang felt shy about tugging at Lu Jian. After they left, she couldn't help but grip his hand tightly. He habitually took control, possessively holding her soft little hand in his palm. "Lu Jian, you're so silly." His hospital gown covered his wound. But just thinking about how his back was bloody and torn made her nose feel painfully sore. She couldn't help but sniff lightly and asked in a husky voice, "Does your wound hurt a lot?" Earlier outside the arts troupe, he had already comforted her, saying it didn't hurt. Now he repeated the same unoriginal answer, "It doesn't hurt." Her eyes turned redder. She glared at him fiercely, tears like big pearls rolling down her cheeks. Seeing her cry even more fiercely than outside the troupe, he suddenly panicked. He reached out awkwardly and carefully wiped her tears, softly comforting her. "It really doesn't hurt. It's just like a mosquito bite." Lu Jian thought that since he said so, she wouldn't cry anymore. But unexpectedly, her tears, like a flood, kept falling rapidly. Song, don't cry." Afraid she would cry even harder, Lu Jian didn't dare to say it didn't hurt anymore. He lowered his gaze and just happened to see her trembling, red lips. He tilted his face away, feeling very uncomfortable, and said softly, "Just kiss me once, and it won't hurt anymore." After Lu Shiau reached the stairs, he remembered that his older brother and Tang hadn't eaten dinner yet. His older brother had just finished in 4 drip, which would take at least an hour, and they would definitely be very hungry waiting so long. He thought about going to get medicine and buying some dinner to help them fill their stomachs first. He turned back, pushed open the door to the ward, and was about to ask what they wanted to eat. Suddenly, he heard his usually cold and reserved older brother, with a hint of playfulness, asking Song Tang to kiss him. Lu Shiau's clear, innocent eyes widened in surprise. Really, he was so shocked he almost thought his eyes would pop out. The man sitting by the bed, usually serious and cold, was actually his dear older brother? Could it be that his brother was possessed by some strange little spirit? After the shock, Lu Shiau felt a bit worried. Tang was shy. How could his brother say such bold words to her? Tang would definitely think he was being a flirt and ignore him. He had originally tried to be a hero saving a beauty and even gain some favor in front of Tang. But now, saying this kind of thing would make everything go back to the way it was before. The more Lu Shiau thought about it, the more anxious he became. But he couldn't rush over and tell his brother that he was acting like a flirt. All he could do was stand at the door, staring with wide eyes. He thought Tang would be furious and slap his brother, but unexpectedly, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Her bright red lips even pressed against his brother's lips. He quickly covered his eyes with both hands, afraid of disturbing them and making Tang feel awkward. He tiptoed out quietly and gently closed the door behind them. After shutting the ward door, Lu Shiau leaned against the wall, blushing and trying to calm his racing heart. It was unbelievable. Tang actually kissed her brother. Does that mean she's willing to be his brother's girlfriend? Will she become his sister-in-law in the future? Lu Shiau felt more and more excited the more he thought about it. He could hardly contain his excitement and curiosity. But he definitely wouldn't tell anyone about this. He forced himself to suppress the urge to call his grandfather and hurry downstairs to get dinner. Anyway, when you're dating someone, everything tastes sweeter. He could buy whatever he wanted for dinner. Song. Lu Jinyan didn't expect Song Tang to suddenly kiss him. He paused slightly, then his throat moved sharply, and he took control of the situation. He held her slender waist with one hand and supported her head with the other, like a traveler lost in the desert finally finding a clear spring they longed for. He was lost in indulgence and couldn't control himself. Song, come sit on me, Lu Jinyan said as he urged Song Tang to sit on him. Actually, before she could move, he had already lifted her onto his lap. His strong, knuckle-roughened hand slowly moved down from the back of her head. When it reached her back, the tips of his fingers trembled slightly, with a faint callus. Then he impulsively moved forward. Lu Jinyan. Song Tang initially just wanted to give him a quick, gentle kiss. Who would have thought that just as she tried to pull away, he deepened the kiss forcefully. Every time they kissed, it felt like he wanted to swallow her completely, leaving no trace behind. Held tightly in his arms, she instinctively wanted to pull away. But thinking of the countryside and the wild outdoors, where he bravely protected her, or outside the art troupe where he blocked the harmful acid for her, her heart softened instantly. She couldn't bear to push him away. She even used a bit more strength to hold him tighter. Don't tear my clothes. It was only when his hand moved along her delicate back that she suddenly snapped out of it. Her face turned red, as if she had applied blush. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed his mischievous hand and said, Lu Jinyan, you're so shameless. If they were alone, she had spare clothes, and a quick tear wouldn't matter. After all, he had such a good figure. She wouldn't lose out. But now they were in the hospital room, and Lu Shiau was with them. Even if it was just the two of them now, Lu Shiau could come in at any moment. If he saw this, she would be too embarrassed to face him. Lu Jinyan blushed and looked at his own shameless hand. He hadn't intended to tear her clothes. It was just that every time he kissed her, his hand always refused to stay still. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like he was acting like a rogue, and he couldn't explain himself. At this moment, Lu Jinyan also realized that Lu Shiau was still in the hospital. Luckily, Song Tang wasn't hurt today. But just thinking that if he hadn't gone over today, or had gone a little later, she might have been injured or in pain, made his heart race with fear. He wanted to press her down and kiss her fiercely. He wanted to hold her tight, to the point of merging with her body. But Lu Shiau could come back at any moment. In the end, he forced himself to stop. She was still sitting on his lap, close to him, feeling very soft. He quickly hushed and said, Song, get down. Song Tang knew she had to get down, because she clearly felt his shamelessness. After she got down, Lu Jinyan pulled apart the neatly folded blanket on the hospital bed and awkwardly covered himself around his waist and legs. Song Tang didn't want to see his strange look, so she hurriedly turned her face away. Lu Jinyan sat stiffly for several minutes before removing the blanket. Lu Shiau had learned his lesson this time and knocked on the door before entering the ward. By then, Lu Jinyan and Song Tang had already separated. When he came in, he didn't see anything inappropriate. Lu Shiau said he bought some snacks casually, but since there was a patient and his good friend in the room, he wanted them to enjoy themselves. So he bought many local specialties from the capital. After dinner, the three of them finished their snacks and Lu Jinyan also finished his four-drip. The doctor said he could leave now just to be careful at home. Lu Shiau would drive too. Since Lu Jinyan was injured, he would definitely be the one driving home. When he looked up, he saw Lu Jinyan and Song Tang sitting in the back seat. Honestly, it was hard to watch. Big Brother and Tang sat on opposite sides of the car. But they kept glancing at each other, their eyes almost pulling apart. Lu Shiau suddenly felt he shouldn't be in the car, but under it. He usually couldn't keep quiet, and after holding it in so long, he was about to explode. He forcefully pressed on the steering wheel and asked, Big Brother, are you and Tang dating? Yeah, Lu Jinyan replied calmly. He and Song Tang were indeed dating. Since Lu Shiau figured it out, he didn't need to deny it. But thinking about how Song Tang didn't want to make it public, he coldly warned Lu Shiau, don't go spreading it around. Big Brother really is dating Tang. Lu Shiau was so excited he almost twisted in his seat. If he had a partner, he would want to tell everyone immediately. He'd want everyone to know that Wan Qinghuan was his Lu Xiao's and that they were going to get married. But since Big Brother told him not to say anything, he would keep it a secret for now. Tang was his good friend, and he had to think about her. Tang was now willing to accept Big Brother, but what if she was only moved because he protected her from sulfuric acid? If he went back and told the elders that Tang and Big Brother were dating, even if she later realized she didn't like Big Brother that much, she might end up marrying him anyway. If he keeps it a secret, Tang will have a chance to truly understand her feelings and possibly regret her decision. He needs to leave her a way out. The kiss in the hospital room earlier still lingered in Lu Jinyan's mind. He still wants to kiss Song Tang. But with Lu Shiau, who is like a bright, powerful light bulb, present, he can't get close to her. After they reached the yard, he let go of her hand, and both of them went home separately. Actually, Song Tang really wants to completely leave the Song family. But in this time, cutting ties isn't easy. Recently, someone has been trying to hurt her. Living alone outside, she is more at risk of danger. She can only wait until she catches the person behind all this before moving out on her own. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm back. As soon as she entered the Lu family living room, Lu Shiau habitually shouted loudly. Unexpectedly, Mengwan and her mother, Xiaji, were sitting on the sofa. Lu Xiao's bright smile froze instantly. He knew Mengwan liked his older brother. His brother finally managed to win Tang's heart, so he definitely couldn't give Mengwan a chance. He must protect his brother's relationship with Tang at all costs. Big Brother, isn't the doctor telling you to rest more? Go upstairs and rest quickly, Lu Shiau said, pushing Lu Jinyan toward the stairs forcefully. He wouldn't even give Mengwan a chance to talk to his brother. Lu Jinyan had always disliked Xiaji and Mengwan, so he naturally didn't want to chat with them. He simply glanced at them coldly and then went upstairs indifferently. Xiaoyu, is your big brother seriously hurt? Xiaji and Mengwan brought gifts. They came specifically to visit Lu Jinyan, and Lin He and others also knew about Lu Jinyan's injury. It's not serious, not serious. After applying to Lin He, Lu Shiau remembered the relationship between Song Tang and Lu Jinyan. Really, this secret was making him itch all over. He opened his mouth, eager to share this good news with his family. But he had to leave a way out for Song Tang. He forcibly suppressed his gossiping urge and only said excitedly, "Today, Big Brother was so brave." Some bad guys poured sulfuric acid on Tangdang. In a split second, Big Brother appeared like a hero from the sky, protecting Tangdang in front of everyone. "Is Tangdang okay?" Lu Shiau and Lin He asked him in unison. Lu Shiau and Lu Yu were also in the living room, and their faces looked serious. "It's fine." Lu Shiau waved his hand casually. "My brother only hurt his back a little. The doctor said it's nothing." Seeing my older brother get hurt, Tangdang seemed upset. "I think they make a good pair." Commander Lu couldn't stop smiling. "That little brat is quite promising." Lu Shiau and Lin He also looked pleased. They naturally hoped their eldest son would get what he wanted. When Lu Shiau said that Song Tang was fine, Lu Yu let out a small sigh of relief. Thinking about her caring for his older brother, he felt a little uncomfortable inside. If he had been by her side at that moment, he would have protected her at all costs. But he still wished her and his older brother happiness. May his older brother's wishes come true. May she be happy and not be disappointed. Xiaoji always thought the Lu family and the Xia family should get married. When the Lu family members joked about Lu Jian and Song Tang in front of her and Mengwan, she felt uncomfortable. She has always been proud. She believes that her daughter's marriage should be decided by the husband's family first. But her daughter must marry Lu Jian. Recently, a Song Tang appeared, and she didn't want her chosen good son-in-law to be taken by the Song family. She decided to remind Lin He, "Hey, I know Xiao Jian was hurt. Meng is very worried." Xiaoji glanced at Lu Shiau and continued to Lin He, "Your family's old Lu once mentioned to my family's old Guo that they wanted to arrange a marriage between their children. Both kids are not young anymore. Don't you think we should settle their affairs?" Hearing Xiaoji's words, Mengwan's usually proud, beautiful, and classical face turned slightly red, rare for her. Like peach blossoms in March, glowing brightly. She lowered her eyes slightly, obediently and softly calling Lin He, "Aunt Lin." Lin He's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had heard Lu Shiau mention this matter before. A few years ago, Lu Shiau drank with Guo Zhang, Guo Bingjun, Mengwan's father. Guo Bingjun praised Lu Jian for being handsome and talented, very impressive. They complimented each other, and Lu Shiau also praised Mengwan a few words. Guo Bingjun said that these two kids were a perfect match. What else could Lu Shiau say? He definitely agreed, and said they were well suited. After drinking, when they went home, Lu Shiau mentioned this to Lin He. Lin He scolded him and told him not to talk about this with Guo Bingjun again. She thought Lu Jian and Mengwan were not suitable for each other. Lu Shiau is quite powerful outside, speaking decisively, but at home, he's a typical wife-controlled man. If his wife didn't agree to marry into the Guo family, he definitely wouldn't bring up this matter again. At that time, he only politely agreed that they were a good match and never mentioned anything about children or family ties. He thought that the Gu family wouldn't bring it up again. Who would have guessed that tonight, Xiaoji would distort his words and say he wanted the children to marry? Lin He felt that Xiaoji bringing this up tonight was all because of her husband's careless words, and she glared at him sharply. Receiving his wife's disapproving look, Lu Shiau felt very frustrated. He and Guo Bingjun were old classmates and good friends. He didn't want Guo Bingjun's wife and daughter to be embarrassed, so he couldn't say certain things in front of them and could only look at his wife with a resigned expression. After Lin He gave him another disapproving look, she forced a smile at Xiaoji and said, "Xiaoyan is indeed not young anymore. But Xiaoyan is cold and distant, like ice, and Meng is so outstanding. The brat doesn't match her." Lin He's words were polite to Xiaoji and subtly indicated that the Lu family had no intention of marrying into the Gu family. She thought that after saying this, Xiaoji wouldn't bring it up again. But unexpectedly, she heard Xiaoji say, I heard that Xiaoyan has recently been very close to Song Tang from the Song family. But I also heard that Song Tang was just brought back from the countryside by old Song not long ago. She's uneducated, uncultured, and has poor manners. As parents, we naturally have to consider our children's futures. Xiaoyan has a bright future and definitely shouldn't be delayed by someone like her. Lin He's face turned cold. Lu Shiau and Gu Bingjun were classmates, and she was also a classmate of Xiaji. Although she didn't get along very well with Xiaji, they were old classmates and colleagues, and their families had dealings over the years. She knew that Xiaji was quite proud and sometimes looked down on others, but she didn't expect her to slander a younger person so unfairly. Major Lu and Lu Shiau also looked unhappy. After all, they had known Song Tang for some time and understood what kind of person she was. It wasn't just Xiaji's slight insults that would make her change. Lu Shiau considered Song Tang a good friend and now saw her as a future sister-in-law. Hearing Xiaji attack her like that, he definitely couldn't stay silent. Just as he was about to speak up, he heard his usually quiet and reserved second brother, who rarely meddled, sneer. "Aunt Xia, if Song Tang had no education, could she have scored first in the literary group exam? You seem to have forgotten who helped solve that difficult problem at our college last time. As for character and behavior." Lu Yu's smile grew more sarcastic, and his dark eyes looked cold and intimidating. Song Tang isn't like Aunt Xia, who talks behind people's backs. Xiaji and Gu Mengwan both looked surprised. Xiaji didn't expect that Lu Yu, a younger person, would dare to talk back to her. Gu Mengwan didn't expect that Lu Yu, who usually was so cold and didn't bother with her, would actually defend Song Tang. Lin He thought Lu Yu's words made sense. She also didn't expect that Lu Yu now already knew how to support his future sister-in-law. This mischievous boy really has a cold face but a warm heart. He's willing to support his future sister-in-law, and Lin He felt very pleased. But in the adult world, sometimes it's necessary to pretend to keep peace. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she lightly said, "Xiao Yu, Aunt Xia is an elder. How should you talk to her? Be more careful in the future." Pretending to scold Lu Yu, she then said to Xiaji, "Maybe you have misunderstood Tang. She's a good girl. You can't believe everything you hear. I really like Tang. Xiaji, to be honest, my little Yan does like Tang. Meng is also a good girl. It's a pity that little Yan is unlucky." Gu Mengwan's face turned even more unpleasant. Lin He kept praising her, but in reality, she was rejecting her. Gu Mengwan still felt like she had been slapped hard. She didn't like to gossip about others. But her strong frustration made her say, "Aunt Lin, Song Tang has a bad reputation in our arts troupe. Talking behind people's backs is also very bad." Before Gu Mengwan could finish, Lu Shiau coldly cut her off. Gu Mengwan's lips turned pale, and she slightly shook. Lu Shiau usually looked cheerful and smiled at everyone. He had also smiled at her. She thought he was hoping she would become his sister-in-law. She didn't dare imagine that he would belittle her like this. "Xiao, don't talk nonsense." Lin He gave Lu Shiau a pointed look and gently comforted Gu Mengwan. Meng, you're a good girl. Don't take Xiaoyu's words to heart. You and Tang are both very good. Hey, it's getting late. Since your whole family doesn't welcome me and Meng will leave first. Although Lin He tried to smooth things over, she and Gu Mengwan had just been rebuffed by Lu Yu and Lu Shiau, and Xiaji couldn't keep her face from showing her embarrassment. She coldly glanced at Lu Shiau and then pulled Gu Mengwan to walk outside the living room. Lin He doesn't like taking advantage of others. She and Xiaji are not on good terms, but Lu Shiau has a good relationship with Gu Bingjun. She doesn't want to cause too much trouble between them. Instead of asking Xiaji to bring back the gift she brought, she gave her 2 bottles of fine wine collected by Lu Shiau for her to give to Gu Bingjun. That Lin He really doesn't respect others at all. After leaving the Lu family, Xiaji couldn't help but roll her eyes in disgust and arrogance. She also didn't want to accept the things Lin He gave her. For a moment, she even thought about throwing these 2 bottles of wine into the trash. But these bottles of wine are indeed good, and in the end, she couldn't bear to throw them away. After placing the wine in the car, her frustration still lingered and couldn't be eased for a long time. She had disliked Lin He for a long time. When they were young, they were classmates, and the man she married was also a good friend, so their relationship was quite good. After marriage, the distance between them grew wider. Lu Shiau achieved many great feats and, at just 40, became a commander. Her husband clearly wasn't as successful as Lu Shiau. Both she and Lin He worked at the Academy of Sciences. She had been a clerk for over 20 years, while Lin He was already a director. If Lin He truly cared for Mengwan and wanted to be a good mother-in-law, she could barely tolerate living peacefully with her. But now, she was actually siding with Tang, a useless country bumpkin. How could she bear that? Recently, the Academy of Sciences was investigating something. If that matter implicated her, it would be very troublesome. She initially wanted Lu Yu to be the scapegoat. Now, she decided to shift all the blame onto Lin He. That way, Lin He would be caught as a spy and face execution. Thinking about Lin He being hated by everyone, disgraced, and ending up being shot, she finally felt a bit relieved. She turned her face and said seriously to Mengwan, Meng, Lin He looks down on you as a daughter-in-law, so there's no need for us to be overly friendly. My daughter is so outstanding, she deserves the best man in the world. Mom thinks you should give up on Lu Jinyan. Mom, I don't like other men. Mengwan bit her lip tightly, stubbornly saying, I must be with him in this life. Xiaoji sighed helplessly. She knew her daughter's temper. Once her daughter decided something, not even 9 bulls could pull her back. She wouldn't stop her daughter from marrying into the Lu family, but she still decided to make Lin He pay the price. Because she believed that the biggest obstacle for her daughter marrying into the Lu family was Lin He. Lin He favored Tang too much, while Lu Shiau admired Mengwan greatly. Once Lin He was hurt, Lu Shiau would surely support Lu Jinyan marrying into the Gu family. After her daughter married into the Lu family, she wouldn't have to face conflicts with her mother-in-law. How good would that be? She also felt that Lin He was inferior to her in every way. Why should her daughter's husband be better than her? Lin He must pay the price. Kid, do you really want to marry into the Gu family? If you want to marry, go ahead yourself.
Don't ruin my little Yen.
After Xiaoji and her daughter left, Commander Lu's eyes widened with anger, and he was so furious he wanted to hit Lu Shiau. Seeing his wife also ignoring him, Lu Shiau felt very frustrated. He carefully held his wife's hand and gently tried to soothe her. I really didn't say I wanted to marry into the Gu family. I just agreed with old Gu's comment that the 2 kids are childhood sweethearts and seem a good match. Humph. Commander Lu also thought his son probably didn't really want to marry into the Gu family. After all, Mengwan had been proud and aloof since she was young, so his son wouldn't ruin Xiaoyan. Commander Lu snorted proudly and didn't pay attention to his son anymore. Instead, he quickly changed the subject, smiling warmly at Lu Shiau. Tang really cares about your big brother today, doesn't she? Tell me, how did she show her concern for your big brother? Lu Shiau couldn't help but remember the scene in the hospital room where Tang took the initiative to kiss Lu Jinyan. He instantly blushed so much he looked like a pupa. Commander Lu's face turned even redder with excitement, and he asked eagerly, did Tang agree to date your big brother? Lu Shiau once again turned into a shy pupa. Carrying such a big secret inside, Lu Shiau was almost bursting with tension. But his older brother had warned him not to say anything after he returned. And a girl's reputation was very important. He had to leave a way out for Tang. He stayed shy for a long time, then finally, blushing, said, I don't know. Anyway, Tang is very caring for her big brother. She even cried out of concern.
Oh dear.
Commander Lu stroked his chin, smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. Lu Shiau tried to flatter his wife. Tang probably doesn't dislike Xiaoyan anymore. I think it won't be long before we start preparing their wedding. Lin He also didn't really dislike her husband tonight. Plus, she was in a good mood now, so she didn't get angry with him. Instead, she smiled and said, I knew it, I have a special connection with Tang. She must be my daughter-in-law. In Lu Yuqing's cold black eyes, a flash of pain quickly crossed. She was so worried about her older brother that she cried. He really admires his older brother. But since his older brother is so kind, he deserves it. Commander Lu smiled happily for a while, then suddenly frowned and said seriously to Lu Shiau, Gu Bingjuan's wife is not an easy person to deal with. From now on, don't drink with him all the time. Try to stay away from him as much as possible. And don't let him talk nonsense.
And you, Ahi.
You must not have malicious intentions, but you should be cautious of others. When you're at work, be careful around Gu's wife. I think she's not only proud but also has bad intentions. Be careful not to be tricked by her. Lin he nodded. She and Xiaoji have no conflicts of interest. She thinks that even if they don't interact much in the future, Xiaoji probably won't scheme against her. But she knows that Commander Lu is saying this for her good, so she will listen. That girl from the Gu family, I don't think she's easy to deal with either. Commander Lu sighed heavily. Tang and she are both in the arts troupe. We need to be more careful with her in the future. That Gu Mengwan isn't a good person either. Lu Shiau knows quite a few secrets and couldn't help but complain to his family. Zhao Shuai's cousin works in the publicity department of the arts troupe. Zhao Shuai told me that after Tang joined the troupe, Gu Mengwan and her little group always targeted her. Yesterday, Gu Mengwan's group falsely accused Tang's good friend, Wan Qinghuan, of being a thief. They even got Captain Li to fire Wan Qinghuan. Luckily, Tang was smart and always managed to turn the tables on them. If someone else had been targeted, who knows what they would have done to her. I think Gu Mengwan is just jealous of Tang. Gu Mengwan is the typical person who is good at everything but slack in her efforts. She's not capable herself, but always tries to cause trouble for others. That kind of person is the most disgusting. Commander Lu Shiau, and others looked serious. They naturally guessed that Gu Mengwan and others targeting Tang were also related to Lu Jinyan. Gu Mengwan is really too self-righteous. She thinks she and Lu Jinyan are a perfect match, but now that Lu Jinyan is pursuing Song Tang, she definitely won't target Song Tang. Men can sometimes be troublemakers. It's all because of that brat Lu Jinyan. Commander Lu couldn't help but complain about him. Because of him, Tang has suffered so much. If he dares to treat Tang badly in the future, I'll break his legs. Lu Shiau nodded. Tang is his good friend. If his older brother dares to bully her, when Grandpa hits his older brother, he will definitely hand Grandpa a stick. Thinking of Wan Qinghuan, especially when he remembered Song Tang telling him that Wan Qinghuan had a good impression of him, Lu Shiau couldn't help but blush and twist his face like a knot. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I might be about to start dating someone. Anyway, if she agrees, I will get married. After saying this, Lu Shiau blushed deeply and quickly ran upstairs. Everyone else was very surprised. After the surprise, they started to laugh. Lu Shiau pointed towards the stairs and said, "That kid is quite capable." Quietly, he's about to start dating someone. Who knows which girl he's interested in? Lin he smiled. A mother knows her child best. When their youngest son mentioned a girl named Wan Qinghuan, his face turned as red as a ripe persimmon. He was interested in her, so it must be that girl named Wan Qinghuan. People tend to associate with those like themselves. Since Wan Qinghuan can be good friends with Tang, her character must be quite good. She has a strong feeling that her youngest son might get married before his two older brothers. Seeing his wife smile so brightly, Lu Shiau couldn't help but ask, "Do you know who that kid likes?" Lin he chuckled even more. "You haven't noticed lately? Xiao Yan is always sending things to Tang, and Xiao Yu keeps running to the art troupe every day. The girl he likes must work at the art troupe. Anyway, you don't need to rush. Xiao Yu is straightforward and can't hide his feelings. I'm afraid in a few days, he'll bring the girl home for dinner. By then, don't frown and scare away my future daughter-in-law." Lu Shiau couldn't help but touch his face. He wouldn't scare his future daughter-in-law with a serious look. What if she got scared and his wife wanted to sleep in a different room? Xiu Yu, your older brother, and Xiao Yu are both about to start dating. You're not young anymore, so you should be more serious about this. After enjoying a moment of happiness, Lu Shiau couldn't help but remind his second grandson. Honestly, both the eldest and third brothers have found girls they truly like, and Lu Yu is very jealous of them. But even if he is jealous, he wouldn't just marry any girl. Right now, he truly finds it hard to like another girl. Marrying someone just to settle down would be irresponsible to himself and to her. He would rather be lonely for life than settle for less. He suppressed the bitterness and loneliness in his eyes, and after a long pause, he stubbornly said, "I just want to focus on scientific research. I won't get married." After saying this, he quickly walked upstairs.
Oh.
The second grandson only wants to marry for a career in science, and Commander Lu is very worried. But thinking he might be too disappointed in Seqing Yao and still hasn't recovered from that heartbreak, he feels he shouldn't pressure the second grandson too much and says nothing more. Life is long, and there are many good girls in the world. He believes the second grandson will eventually meet someone who truly understands his soul. Late at night, after Lu Shiau and his wife go back to their room, Commander Lu also returns to his own. He gently touches a black and white photo. The person in the photo is clearly his late wife, Wen Xiao. Looking at Wen Xiao's still youthful and lively face in the photo, Commander Lu's eyes start to tear up. Xiao, I have good news for you." "No, actually, I have two pieces of good news. Little Yan, that mischievous boy, is making progress in chasing a girl. Tang even felt sorry for him tonight. I think it won't be long before they start dating. Little Yu, that mischievous boy, also has someone he likes. Our grandchildren are starting to settle down one after another. Yes, Xiao, I also bought your favorite candied hawthorn today. Unfortunately, when you were here, we didn't have the means, and I didn't buy you candied hawthorn even once. Never mind, let's not talk about those sad things. Let me taste how this candied hawthorn is." Commander Lu bites into a hawthorn. There's a lot of sugar on it, sticky and sweet. He doesn't really understand why his wife liked candied hawthorns so much. But after she passed away, he still habitually buys a string of it every now and then. He and his wife knew each other from youth and spent nearly 40 years together. People hope to grow old together, but few actually do. His wife suffered too much hardship when she was young and passed away before she was 60. At that time, he held a very high position. Not to mention, he was only 60 then. Even if he had lived to 80, he wouldn't have had to retire. But he still retired without hesitation. He actually wanted to stay with her. His wife knew he loved her deeply and was afraid he might do something foolish, so before she left, she told him to watch over their grandchildren as they grew up. She wanted him to see the beautiful mountains and rivers, to witness the prosperous times, or she wouldn't wait for him by the Naiha Bridge. So, he didn't go to find her. A few years ago, he took her photo and traveled to many places, seeing the lonely desert smoke and the sunset over the long river. Now, he has returned to the capital, watching his children and grandchildren happy and content, and he feels joy in his heart. I especially miss her. Looking at the photo in my hand, Commander Lu's eyes reddened. After a long time, he hesitantly said, "Xiao, these candied hawthorns are so delicious. It would be perfect if you could eat them with me." After Li Chunlan reported the theft of the necklace, Captain Zhou publicly criticized Chen Tian harshly. He also mentioned Xie and Feng Yingying during the meeting, sternly warning Jing Qi that they must be disciplined too. Because Captain Zhou specifically criticized them, the small group led by Gu Mengwan had a few quiet days and no longer targeted Song Tang and Wan Qinghuan openly. This week, Song Tang was especially busy. The mid-autumn cultural performance was coming up, and rehearsals intensified. She also had to prepare for the interview with the Queen of the Female Kingdom next week. The newspaper editors kept urging her to submit articles, so she barely had time to date Lu Jinyan at night. However, every afternoon after work, she would help him apply medicine. On Saturday afternoon, after they both went home, she still went to his room as usual to help him with his medicine. Today, Lu Shiau had invited Wan Qinghuan to watch a movie. Lu Yu and Lin He had been working overtime recently. Lu Shiau was probably waiting to return home after picking up his wife. Commander Lu was playing chess with some old friends at the alley entrance. Song Songrong and his wife hadn't come back, so she went to apply medicine to Lu Jinyan without worrying about being seen. Entering the yard, she was about to go to Lu Jinyan's house, but Gao Jianchuan and Gu Shixiu arrived unexpectedly. With them here, She definitely couldn't go to give Lu Jinyan his medicine now. After greeting them, she went to read a book nearby, waiting for them to leave so she could go apply medicine to him later. Gao Shixiu and Gao Jianchuan followed Lu Jinyan to his upstairs study. Almost immediately after entering, Gao Jianchuan took out several folded pieces of paper from his pocket. The application report is ready. I need the team leader's signature, he said. Lu Jinyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. His whole face darkened like a black hole about to swallow everything. Gao Jianchuan, this is the marriage report he wrote for Song Tang, asking him to sign? He's dreaming. He won't approve their marriage report, no way. Team leader. Gao Jianchuan wasn't actually asking Lu Jinyan to approve the marriage report. He had some family matters to attend to and needed to return home for about a week, so he came specifically to get Lu Jinyan's signature. Seeing that Lu Jinyan was hesitant to sign, he couldn't help but remind him, I need to take a week off. I will not sign it. Lu Jinyan instinctively thought he was asking for about a week off to get married. Before he finished speaking, the other person cut him off coldly. Gao Jianchuan. Gao Jianchuan looks quite rugged. In fact, he is very quick-witted and reacts fast. Lu Jinyan's jealousy was almost overwhelming him. He immediately understood that the team leader had misunderstood. Being mistaken for a love rival by the very strong and fierce team leader made him a little afraid. However, seeing the team leader's jealous and addicted look, he found him a bit adorable. Plus, he thought the team leader hadn't yet gathered the courage to pursue Comrade Song. So, he decided to be brave and give the team leader another push. He struggled to hold back his laughter and spoke seriously and nonsense. Team leader, I am 28 this year. I am really anxious.
Please sign for me.
28. Very anxious. Gu Shixiu, who was accompanying Gao Jianchuan today, actually didn't know what he was about to sign. Now hearing Gao Jianchuan's words, he suddenly felt he understood everything. It was clear that Commander Gao had prepared a marriage report for him and Comrade Song, and he wanted the team leader to sign it. But the team leader obviously didn't want to sign for Commander Gao. Thinking that Commander Gao was about to turn 30, Gu Shixiu also felt anxious. He hurriedly spoke up for Gao Jianchuan, team leader, just sign quickly for Commander Gao. Commander Gao is already quite old. Marriage is a good thing. You shouldn't deliberately delay his marriage report. And Comrade Song has already agreed. What are you waiting for, team leader? Song Tang agreed. Lu Jinyan's face had already darkened as if he were about to eat someone. After hearing Gu Shixiu's words, his eyes filled with fierce bloodlust, as if he wanted to tear apart the two unknowing people in front of him. Gu Shixiu felt a strange chill and shivered weakly. He also sensed that the team leader was very intimidating right now, scary enough to break his legs. But Gu Shixiu was always loyal. Since Commander Gao's marriage was a big deal, he decided to be brave and say a few more words. Team leader, if you don't want to sign, it's probably because you don't like Comrade Song, right? I've already noticed that you have a bias against Comrade Song. I think you shouldn't be so harsh on the young lady. Besides, it's not you, team leader, who is marrying Comrade Song, but Commander Gao. If Commander Gao likes her, that's enough. As the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than ruin one marriage. If Commander Gao and Comrade Song are truly in love, please don't interfere and break them apart. They both liked each other, but Commander Lu was trying to break them apart. Lu Jinyan knew that Gao Jianchuan was probably the man Song Tang liked, and she didn't like him at all. Even if it was about fighting for her, he wanted to take her for himself, not let her be with another man. Captain, just sign for Major Gao. Then we can go together to be their best men. Just us. Hearing Gu Shixiu still talking some harsh nonsense, Lu Jinyan couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned and sharply cut him off. I want to break them up. I repeat, I will not sign. Gao Jianchuan, stay away from Song Tang in the future. Gu Shixiu got more anxious. Major Gao was about to marry Comrade Song, but the captain told him to stay away from her. What kind of thing is that? He bravely argued for Major Gao. Captain, you really can't be so one-sided. I know, because of your prejudice against Comrade Song, You think you're doing Gao Jianchuan a favor. But actually the best thing for Gao Jianchuan is to marry Song Tang quickly. Captain Yu.
Get out.
Lu Jinyan didn't want to hear Gu Shixiu anymore. He sternly scolded him. Gao Jianchuan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Really, the room was filled with a vinegar smell, almost making him turn into an old, pickled cabbage. Worried that his captain might get too jealous and have some problem, he forced himself to hold back his smile. He unfolded the letter in his hand and said helplessly, "Captain, I didn't ask you to approve the marriage report. I have something back home. I want to take a week off. Please approve it, Captain." It turned out that what Gao Jianchuan was holding wasn't the marriage report with Song Tang. Lu Jinyan let out a small sigh of relief. But thinking about the man Song Tang truly liked, probably Gao Jianchuan, the overwhelming jealousy quickly swallowed his heart again. He signed the leave request quickly with a dark face. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly warned Gao Jianchuan again, "Don't think about Song Tang. Stay away from her." Gao Jianchuan deliberately ignored Lu Jinyan's words. He took the leave form, saluted Lu Jinyan seriously, then turned around and jogged out. Gu Shixiu was still anxiously scratching his head. He felt that today's captain was especially strange. He was usually careless and couldn't quite tell what was odd about the captain, but he knew one thing. The captain didn't support Gao Jianchuan being with Song Tang. After Gao Jianchuan left, he couldn't help but approach Lu Jinyan, hoping to change his prejudice against Song Tang. "Commander, that night, Comrade Song stayed in your hospital room. It wasn't really her choice. I deliberately left so she could take care of you there. Comrade Song is truly a good girl. Look at her, she's pretty, smart, and dances well. She's a perfect match for Captain Gao. Why can't you see that, Commander? Why do you have to ruin their happiness? Captain Gao isn't here to ask for your approval this time, but he and Comrade Song really like each other. Sooner or later, he'll want your signature. You really shouldn't target the young girl like this. If you keep this up, things might get too tense. Captain Gao might not even want you to be his best man at his wedding in the future." Another best man. Who would want to be Song Tang's best man? He only wants to be her groom. Lu Jinyan's gaze was sharp, like a blood-stained blade, glaring fiercely at Gu Shixiu as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Gu Shixiu felt the commander's eyes were really scary. He instinctively took a step back. But, out of loyalty to Gao Jianchuan and his slight sense of injustice for Song Tang, he forced himself to straighten up and said, "Anyway, I support Captain Gao and Comrade Song being together. Get out." Gu Shixiu was so frightened he took a big step back. He even felt his legs hurt a little for no reason. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, the commander might really hit him. He weakly trembled and sighed as he left. Honestly, he was very worried now. What if the commander still refuses to approve Gao Jianchuan's marriage report in the future? He couldn't just let Captain Gao and Comrade Song be separated like star-crossed lovers. Gu Shixiu was a typical optimist. At first, he was full of worries, but when he reached the yard and saw Song Tang happily chatting with Gao Jianchuan, all his worries disappeared. He couldn't help but imagine hearts in his eyes. He glanced at Gao Jianchuan's lightly tanned face flushing with redness, then looked at the fresh and elegant Song Tang, and suddenly thought that their commander was just a cold-hearted person. Such a perfect match. Who wouldn't say they were made for each other? Only the commander, so unromantic, would ruin their happiness. He stepped forward and, playfully winking at Gao Jianchuan, said, "Comrade Song just finished work. She probably hasn't had dinner yet. Captain Gao, why don't you invite Comrade Song to have a meal together?" Gao Jianchuan looked embarrassed. His neck reddened as he glared at Gu Shixiu. "Don't talk nonsense." Gu Shixiu thought Gao Jianchuan was shy. He chuckled foolishly and kept trying to promote himself to Song Tang. "Comrade Song, our Major Gao is shy but good at everything else. He definitely wants to invite you to dinner, but he's too embarrassed to say so. Last week, I went to a state-run restaurant and found their donpa pork very tasty. Comrade Song, would you like to try it together?" Song Tang still needed to put medicine on Lu Jian, and since she wasn't very close to them, she wouldn't join for dinner. She politely declined. No, I have plans tonight. Oh, Comrade Song, you have plans tonight? Then you go ahead and busy yourself. When she said she was busy, Gu Shixiu wouldn't keep urging her to join. But he thought she looked at Gao Jianchuan with admiration, so he had to praise Gao a lot in front of her. He pushed Gao Jianchuan forward a bit, saying, let's have dinner together next time. Comrade Song, you have good taste. Major Gao is really great. He's always winning in competitions in our unit, especially when the captain doesn't participate. Major Gao is also very loyal. He rarely talks to girls, so he's definitely reliable. Lu Jian was standing by the window. He looked down and saw Song Tang smiling gently in the yard, while Gao Jianchuan looked blushing and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Gu Shixiu, the fool, kept trying to promote Gao Jianchuan as if he had a cramp. Hearing him praise Gao and say he's loyal and reliable, Lu Jian couldn't take it anymore. His face turned cold, and he turned to leave the study quickly. How dare Gao dig at him right in front of him? Gu Shixiu kept talking endlessly, making Gao very awkward. He awkwardly smiled at Song Tang, saying, Comrade Song, don't listen to Shuzi's nonsense. He. Just don't take what he says seriously. Song Tang had already talked openly with Gao Jianchuan and knew Gu Shixiu misunderstood. She didn't feel embarrassed. Gao Jianchuan looked up and met Lu Jian's angry, jealous eyes at the window. The next second, he saw the captain leave the window. Gao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The captain was coming downstairs to confront him and Shuzi. Oh no, the captain is really jealous now. Gao Jianchuan could fight 1.5 Gu Shixiu. But 2 Gao Jianchuans couldn't beat 1 Lu Jian. Fearing the captain would really get angry, Gao quickly pulled Shuzi to walk outside the yard. You're not going to talk to Comrade Song anymore? Why are you leaving so suddenly? Gu Shixiu looked confused and said, I think Comrade Song is waiting for you to invite her to dinner. If you invite her, she will definitely come out tonight. Or, why don't you go to the yard and tell her yourself? Just shut up already. Gao Jianchuan cautiously looked back. Seeing that Lu Jian didn't come out to fight, he let out a small sigh of relief. However, he quickly pulled Gu Shixiu forward several steps and warned him, in the future, don't talk nonsense in front of a girl. If you don't want the squad leader to hit you, you'd better not talk nonsense in front of him either. I'm not talking nonsense. You and Comrade Song, you just seem to get along well, Gu Shixiu said with big, innocent eyes. I told the squad leader not to beat the pair. What's wrong with that? The squad leader is really too much. That girl is so nice, but he just has a prejudice against her. It's totally unreasonable. Gao Jianchuan was afraid Gu Shixiu might say something foolish again and get the very formidable squad leader to hear, so he quickly covered his mouth. He lowered his voice and said, Comrade Song isn't interested in me. I'm also afraid to have improper thoughts about Comrade Song. The squad leader likes Comrade Song. Do you think I dare compete for her with him? What? Gu Shixiu was so shocked he almost rolled his eyes. You say the squad leader doesn't want to approve your marriage because he's biased against Comrade Song, but because he likes her? Gao Jianchuan nodded seriously. Gu Shixiu's eyes widened even more. The squad leader has been communicating with his sister-in-law all along, so how could he like Comrade Song? The squad leader is definitely not the kind of man who is fickle or unfaithful. If he wants to pursue Comrade Song, it must be because he found out that she is the girl he's been communicating with. Thinking that the squad leader might really be about to find love, Gu Shixiu couldn't help but feel excited. He turned around to go back to find Lu Jian, saying, No, I have to ask the squad leader how far they've gotten. Are they dating or not? Don't go and make things worse. Gao Jianchuan was quite perceptive. He quickly dragged Gu Shixiu over. Right now, the squad leader definitely wants to talk to Comrade Song. No one wants to see you. Let's not be like a pair of bright lamps. After Gu Shixiu and Gao Jianchuan left, Song Tang put away her book and went to Lu Jian's room. Lu Jian. As she reached the door of his room, she suddenly felt a strong grip tighten around her waist, and immediately, her breath was taken away. She realized that Lu Jinyan had forcefully brought her into his room and pressed her against the wall. fiercely kissing her lips. A few days ago, she had come to apply medicine to him, and he had kissed her then too. But those kisses were gentle and restrained. This time, he seemed like a wild beast breaking free from its cage, using his fiery body to burn her to ashes. Song Tang felt danger. Especially his large, reckless hands made her feel like a small white rabbit being bitten by a fierce wolf. The wolf was ruthless and unreasonable, wanting to swallow her whole, leaving no bones behind. Jinyan, please don't.
Stop kissing me.
I need to give you medicine. But he was so fierce, as if he was meeting a woman for the first time in his life. His kiss was so intense that she almost couldn't breathe, and she couldn't even speak clearly. She struggled to breathe and make a sound, raising her hand desperately to push away his unruly hands, hoping for a moment of freedom. She overestimated her strength. His hands, like iron clamps, held her tightly, making it impossible to escape from his sharp claws. He felt that just pressing her against the wall and kissing her wasn't enough to satisfy him. It couldn't extinguish the boiling jealousy in his heart. He turned around and directly pushed her onto the bed. Song Tang felt like her lips and body no longer belonged to her. His actions grew more aggressive and domineering, and his intense possessiveness made her completely helpless. She wanted to catch her breath, so she leaned her upper body back, trying to stay away from him. But she didn't realize that her arching body, with its beautiful curve, only made the beast go wild. While she retreated, he kept closing in, trapping her within his grasp, making it impossible for her to escape.
Lu.
Song Tang was stunned by Lu Jinyan's kiss. At first, she tried to stay away from him, but eventually she gave up and let him do whatever he wanted. This kiss was entirely led by him. She couldn't change it or resist it. She just couldn't understand why he was acting so crazy, like he wanted to eat her alive. Song. Just when Song Tang thought she was about to be overwhelmed by his kisses, Lu Jinyan reluctantly pulled away from her lips. But her body still wasn't free. His strong, powerful arms still tightly wrapped around her slim waist, holding her in a possessive embrace. His face was buried deep in her neck. Feeling suppressed and trembling, emotions surged within me. Listening to his low, faint voice tinged with unease, Song Tang senses his inner conflict. Then she hears him say, "Don't like Gao Jianchuan. Don't marry him." In an instant, Song Tang realizes he's jealous again. Feeling a faint pain on her lips, she feels a bit speechless. This man seems serious, so why does he get so jealous? She truly doubts that in his past life, he might have been in a jealous rage. She has no inappropriate thoughts about Gao Jianchuan. How could she marry him? But every time he gets jealous, he kisses her so fiercely, as if he wants to swallow her whole. Her lips still hurt, and she strangely feels like teasing him, so she says, "I think Brother Gao is quite good."
Ugh.
Is he a dog, or what? Song Tang feels like she's truly at his mercy now. His passionate kiss returns, even more intense and fiery than before. It feels like he's not just biting her lips but trying to swallow her entirely, biting her into pieces and swallowing her. Especially his hands. Song Tang blushes and turns her face away. She feels too embarrassed to watch what he's doing. But just as she struggles to turn her face, he quickly turns her back and kisses her deeply. Men are so naturally skilled in this area. With her limited experience and clumsy technique, she's no match for him. Soon, her mind is overwhelmed by a blazing fire, and she can't help but indulge in this long, passionate kiss. Song, don't think about others. Lu Jinyan kisses her while threatening her with fiery words, and don't like others either. If you want to marry someone else, I might just kiss you to death. His hands are really shameless. Plus, his endless kisses tire her out, and he still threatens her. This sparks her rebellious spirit. Even if she never liked anyone else, she grits her teeth and defies him. I like others, ugh. Song Tang regrets it. She shouldn't have argued with him. He's like an insatiable tiger or wolf. He can kiss her half to death, and also use other means to make her lose half her life. She's afraid she might truly be at his mercy, so she suppresses her rebellious side and tells the truth. I don't like anyone else. I don't like Brother Gao, and I definitely won't marry him. I only have good feelings for you. All of Lu Jinyan's movements suddenly stopped. He used all his strength to hold her close, feeling shock and joy, as his heart was overwhelmed by his feelings. He always thought she liked Gao Jianchuan, but he never expected that she never liked Gao Jianchuan or Fu Wenjing. She only had good feelings for him. However, knowing that her feelings for him were only good feelings, not love or affection, made him feel a little sad. But they have a whole lifetime together. He will work hard so that one day she truly likes him, even loves him. Lu Jinyan slowly lifted his face from her neck and saw her current look. Today, the girl wore a white shirt and a dark red pleated skirt. The buttons on her white shirt had already been undone by him. The long hem of her skirt had also been pushed up by him. Because he had kissed her too fiercely earlier, she couldn't bear it. Her eyes were slightly red, and her nose was pink and cute, looking a little pitiful. It was obvious she had been hurt badly, and her delicate, trembling appearance in his palm made him want to tease her even more. Looking at her, he couldn't help but feel dry in his throat. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice became deeper and huskier. Song, I want to kiss you.
Huh?
Song Tang thought she heard him wrong. After all, she had already made herself clear. He wouldn't be jealous anymore, so there was no need to kiss again. But it turned out she didn't hear him wrong. The next moment, his fiery lips forcefully took her breath away with a fierce, destructive passion. Song Tang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He gets jealous and kisses her. How could he kiss if he wasn't jealous? Did he never kiss a woman in his past life? What kind of person is he? But his kiss was fierce and intense, his hands strong and unreasonable. Soon, her body softened completely in his palm, unable to resist. She couldn't even speak protest. He kissed her so fiercely that her toes tensed uncontrollably. Just when she thought she was about to be burned alive, she suddenly felt her heart grow cold. She instinctively lowered her eyes and saw that he had placed a carved, lifelike jade pendant with a blooming begonia flower around her neck. Then she heard his charming, seductive voice. Song, a token of love. Song Tang's pretty face instantly turned as red as the finest rouge. She didn't speak, only carefully stroked the jade pendant. This piece of jade pendant has a better quality than the one she found in the black market before. The carving is detailed but looks grand, matching her previous pieces. In her past life, she asked her mother why her name was Song Tang. Her mother said that when she was born, the hometown's crabapple blossoms were in full bloom. That moment, she had a bright idea and named her Song Tang. This jade pendant contains her name. Clearly, Lu Jinyan bought it because he liked her. She didn't expect that in this era, she could buy such a high-quality, finely carved jade pendant from a state-run supermarket. She was about to praise how beautiful the jade was and how much she liked it when she heard Lu Jinyan's voice, which sounded a bit awkward, saying, "This jade is carved by me. Don't think it's ugly." Lu Jinyan's grandfather was truly an extraordinary master. He was skilled in painting and calligraphy, and in his free time, he loved carving jade. Lin He had loved studying astronomy and geography since childhood but had little interest in painting, calligraphy, or jade carving. His only beloved daughter was not interested in learning from him, which made Lu Jinyan's grandfather very disappointed. When Lu Jinyan was young, he lived with his grandfather for a few years. During that time, his grandfather saw how quickly he learned everything and wanted to pass on all his skills to him. After Lu Jinyan joined the army, he rarely had time to practice calligraphy, painting, or carving. Last week, when Lu Feng brought the jade pendant that was meant to be a token of love between Song Tang and Liang Yushen, he felt very jealous. He personally carved a jade pendant for Song Tang. He hadn't carved jade in many years, and since she was so skilled at it, he was worried she might dislike his work. Song Tang never expected that this jade pendant was carved by him himself. She also heard the nervousness in his voice. But this jade is so beautiful, and it's her token of love from him. How could she dislike it? She couldn't help but hold his warm hand tightly and smiled, her dimples deep, saying, "This jade pendant from my partner is my favorite." Her partner. Lu Jinyan's ears turned bright red. Seeing her delicate, beautiful earlobes with nothing on them, he turned around and found the pearl earrings she had previously rejected. He carefully and sincerely put them on her ears. Song, don't return these things again." Tang still smiled sweetly, like she had just tasted honey, saying, "If I don't return them, I can stay with my partner forever." She wanted to be with him forever. Lu Jinyan's ears felt even hotter, as if they were on fire. His gaze toward her was filled with intense warmth, like a fiery mountain. She still smiled up at him, lively and sweet, making people feel dizzy with happiness. As her dimples deepened slightly, the two pearls hanging from her earrings gently swayed, shiny and beautiful, almost too stunning to believe. When she leaned forward, the jade pendant on her chest also moved softly. It was like a breeze rippling across a calm lake, creating waves on the mountains and reflecting the round moon, making a breathtaking scene. The ribbon tying her dress around her neck had already been undone by him in a moment of losing control. The bright white skin, shimmering under the moonlight, looked even more alluring, lively and fragrant. Lu Jinyan's breathing grew faster and more hurried. His large, cold hand, under the spell of her soft jade and gentle scent, completely lost control. He huskily said, Song, I want to kiss you again." Tang felt speechless. They had already kissed several times just now. Why did he still want to kiss more? She was worried that if the elders came back later, she wouldn't be able to apply medicine to him. Blushing, she stopped his innocent thoughts, saying, "No kissing. Take off your clothes quickly. I'll put medicine on you." Take off his clothes. Lu Jinyan understood that she meant no other intention. But because the scenery before him was too beautiful and the atmosphere in the room was too enchanting, hearing her words, his body continued to heat up. He still wanted to kiss her. But he was afraid that if he really annoyed her, she wouldn't come to apply medicine tomorrow. So he quickly turned around and took off his shoulder shirts. Tang quickly tidied up her clothes and helped him apply the medicine. After several days of recovery, the wound on his back was no longer as terrifying as before. But it still hurt a lot. The pain reached deep into her heart. After carefully applying the medicine with trembling fingers, she couldn't help but hold him tightly from behind. "Lu Jinyan, you're such a big fool." Song. Hearing her voice with a clear choking sound, Lu Jinyan was suddenly anxious and helpless. She didn't want him to see her with red eyes, so she sternly warned him, "Don't turn around." Okay. Lu Jinyan didn't turn around and let her hold him like that. But thinking about how he had risked everything to protect her that day, she inexplicably wanted to kiss him again. After holding him for a while, she sternly ordered, "Turn your face around. Lower your head." Lu Jinyan didn't understand what she wanted to do. But he liked to indulge and pamper her, so he simply obeyed. Tang raised her face and offered her red lips. Song. Lu Jinyan didn't expect her to kiss him willingly. The fire that had been barely contained in him once again broke free, burning fiercely. After a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly held her back of the head, taking control. Her lips were so soft and sweet. It felt like she was tempting him to fall deeper, and he couldn't get enough of her. Her entire body was warm and fragrant, like soft clouds falling into his hands, making him unable to let go. It also sparked a strong desire in his heart. He wished he could turn the clouds into the most delicious food and swallow them whole. "Lu Jinyan, why do you always want to tear my clothes?" She still had to meet people later, and seeing his hands acting so unruly, Tang couldn't help but snap at him. "Don't tear my clothes. Don't touch me randomly. I'm going home now." Lu Jinyan hurriedly stopped himself from the urge to ruin her dress. He didn't know why, whenever he saw her, he always wanted to tear her clothes apart. In his dreams from the past life, he was the same every night. Her flowing long dress in his hands was fragile and easily broken. He had always lived a disciplined and reserved life for the first 24 years. So why, after seeing her, did his hands become so destructive? Jinyan didn't know how to explain. He could only use all his self-control, suppress the urge to tear her skirt, and hold her tightly in his arms, struggling to steady his breathing. She was too soft and sweet. Holding her like this, he couldn't breathe properly, but he could only awkwardly separate from her and shift his attention. He almost forced himself to make small talk. Do you want some water? Tang thought about his strange behavior just now, and her face felt burning hot. Her throat also seemed to be on fire, burning anxiously. Uncomfortable, she turned her face away and whispered, "Yes, I want some." Jinyan quickly went to pour her water, but he found that the electric kettle in his room was empty. He had to go downstairs to get water for her. The more Tang thought about his strange behavior just now, the more ashamed she felt. How could he act like that so easily? It made her feel uncomfortable. She shyly buried her face in his pillow, especially thinking about how his hand almost. She wished she could just suffocate herself with his pillow. There was something under his pillow. Tang quickly got out of bed to see what the soft fabric under his pillow was. She thought it was his private clothing. She never imagined it was a very old piece of her clothing, a small red dress blown into his room long ago. The small red dress was bright and charming, with a lovely scent. It was embroidered with beautiful water lilies, making it look even more delicate. She always thought he would throw it away after discovering it. She never expected he would hide it under his pillow. Thinking about how he slept every night with her dress, Tang still blushed and her heart raced, even after many intimate moments with him. Water. Jinyan pushed open the door, wanting to give her water, and saw her holding a small dress. Recognizing it as the one he put under the pillow, his mind exploded. Before he could explain, she blushed and threw the dress at his face. Jinyan, you're so weird. Jinyan wanted to say he was not strange. He didn't know she was Tang Song when he threw the dress under the bed. After realizing he had feelings for her, he found the dress again, but thought it was not right to leave it anywhere else, so he casually put it under his pillow. He never expected she would find it. He didn't throw it in the trash. Tang thought she should take the dress with her, but she was afraid she might run into someone in the yard if she took it back to the Song family. After thinking, she decided not to take it from his arms. Anyway, he was her boyfriend, and he had seen her without clothes before, so leaving the dress there was not a big deal. But she still felt a little shy and annoyed. Even if she didn't really think he was strange, she glared at him fiercely when she left his room, saying, "Since you like women's clothes so much, you keep it and wear it yourself." After saying that, she ran away feeling very embarrassed. Jinyan tightly held the dress, his face blushing as if it might bleed. He wasn't strange. He definitely wouldn't wear women's clothes. But after they got married, he would put it on her. Tonight, under her protest, Jinyan didn't tear her clothes apart. She fastened her buttons properly, dressed neatly and correctly. But because she felt guilty, she changed into another outfit when going downstairs for dinner. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji had already returned. With them, a tall, handsome young officer entered the living room. Seeing Tang, Song Songrong quickly introduced her. "Sheng Huayan, Deputy Regiment Commander Sheng, your uncle Sheng's son. You young people have many common topics, so you can chat more." After hearing this, Tang immediately understood. He was introducing her to a potential partner. Tang has a partner and definitely doesn't want to go on blind dates with anyone else. However, Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji didn't say outright that Sheng Huayan was here for a blind date tonight. If she spoke up and said they weren't suitable, it might seem like she was making a big deal out of nothing. Plus, she didn't like embarrassing herself in front of others, and Sheng Huayan might not want to be on a blind date either. She decided to treat it as just a normal dinner. After introducing Sheng Huayan to Tang, Song Songrong said to Sheng Huayan, "Xiao Sheng, this is Tang." At this moment, Sheng Huayan also saw Tang. She was wearing a loose, comfortable pink-purple three-quarter sleeve dress tonight. The gentle pink-purple color made her look soft and kind. The living room lights cast a faint golden glow on her, making her appear even more tender and sweet. She slightly lifted her face to look at him, politely smiling, revealing two adorable dimples. Her smile was sweet and lively. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, flawless, fair as snow, pure and full, like the finest white jade. Her stunning peach blossom eyes shimmered with captivating light. Her pupils were very dark, and her eyes seemed to speak as they moved. He couldn't deny that in his 27 years, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. As an ordinary person, he naturally liked lively, intelligent, and pretty girls. But just now, in the courtyard, he met Lu Jinyan. They weren't close friends, but their relationship was okay. Tonight, when Lu Jinyan looked at him, his eyes were cold, as if he wanted to eat him. He was confused at the time, but now, seeing Song Tang, he immediately understood. That murderous look from Lu Jinyan was because of her. He's not young anymore. His family had introduced him to potential partners before. Those times, the women seemed satisfied with him. During those blind dates, he noticed that when women saw him, their faces would flush slightly, and their eyes would flicker shyly. But when Song Tang looked at him, her eyes were clear and honest, showing she had no interest in him. She probably had already fallen for Lu Jinyan, but Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji didn't know this. Sheng Huayan also smiled brightly at Song Tang. Such a beautiful and talented girl. If she is willing to be with him, he would naturally do his best to treat her well. However, she already has someone she cares for, and he won't insist. Moreover, he is not in a hurry to settle down now. He believes that defending the country and working hard to achieve his dreams are more meaningful than being in a relationship. Song Tang also noticed the openness in Sheng Huayan's eyes. She understood that he had no expectations for this blind date, and she felt relieved. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji didn't see any interest between them, but the more they looked at the two, the more they thought they matched well and suited each other. Although they didn't explicitly say tonight was a blind date for them, they still found ways to speak kindly of each other. Tangdang, a few days ago, there was a competition in the army, and Xiao Sheng won first place again. Song Songrong was very pleased to see Sheng Huayan doing well. Usually serious and quiet, he praised him a few more words. Xiao Sheng is very dedicated and has a high sense of responsibility. He's practical, hardworking, eager to learn, and always striving to improve. You should learn from him. When Song Qingqiao secretly entered her room and Qin Xiuji and others chose to protect her, Song Tang never called her or Song Songrong parents again. She usually called them Commander Song and Dr. Qin coldly. In front of Sheng Huayan, she didn't call him Commander Song, just responded indifferently, The Song family and Sheng family are on good terms, knowing each other well. Sheng Huayan is good-looking, capable, and has good character, and Qin Xiuji is quite satisfied with him. She couldn't help but praise Song Tang in front of Sheng Huayan. My daughter is also very hardworking and eager to learn. Not long ago, Tangting scored first in both written and interview exams to join the cultural troupe. During the mid-autumn performance, she should also perform at your unit. The Sheng family also lives near the military compound. After Song Tang was brought back to the capital, there were many issues caused by Song Nanxing and others, which made her quite famous. Naturally, Sheng Huayan had heard about her admission to the cultural troupe. She didn't just get first place. Over the years, she was the only one in the troupe to score perfect marks in written exams. He also heard that she helped the Academy of Sciences solve a big problem. She is truly a very good girl. After arriving in the capital, she faced countless cold looks and ridicule, but she didn't let those negative voices break her spirit. Instead, she used her actions to fiercely crush them. No wonder someone like Lu Jinyan, who is cold and distant, would fall for her. She truly deserves it. Tangdang, go send Xiao Sheng off. Sheng Huayan knows when to step back and has high emotional intelligence. Everyone enjoyed this meal very much. Seeing Qin Xiuji constantly giving him signals, Song Songrong realized that his wife was annoyed because they were standing nearby and the children felt embarrassed to talk openly. He took the opportunity to ask Song Tang to send Sheng Huayan outside, giving them a chance to be alone. Song Tang knew Sheng Huayan wasn't interested in her. But at the dinner table, Qin Xiuji and Song Songrong kept trying to match him with someone else, which made her feel a bit awkward. Just then, she also wanted to tell Sheng Huayan not to worry about what happened tonight. She planned to send him outside the yard. Big brother Sheng, I'm sorry about tonight. I didn't expect. But Sheng Huayan wouldn't let a girl apologize. He smiled cheerfully and interrupted Song Tang. It should be me apologizing. Uncle Song invited me to dinner at his house. I thought Song Da and Song Er would be home tonight. I didn't expect him and Aunt Qin to try to match me with someone. Song Tang, don't take this to heart. Sheng Huayan suddenly winked at Song Tang mischievously. He's not really a gossip person. It's just that Lu Jinyan, who is in the army, is known for being cold and uninterested in women. Even when they played house games as kids, he refused to participate, saying he wouldn't get married when he grew up. Now that the usually cold Lu Jinyan has feelings, Sheng Huayan can't help but be curious. Song Tang, are you maybe dating Luda? I just came back with Uncle Song and ran into Luda. His eyes looked so fierce, like he wanted to cut me into pieces. Song Tang was speechless. How could she be so unlucky to be seen by Lu Jinyan? She had a strong feeling that her lips were about to suffer again.
She didn't need to deny this.
She honestly said, "We are dating, but our elders don't know yet." "Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you." Sheng Huayan actually wanted to tell Zhao Shuai and the others that Lu Jinyan was dating someone. But from Song Tang's tone, it was clear she wasn't ready to tell her family yet. He definitely couldn't go around spreading the news. You and Luda have good taste. I look forward to drinking your wedding wine. Hearing that, Song Tang's face instantly turned red. Seeing her like this, Sheng Huayan's smile grew even brighter. But he knew girls are shy, so he didn't tease her further. He waved goodbye and quickly left. After watching Sheng Huayan walk away, Song Tang returned to the yard, turned off the porch light, and was about to go back to her room. But just as she turned around after turning off the light, she saw Lu Jinyan. Under the dim moonlight, she couldn't clearly see his expression, but she could feel that he was very cold, as if he had been soaked in icy water. Song Tang knew he must have misunderstood. She was about to explain, but suddenly felt a tightness around her waist. He had already grabbed her slender waist and forcefully pressed her against the nearby wall. Then, his fiery lips pressed down on her red lips, impossible to resist. Jealousy surged inside her. Song Tang felt a bit speechless. Did he not just get jealous this afternoon? Who gets jealous twice in one day? He wasn't afraid of overeating. But Song Tang was worried he might get too jealous, so she decided to explain what happened tonight. Lu Jinyan, I didn't. Brother Sheng was on a date. Before she could finish, he suddenly deepened the kiss. His fiery lips burned hotter and hotter, as if they wanted to burn away her reason and her ability to speak. His kiss was so fierce that she couldn't resist or escape, only sinking into it. Later, she gave up and thought, forget it, just kiss him. Talking sense to him was useless anyway. In this dark, quiet night, she just wanted him to finish kissing, so she could go home. If she argued with him, what if he kept kissing her endlessly, and the elders saw? That would be awkward. Lu Shiau and Wan Qinghuan watched a movie together tonight, and had a very happy time. He even blushed and held her hand. She didn't pull away. Though he only held her hand briefly, Lu Shiau still felt a jolt of excitement through his whole body. After they got home, he sat on the sofa in the living room, sometimes covering his face and smiling foolishly, sometimes looking shy like a little bug. Grandpa Lu knew that his third grandson had gone out with a girl to watch a movie tonight and was very happy. He was happy for his grandson, but also a bit annoyed by how silly he looked. It was hard to watch. Tonight, he also noticed that Song Songrong had brought Sheng Huayan home for dinner. He knew that dinner was just a cover. Song Songrong was trying to introduce a match for Tangdang. The eldest grandson had heroically saved a girl, making Tangdang soften a little. But he was worried that Sheng Huayan might come out of nowhere and steal his future granddaughter-in-law. He kept a close eye on what was happening in the Song family. When he heard the sound of the front door closing, Grandpa Lu knew Huayan had left the Song house. He quickly went outside to check. "Grandpa, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Seeing Grandpa Lu leave the living room, Lu Shiau hurried after him. Commander Lu would never say that he went out to gather information about his enemies for his grandson. He casually said, "It's so late. Your parents and your second brother haven't come back yet?" When he said this, he also casually turned on the yard light. In an instant, the originally dark yard was as bright as daytime. Commander Lu was extremely shocked to see two people kissing at the entrance. How can a young boy hold a girl's head so tightly and keep kissing her endlessly? He looks so much like their family's eldest grandson. That girl. It's obviously Tang. Song, don't go on blind dates with others anymore. If you dare to do it again. Grandpa, are Mom and Dad back? Lu Shiau saw Commander Lu glance toward the door, then quickly covered his eyes. He also instinctively looked that way. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" Song Tang heard Lu Xiao's noisy voice. Thinking about her kissing Jinyan and being seen by Lu Shiau and Commander Lu, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and hide. "Lu Jinyan, let me go." She was angry and humiliated, so she kicked him harshly. Jinyan wasn't deaf. He heard Lu Xiao's voice too. He didn't expect that his jealous kiss on Song Tang would be seen by his family. His body stiffened, then quickly pulled away from her lips, turning his face aside with a hot ear. "Stinky boy, shut up for me." Commander Lu wanted to cover Lu Xiao's mouth, but both of them at the door had already heard him, so it was too late. Lu Shiau stared in shock. He didn't expect to see this scene when he came out with Commander Lu. He had wanted to keep Song Tang's and Jinyan's relationship a secret. But now it seemed impossible to keep it secret. "Tang, what do you think of Xiao Sheng?" "You." Qin Xiuji knew her daughter had a misunderstanding and didn't want to talk to her. But her daughter's feelings were hurt by her. Even if her daughter didn't want to talk to her, she still needed to care about her lifelong happiness. After Huayan walked away, she took her husband's hand and went to the yard, wanting to hear what Song Tang thought of Huayan. As they stepped out of the living room, they saw two people kissing at the door. She rubbed her eyes hard, barely believing that those two people were Lu's eldest son and her daughter. She also heard Jinyan coldly threaten her daughter not to go on blind dates with others again. Qin Xiuji was shocked and worried. Isn't Xiaoyan not particularly fond of Tang? Even after they brought Tang back to the capital, he didn't want to go home. When did he become so close to Tang? He still won't allow Tang to date others. Is he forcing or threatening Tang? Qin Xiuji has a very good relationship with Lin He. She watched Lu Jinyan grow up and cares for him more than she does for Song Qi or Song Zhoya. But he bullied Tang right in front of Lin He and Song Songrong. She definitely can't tolerate that. She looks at Lu Jinyan with a cold face. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Tang considers you like a brother. How can you threaten or force her?" Song Songrong's usually stern face is now dark, as if soaked in ink. His fists are clenched tightly, ready to strike, wanting to punch Lu Jinyan hard. "Xiuji, what's going on?" Lin He, Lu Shoujiang, and Lu Yu just came back together. Lin He didn't hear Qin Xiuji clearly, only faintly catching her mention someone threatening Song Tang. She can't help but ask Qin Xiuji, who bullied Tang. As soon as she speaks, she sees her eldest son tightly hugging Song Tang. Song Tang kicks him quickly and slips out of his arms, keeping her distance. Lin He feels embarrassed and ashamed, not knowing what to say. She thought some inconsiderate person had wronged Tang. She never expected her own eldest son to openly hug a girl in front of elders. Lin He glares at Lu Jinyan with disdain. Her son is shameless. She must give the Song family an explanation. "Mom, what's going on? Who bullied Tang? Song Qi and Song Zhoya have tomorrow off." After they picked up Seqing Yao from the police station tonight, they went home. As soon as they entered, they heard Lin He ask who bullied Tang. Their nerves immediately tensed up. Since it concerns Tang's reputation, Qin Xiuji doesn't want to say much. But she remembers that Lu Shiau and Lu Shiau saw everything, and Lu Jinyan must give Tang an explanation. Since there are no outsiders here, she decides to tell the truth. Old Song introduced a match for Tang tonight. He's the eldest son of the Sheng family. I think Tang and Huayan are quite a good match. I want to ask Tang what she thinks of Huayan. I didn't expect to see Xiaoyan press Tang against the wall and kiss her. He even threatened Tang, saying she shouldn't date others. In short, Xiaoyan threatening and bullying Tang is wrong. He must apologize to her. Lu Shiau and Lin He exchanged a quick glance. Both of them were very shocked. When they entered, they only saw their eldest son holding Tang tightly. Neither of them could imagine that their son had forcibly kissed Tang. They also guessed that their son was probably jealous after seeing the Song family introduce a match for Tang tonight. But they never expected that their usually calm, restrained, and self-controlled eldest son would be so shameless when jealous. Seqing Yao, just brought back from the police station, turned pale. She knew that Lu Jinyan had done many intimate things with Tang. Even though he had defended Tang many times before, she still felt he could not truly like Tang, who had a bad reputation and was considered unruly. She really couldn't bear to think that such a cold person would get jealous and angry over Tang, a person she looked down on. Lu Jinyan, Tang called you Big Brother Lu. How dare you bully her like this? You're just a beast. Song Chi was so angry that his eyes turned red. He raised his fist, full of strength, and struck hard at Lu Jinyan. You're 24, 6 years older than Tang. Bullying a young girl. Do you have any shame? Big Brother Song, calm down. Thinking about his older brother kissing Tang, Lu Yu felt a bit bitter inside. But he still couldn't stand seeing others hurt his beloved older brother. He and Lu Shiau quickly stepped forward, one on each side, stopping him. Song Joya didn't make a move against Lu Jinyan because he vaguely sensed that his sister might have some feelings for Lu Jinyan. But Lu Jinyan's flirtatious attitude towards her made his eyes burn with fierce anger. I just want to beat this beast up. Song Chi was still very emotional. He felt that Lu Jinyan was too old, not at all the same age as Tang, and he couldn't accept his sister being bullied by such an old man. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Lu Jinyan, he couldn't hold back this anger. Lu Jinyan had never encountered such a situation before. Kissing a young girl forcibly and being seen by so many people, although he was usually calm and steady, he felt a bit embarrassed at the moment. However, his expression rarely showed any fluctuation. Even if he was embarrassed with his icy face, no one could tell anything was wrong. He naturally didn't regret kissing Tang earlier. But the elders had seen it, so he definitely had to give Tang an explanation. He ignored Song Chi and instead spoke very seriously to Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji. Uncle Song, Aunt Qin, it was my mistake just now. I bullied Song, and I will take responsibility for her. Song Songrong and Qin Xiuji still looked unhappy. But when they were in front of Lu Shiau and Lin He, they couldn't possibly hit him, right? Bad boy. Commander Lu saw that Song Songrong and his wife were unhappy with Lu Jinyan. At such times, the Lu family had to show their stance and teach the little troublemaker a lesson. Commander Lu took off a shoe, pretending he was going to hit Lu Jinyan. I told you to be shameless, to get jealous, to bully Tang. I will break your legs.
Grandpa.
Lu Yu and Lu Shiau couldn't bear to see Lu Jinyan get hit. But at this moment, they hesitated to stop Commander Lu, knowing the Song family would be upset if they intervened. Grandpa Lu, don't hit him. For the first time, Song Tang faced such a shameful situation and was truly stunned. When she saw Commander Lu really about to hit Lu Jinyan, she quickly snapped out of it. Just now, he had kissed her so fiercely, and the elders saw it. Song Tang was quite angry with him, but she cared more about not wanting to see him get hit. She hurried forward, grabbing Commander Lu's arm to stop him from hitting Lu Jinyan. Commander Lu still made a move to strike Lu Jinyan. Tang, don't stop me. He bullied you without your consent, spoke coldly to you, and threatened you. He's so shameless and a scoundrel. He deserves to be beaten. After speaking to Song Tang, he widened his eyes and shouted at Lu Jinyan, "You little brat, come here." Playing a pervert with a young girl. "If I don't break your legs today, I, Lu Zhenhua." "Grandpa Lu, he's not a scoundrel."
Lu Jinyan didn't dodge.
Seeing the shoe in Commander Lu's hand almost hitting him, Song Tang's eyes reddened with pain. She had thought earlier that she would wait until later to tell the elders about her relationship with Lu Jinyan because she didn't want to have children too early. But she couldn't bear to see him misunderstood. She quickly hugged Commander Lu's arm tightly, stopping him from hitting him again. "He didn't bully me or threaten me. He's my boyfriend. Tang, you don't need to speak for him." Commander Lu struck Lu Jinyan again. "If a little brat dares to bully you, he deserves to be beaten." He was about to hit Lu Jinyan a few more times, but suddenly realized a serious problem. Just moments ago, he looked furious and ready to break Lu Jinyan's legs, but now, he almost couldn't hide the smile that was about to appear on his face. Tang, what did you just say? You said the little brat is your boyfriend? When did you start dating that little brat? It's been about half a month. Song Tang blushed a little, but she still honestly said, "Tonight, he didn't do anything wrong. None of you can hit him."
Oh, dear.
Captain Lu immediately burst into a big smile. He really didn't expect that the mischievous boy had secretly been dating Tang for a while. Young Master Lu also looked very surprised. He didn't expect that they had already been together for such a long time. Lin He also found it hard to hide her smile. She took a deep breath and then carefully put on a serious look, saying, "Tonight, Little Yen was indeed harsh on Tang. But since the two kids are already dating, Xiuji, how about we decide on their wedding plans?